Hello everybody and welcome to Road America for the 6 hours of Road America here for 2026. Yet another round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and we have got so much to look forward to. As you can see behind me at Road America, the paddock is active and the drivers are in their cars preparing for the national anthem in a few moments' time. It is the number 93 Acura Meyershank Racing on pole position in GTP. LMP2 being led by the United Autosports USA number 22. GTD Pro is being led by the 77 AO Racing, and GTD is the number 21 AF Corsa USA. We've got a lot to look forward to coming into this one. Today's action is going to be monumental. I'll be dropping in and out of the race, including calling the start and the end. Radio Le Mans, the IMSA radio team, will have the full coverage, as is the world feed, and we'll be providing with all the stats, facts and figures from around the world. And I'll be bringing you updates mid-race with the cam up here in the booth and give you all the latest information about hourly updates and such as well, keeping an eye on everything, because we're not actually in our main commentary box. We're in our commentary box B with the live images behind us. Is what's the perfect thing that Red America gets us to do, is put a virtual green screen behind us and enable me to sort of be the host with the most coming into this weekend. Right now though, let's head it downstairs for the invocation and join the team trackside.
The faster classes coming through, though you're right, they do have a lot of really good braking zones. Down into turn 5 is a great way to get several moves done if you're in a prototype on a train of GTs, and likewise on the brakes into Canada Corner. It's when you exit Canada Corner at turn 12 where you've got to mind your manners a bit more.
Weather, overcast at the moment. Air temperature 20 Celsius is 68 Fahrenheit. It's already 24 on the track, which is 75 Fahrenheit. That, I think, will come up even with the overcast. What I have noticed is it's far windier than it has been all week, and the wind has changed 180 degrees. It's now behind the cars going into turn 1. It's a 6-hour race. Things can change here quickly. There will have to be an eye on the weather radar, Peter.
There will, yeah. I mean, when you think of the mixed bag that we've had throughout the weekend, and Renger van der Zande mentioned to Arjuna Kankapati in our Driver DB informed report that, you know, he's only had 8 laps of practice going into the race in the dry. And Dries Vanthoor also mentioned it as well, that there's only really been one real dry practice session. So it's so difficult to tell what the order of things. It's looking like Acura are pretty strong in the dry, but when it goes wet, I think you can. It's more about who gets the right strategy and who switches from dry to wet tires, or indeed back again, that's going to win the race. But let's see if we stay dry or not.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And the fact that we're on the hard Michelin tyres for the GTPs, that makes that crossover point even more difficult to work it out. And we didn't get dry enough in that wet practice session earlier in the weekend to get people to try slick tyres. We always say, and the tyres, of course. And if there is a changing weather condition, that crossover point is going to be absolutely key. The good news is that the tyre allocation is pretty generous here. 7 sets for the GTPs from qualifying through to the race. But for pretty much everybody else, they've saved dry weather tyres and they can use them because we had that wet session.
Very true, yeah. It's not going to be as much of a concern there. And I think, yeah, the switch over from, like you say, from hard tyre to wet tyre is tricky, because if say the tyre and the allocation for dry tyres is the soft, then the actual switchover point between that and the wet tyre is smaller. But also the temperature is going to play a factor. Keeping an eye on the weather radar at the moment, There does seem like the weather is already to the east of us and is moving further east. So I'm sure the strategists will be glad to have that one off their plate, but there'll be no doubt they'll still have one eye on the weather radar.
Always. We'll need to keep an eye on fuel burn as well, because that's something that will obviously delineate where the cars, particularly at the sharp end of the field, come in. We're right in the middle of the formalities. It's time for us to look at the full grid for the Motul Sports Car Endurance Grand Prix. An outstanding 54-car grid, 19 in GTD, and Adam Adelson for Wright Motorsports starts in the 19th position. On the 9th row of the GTD grid, Myers Riley for Motorsport, Ford Mustang, Sheena Monk in the number 16 has Till Bechtelsheimer in also in a Mustang, the Gradient Silver Bullet, the 66 car alongside. Graham Doyle will start Wayne Taylor Racing's Lamborghini Huracan in 51st position. That is 16th in class with Ore Fidani for the Chevrolet Corvette of 13 Autosport alongside. Ryan Hardwick will kick off the Manthey first form race in that Porsche number 912. Brendan Arieb in the Ferrari for Inception Racing, the yellow number 70 car. That is the best of the bronze class runners for the Bob Aitken Award. Frankie Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan Racing, the Lexus number 12. In 12th position in GTD with Lorenzo Patrese and Conquest Racing's Ferrari alongside. That's the number 34. The 023 is Triazi Competizione. Of course, that's a Ferrari. Robert McGuinness will start that in 10th position in GTD with Mason Filippi, DXDT Racing Chevy Corvette Z06, and the number 36 in 9th. And welcome back, of course, to his teammate. Haven't seen Robert Wickens for quite a while in the long races. James Rowe, Lone Star Racing Mercedes, the number 80 is in 8th place, and Ryan Yardley is in 7th for Porsche. Russell Ward, Winward Racing, Mercedes AMG GT3, the 57 on the 3rd row of the GTD grid with Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport, the BMW 96 alongside. Then it's Casper Stevenson for Dragon Speed Chevy Corvette. The number 81 car has the Car Blanche Aston Martin of Valentin Asclo for the 068 car on the front row. Zachary Robichon, Hartner Racing, Aston Martin, number 27. Lilou Wadou-Dosselier, AF Corsa USA, her first pole position for Ferrari and for AF Corsa USA in IMSA competition. Let's move to the dozen GTD Pro cars, which will start and restart in front of the GTDs, regardless of how they get mixed up. Jack Hawksworth with the rebuilt Vassar Sullivan RCF GT3 number 14. That's a brand new chassis. That's the backup car that he's in for the race today. Ford Racing's Ben Barker is alongside him in 11th with his teammate Christopher Meese in the other Ford Mustang GT3. That's the 65 ahead of the 64. He's in 10th. Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione, and the Ferrari 296 GT3 Evo number 62 is in 9th. In 8th position, Andrea Caldarelli, Pfaff Motorsport on the outside of row 4 with Riccardo Agostini in the 033 Triazi Ferrari. That's the GTD Pro version. He's in 7th. Top 3 rows of GTD Pro Corvette. Tommy Milner, number 4, in 6th. Klaus Bachler, Manthey Porsche, 911, in 5th. Max Esterson, great qualifying from the young American ace. RLL Team McLaren with that GT3 Evo, the number 59, in 4th. He's got Alexander Sims. Corvette's one of Corvette's better qualifying performances this year than Alex Sims in 3rd position in the number 3. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing. Will they be with us this time next year? We don't know. There's some dispute about whether they are going to stay or whether they are going to go. EOL Racing, Harry King in the number 77 Porsche 911 GT3R is on pole position. Now it's another dozen, this time all Oregas with the Gibson engine for LMP2. Jerry Kraut is back in the series and will start the JDC Miller Motorsports Oregon number 79 from 12th position with John Ferrano for Tower in the number 8 alongside. John Field into Sport Racing. I remember him here the last time we had a long distance race. It's the same numbered car, slightly different looking, and the car as well. Welcome back, John, to this great event. Naveen Rao, Era Motorsport, the lighter coloured car, but still with blue in it, the number 18 is in 9th place.
Every day.
Chris Cummins,
the guaranteed prize
for Pratt Miller Motorsport, the number 73 in 8th position with Phil Fayer alongside in 7th for United Autosport in the number 2. Toby Lutke for TDS Racing in the Shopify number 11 is in 6th with George Kurtz with the Algarve Pro Racing run CrowdStrike Racing Racing car, the 04 in 5th. PJ Hyatt has spiked the Dragon, the AO Racing number 99 alongside. Then the top three are Jeremy Clark for Inter-Europol competition. What a great qualifying yesterday. Misha Goldberg on the outside of the front row in the 52 for Brian Herter. And Daniel Goldberg is the man that will lead the P2s around. And again, they will start in front of all of the GT cars and restart should it become necessary. So the top 11 are all GTP cars. Caelan Frederick will start JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963 in the Mustang sampling competition. The number 5's already been on the top step of the podium this season at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seco. Marco Wittmann for BMW M Team WRT in the hybrid V8, the number 25 car, starts the outside of row 5 with Felipe Nasser for Porsche Penske Motorsport and the 963 number 7 in the DHL RS Spider colours starting in 9th. Ross Gunn in 8th for Aston Martin Heart of Racing Team, the number 23 in 8th position. 7th for Cadillac, and Wayne Taylor Racing is Felipe Albuquerque in the number 10. He's got Jack Aiken 1 row ahead of him, Cadillac Wheelan, the red and white number 31 car for Action Express. Lawrence Vantor in 5th for the number 6. That's the other special livery, the Sunoco livery for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Louis Delatraz on the outside of row 2, Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 40 car with Sheldon von der Linde alongside. And then that BMW, that is the Spider-Man car, of course. And it's a front row lockout for Acura. The 2 ARX06s, Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 on the outside of the front row with his teammate Nick Yellerly taking pole position. And that is the 54 car field. Engines have just started. And Peter Mackay, some final thoughts from you before we wrap up our Michelin countdown to green. It's a good looking field. Most of the people are sort of where they should be. As the cars are just rolling off now, I kind of want us to get some good data. I feel a bit Paul Trustwellish here. I want us some good data and a couple of green flag stints.
Well, this is the lovely combination of views that we have in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre when we go to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Paul is always looking for the hard data and the hard facts, and we lean very, very hard on him. But we're in the entertainment business. I love the stories, and I'm an old romantic, really. And to see the return of a long-distance race at Road America, 6 hours, there's some great stories of those races over the years. And I think that unpredictability of not knowing who has got what is what makes it so exciting. And I think particularly in the GT class, you can throw a dart at the board. So close are the split times between so many different manufacturers. Impossible to call a favourite there. And of course, remember, Jack Aitken could walk out of this race today as the champion. It's a slim chance, but it is a mathematical chance.
Yeah, we've got the Radio Show Limited abacus out, so we can count that up as we go through. Thank you, Peter. Peter Mackay will be staying with me here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We'll be leaning heavily on our driver database Informed Pit Lane team. If you haven't checked it out yet, go to the brand new driverdb.com. Loads of great new features. It is Rob Lomas back in London who's getting us to the world. And it's time now, if you are able, to join us in sound and vision from the 6 hours. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Road America. This place is awesome. Getting it right here is brilliant. You've got Canada Corner down at turn 12, turn 5, turn 1, turn 8, the real big parts of the circuit. And we are moments away from getting this all kicked off. Are we going to see a brilliant start and a brilliant witness? We will keep it all informed. One thing we do know is this is going to be an important race to get right and an important event to make sure it all kicks off correctly. Well, the drivers are out on the circuit. Just making sure that the audio comes through in a minute. This is the Motorsports Car Endurance Grand Prix from Road America. And we are all set to get going. Let's join trackside.
24 Celsius is 68 Fahrenheit. It's 75. It's 75. It's 68 in the air. That's about 20. So just about picture perfect. Down on the track as the cars come through for the first of two formation/warming up laps. I have never seen so many people in front of our Ford Racing Global broadcast booth, and the pit lane earlier on, you could not see the cars. Let's get down to our driver database. Informed pit lane reporter Arjuna Kankapati. The pit lane looks clear from what I can see. Arjuna, where are the stories?
John, there are so many things to keep an eye on as we head towards the latter half of the season. We've already talked about it in our Michelin Countdown to Green, but there is a mathematical chance that Jack Aitken in the Cadillac Whelen number 31 could wrap up the championship by the end of the 6-hour race. However, with that car starting down in 6th and the Acura Meyer-Shank team looking very, very strong, locking out the front row, it could be a difficult fight in GTP. Going a bit further down in towards the GTD Pro ranks, we know Paul Miller Racing have been blockbuster in the endurance rounds of the season. They're looking to continue that form from second, but AO Racing and Rexy swung hard in qualifying, and their first pole position and going on 14 months will see Harry King lead the GT field to the green. John.
Slightly out of position, Jack Hawksworth for Vassar Sullivan Racing in the RC FGT. It's replacement was testing at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife on Friday, Ryan Marine. That's not the car that Jack Hawksworth started the weekend with.
No, that team really had to scramble. They did a great job to get the backup car turned around in about 4 hours of man work time, I would say, on that car, and that was after his big crash in practice in the wet conditions. It was a setback for sure, and they won't be starting in the position probably that is reflective of the ultimate pace of that car, but they've got plenty of time to make up some ground. So too for Wright Motorsports, which starts out back. They had some electrical gremlins going into qualifying. They basically used the qualifying session to identify those electrical problems so they could fix them later. Consequently, they did not set any times in qualifying, so they have to start out back. That is one team that is thrilled that they have 6 hours of racing, not 2 hours and 40 minutes, as is customary in previous years here at Road America.
If you weren't listening to our Michelin Countdown to Green, we'll run you through the Porsche keys to the race as we go through the race. Here's our Brembo brake facts for Road America. It's a 4 out of 5 difficulty rating. Now, this isn't just the Brembo engineers having a chat amongst themselves over a cup of coffee in the morning. They are looking at empirical data. Toughest braking point downhill to turn 5. You're on the brake 7 times per lap in terms of braking zones. You may have to brake to avoid something else. I accept that. 135 miles an hour you trim off in a GTP car down to that turn 5 braking zone. That generates over 3¼ G. So your body weighs nearly 3.5 times its own weight. And by the way, the temperatures, well, 800 Celsius. That's 1472 Fahrenheit. Toasty, you get your pizza done quickly on that though. Brembo brake facts for Road America on this 4-mile circuit. We are right into the meat of the season, Peter Mackay. I feel that there are a number of stories.
Yep, we are gearing up for the start of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, 6 hours of Road America. Oh, and already we've got a car off coming through from LMP2. It is one of the TDS cars coming through, so that might be the number 11 over the top of the hill. The green flag falls, and for 6 hours at Road America, we are green and racing down to turn 1. The 93 Acura Meyer-Shank pulls out, defends against his teammate Tom Blomqvist. Sheldon Vanderlyn to the BMW trying to go around the outside into the first corner. Are they all going to make it wide? Vanderlyn goes wide. Blomqvist gets back ahead. We're on the inside line down towards turn 3. The green flag now falls as well on the GTD field for pro and amateur, and immediately it's a great start from the AO Racing. Rexy getting a good getaway down towards the first corner. The BMW trying to come around the outside of the 77, down in towards the first corner. Rexy halted in the 77 as they come back through down onto the straight. Really good acceleration from that Porsche down the hill in LMP2 already. We've got the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing APR off the circuit as they come up into the acceleration modes. Now, Road America is a tight circuit to try and get right. There's not a lot of room for overtaking. It's pretty much 2 by 1 in the GTP LMP2 field, but in the GTD category, they are side by side, 3 wide down to turn 5. There's already a few bits of contacts. Ferrari getting a little loose there as well coming into it. That would be the Rossi Competizione number 62, getting a bit wide, but so far so good as we lead through for the first time into Canada corner, and already a bit of smoke actually coming up from Tom Blomqvist, who's running second, but Acura, Meyershank Racing have kept the 1-2 after a fierce attack from Sheldon van der Linde earlier on. Delatraz in 4th position, Van Hoff in 5th, Aiken in 6th position for Cadillac in that 31, who everybody is looking to see try and challenge back through. Aiken's on the back of Lance Van Hoff as they come out of the last corner up the hill. Lap 1 complete then of the 6 hours. GTP being led by the number 93 of Nick Yellerly in the Acura Meyershank Racing. LMP2 being led by Goldberg in the Brian Herder Autosport number 52. GTD Pro being led by the 77 Harry King in the AO Racing, which is Rexy really, isn't it? Then through into GTD, it's the A, of course, USA 21. Let's turn it back over then to the world feed. Oh, and off into the gravel trap is the number 73 LMP2, who has dropped back. That is the Pratt Miller Motorsport car. Chris Cumming off the track, got going, but has a broken front right part of his wheel. Let's see how it happened down to the first corner. Outbrakes himself and just off at the first corner into the gravel. I think there was slight contact with the barrier. No, I think he's got away with it just as we are into lap 2 of the event. Let's head back over and join the world feed, and we'll pick up at the hourly updates.
80 miles an hour when they touch the brakes going into turn 1, and it's a very fast corner. And for the LMP2s, if you've got that wind blowing behind you in a different direction from practice, very easy to get caught out, and I think that's what happened there to Chris Cumming. I'll be honest, I didn't think he had contact with another car.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh right on the stripe at the end of the lap. We're clean and green at the moment. Remember, this is a 6-hour timed race. We have had 500-mile races and 500-kilometer races and 4-hour races here in the past, but this is the first time we've ever had a 6-hour race here in the IMSA and American Le Mans Series era. 124 laps, by the way. If we get to that, that's the 500 miles. Just a reminder as well that that number 73 Pratt Miller car is a brand new chassis that was crashed a week ago in testing, and it needed a whole new Orica LMP207. At the front of that class, by the way, Brian Herder Autosports, Misha Goldberg is leading. PJ Hyatt's moved up into second, as has Jeremy Clark into third, and outside of the front row, Daniel Goldberg has dropped down into 4th position ahead of Phil Thayer. In GTD Pro, Harry King is opening up a handy lead as he comes out the final corner. Some extended runoff there. It looks a bit weird to the naked eye. It's actually what I would call grasscrete. It's basically tiles of concrete with gaps in it so the grass can't grow through it. It helps with drivers running off over the edges of the curb and not digging a hole in the surrounding area. It doesn't give all of the grip of being on the surface. Something like a 40 to 45% drop in grip from the Michelin tyres. Early caller, and that's never good news. It's the number 16 Myers Riley Motorsport Mustang in the red, white and black machine. Now, is that a drive-through? Yes, it is. That was working on the car after the 10-minute warning. So that car will come through. Porsche keys to the race. Penalties here. Costly, but not catastrophic. It's quite a long pit lane, but it's quite a long lap as well. So that car will drop to the back. Might just lose the lead lap as the leaders are coming through right now in front of me. And Sheena Monk has rejoined. She's down at turn 3 as Nick Yellowly is going through turn 1 at the moment. Well, this is decent stuff and what we were hoping for earlier on, Peter Mackay. Great racing in both of the GT categories as well.
Fantastic, yeah, and what a start to the race from Harry King for AO Racing in Rexy the Dinosaur, car number 77, pulling away from championship leader Neil Verhagen. And Nick Tandy and Harry King, they need to win today to get themselves back into the championship conversation. They do sit in third right now, 141 points in arrears, albeit there's 350 for a win, so if they have a good run to the end of the season, they are still in with a hunt, but they really could do with putting one on the board today. And keep our fingers crossed. We are completely impartial, of course, here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, but I really hope that the RLL McLaren team get the result that they deserve, because they've been quick all season. It just, for a variety of reasons, hasn't quite clicked together, and yet again, particularly with Max Estison at the wheel, that orange McLaren is fighting at the front once more.
It has been a bit of a season of that in some respects, Peter, where there's been a number of teams, and you feel for them. It must be so frustrating when you've got a car that you know can compete, and for whatever reason, and quite often it's not by your own hand, you don't always get the rewards, the end of race points that you're looking for. Bit of argy-bargy coming through the exit of turn number 5 there. The Motul livery this weekend on that bright red car, and looked like there was just a little dink on the number 62 Risi Competition as they came back on. That was Daniel Serra and Andrea Caldarelli. They know each other well. Faf Motorsport with the Temerario. Will we see those guys back next year as well? Time of great change in sports car racing around the world, on the crest of a wave at the moment, particularly in the upper classes. We've got a new Porsche GT4 car coming into the competition next year. We've got more teams interested. We are one car away from a absolutely capacity grid here. We can only start 55 in terms of traffic density, and the pits lane. Pit lane here is quite spacious. These cars get bigger, seems to me, every year, Peter. But already we're into lapping traffic because of Sheena Monk's drive-through, and this is the first part of the danger that everything that the guys at the front of the field have to keep their wits about them. 0.8 of a second, Nick Yellowly over Tom Blomqvist in the two Team Acura cars, and then another second or so back to the man who moved most in those early 3 or 4 laps, Louis Delatraz for Cadillac Wintilla Racing.
In GTD Pro, Alexander Sims, the reigning GTD Pro champion, alongside Antonio Garcia, behind the championship leader in the BMW for Paul Miller Racing, Neil Verhagen, and doing a big lift and coast, trying to get that 5.5 litre V8 to sip fuel as lightly as possible. Down into turn 5 he goes now, and lifts off the power very early before starting to smoothly apply the brake and maintaining the same lap time as Neil Verhagen, John, but able to do so by using a lot less fuel, and that could just open up a little bit of a strategical window. And if we stay green for long periods of time, that fuel mileage is so important.
It's crucial here. Crucial here. I mean, anytime you've got a long lap, and this is the longest lap we have, as they stand, Neil Verhagen and Conor De Filippi leads Nick Tandy and Harry King by 111 points. It's 167 back to the number 3 Corvette crew of Antonio Garcia and Alexander Sims, and then Nicky Katzberg and Tommy Milner in the number 4 175. So this championship is by no means over. And to have Rexy in there as well, Nick Tandy back in the GT classes this year with up-and-coming star Harry King, multiple Porsche Carrera Cup GB winner, very highly thought of in the Porsche ranks. And once again, and you know, I am not breaking any news here, Peter, when I say Porsche investing in their youth and bringing their young drivers through into international competition there with Harry King.
It is so impressive, and I was so pleased to see when he was announced as a full-time IMSA WeatherTech Championship driver alongside Nick Tandy, and they are two kindred spirits. They approach their racing in a similar way. They're both aggressive on track, they're both flamboyant behind the wheel, and I knew that Harry would absolutely love his time here in IMSA because it's hardcore racing, brilliant racetracks, most of which he's never seen before. You wouldn't know it right now because he's pulling that gap out to 1.2 seconds, and judging by the telemetry screen here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, he's doing it using less fuel. But unfortunately, Sheena Monk has pulled off the road on the exit of the kink. The Myers-Riley number 16 Mustang is dead stick, and we go full course yellow already.
5 hours and 48 minutes to go, just 12 minutes into the race. Now, I can't say for certain, but I think that's more mechanical than a mistake by Sheena. She was coming out of the carousel with 3 prototypes behind her. No, she got a little tap as she was going into the kink, and that's broken the right steering arm. She's into the safer barrier there, and that was very, very unfortunate indeed. I think it was the...
It's Toby Luke and
the Shopify car, Peter, that... yeah, TDS car, number 11. And, well, there we are. We were hoping that the drivers would play well together, and it's an early exit, I'm afraid, for Sheena Monk and the Myers-Riley Mustang. Had that drive-through for working on the car. That meant she was on her own as the prototypes were coming through. Now, let's start the strategy conversation right now, Peter Mackay. If you're at the back of one of these lines, do you take a sneaky splash and dash?
Well, you can't. That's the problem. This early on in the race.
Oh, we're too early.
You were too early.
Yeah,
yes. So it effectively just freezes everything right now. So it just allows us to take stock, and I think it's it's going to. It just allows us just to see how things are. I mean, spare a thought for both. Both drivers in that situation going through the kink. It's a super fast right-hander there, and coming out of the carousel, which is also a bit where you see the biggest disparity between a prototype and a GT car. True. Because the downforce is so important. Same thing in the kink. A GTP car, they tip into that corner at 170 miles an hour. An LMP2 won't be far away from that. A GTD is only 135, so the closing speed is massive there. So in an environment there where you've got 4 bronze graded drivers as well, it's really tricky to coexist, and unfortunately Sheena came out on the wrong side of that. That's really unlucky, particularly at this early stage in the race.
So Peter Mackay, absolutely right. Within this distance of the start of the race, we're only 14 minutes in, we do not open the pit lane. That's what's meant by a short yellow. It's not about shortness of time. It means we don't go through the full safety car procedure. Let's get down to our driver DB informed pit lane reporters and an update from Myers-Riley. First of all, here's Ryan Murray.
Well, the Myers-Riley team, John, bit despondent here, I think it's safe to say, packing up their equipment, heading back to the paddock. Indications are that this is a retirement. They don't think this is going to be repairable, so they think the day is likely done. I did hear Sheena communicating with the team on the radio, so hopefully that is a good indication, but certainly an unfortunate way for this 6-hour race to come to an abrupt end.
And Arjuna Kankapati also has news from the lane.
One of the stories we talked about just before the green flag was the number 14 Vasta Sullivan Lexus, a crash in practice and had to go to the backup chassis. But Ben, when I saw the damage coming off the truck yesterday, it looked as though it might have been okay. What was the issue that saw the requirement to go to the backup?
Yeah, I mean, we actually thought the same, to be honest. It didn't look too bad when all the wheels and everything were off, but as we kind of start stripping it away to start repairing it, there was too much chassis damage for us to be able to run that car. And then, you know, I've just got to say a huge, huge thank you to all the boys and girls here at, you know, Vasta Sullivan, Lexus Racing, TRD. That was a hell of an effort to get that car ready for qualifying, and just unfortunately one small thing was loose, which meant we had to work on the car during qualifying, and couldn't take part in the session because, you know, we'd done the hard bits. So it was kind of one of those, it was great that we got to shake the car down, but also kind of gutted for everyone here that worked so hard to get it ready for qualifying that we couldn't put a representative lap in. But we're out there, we're in the race, you know, that's the most important thing, and you know, we're on the hunt to try and go 3 in a row.
You say 3 in a row in a car that's been dubbed Unk by some of social media. Where is the car still strong, even though it's 10 years into its homologation cycle, competing against some cars that are brand new to the GT3 world?
Yeah, I mean, all these GT3s have their strengths and weaknesses, but I think the fact that it's 10 years old just shows the whole kind of spirit of this team. We're never give up, always work harder than the people next to us kind of team, and I think that's showing off, you know, showing off in the results. This year's kind of, we were slow at Daytona, but since then we've kind of had the speed to win, just didn't really work out. Laguna and Sebring, and then Detroit we were unlucky with the penalty, and yeah, then the last 2 have been good. It was already looking like it was going to be a challenging weekend for us here, so obviously running the backup car's not ideal, but hey, 6-hour race. I'm sure you guys have been talking about how crazy we're expecting this thing to be, and got to be in it to win it, and we're out there and we're giving it a go, so couldn't be here without the guys.
Thanks, Ben, and I've got to back up what he was saying about the team. 4 hours to get that car ready, the backup chassis, great effort from Vasta Sullivan Racing.
It's incredible stuff, Arjuna, thank you. Our driver database informed pit lane team. If you haven't already, go to the all-new driverdb.com. Check out some of the great new features. If you're a driver yourself, make sure that you have a look at your entry, and you can add to it now with video and all kinds of social contacts, etc. All of the details on how to enhance your driverdb.com entry are on the website. 5 hours and 42 minutes on the nose as Felipe Nasser goes through Canada Corner in the RS Spider. No, sorry, not in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Peter Mackay, your favourite livery. You are now the world expert on RS Spider. A book coming out at the end of the year?
No, I'll correct you there. I've simply regurgitated quotes from the experts on that car. But yeah, I think that would be the best way to put it. No, it's very, very cool for me to see Porsche Penske Motorsport celebrating the Porsche RS Spider, which, I mean, in 2007 won 8 races overall as an LMP2 car against one of the greatest sports cars ever built in the Audi R10 TDI. And one of the wins, probably the greatest win they had, was here at Road America, where the Audi was so powerful with the turbo diesel, it was tipped to win. And if you ever bring up Road America 2007 to Alan McNish, just make sure you're standing back, because it still gets his goat that his 2 teammates, Dindo Capello and Emanuele Pirro, bickered with each other on track, allowing Timo Bernhard to escape away and win the race. But it was a race that was interrupted by weather, interrupted by full course yellows and all kinds of things. But it was a thrilling era of the sport, which you got to live firsthand, which I'm very jealous of. But yeah, it's so cool to see Porsche Penske Motorsport celebrate that heritage. And of course the other car, the 917-30 throwback, and wonderful to hear Kevin Ester's respect for Mark Donoghue and his part that he played in the early days of Penske racing, and the heritage that continues to build to this day.
down in the pit lane, and very happy to welcome Joey Hand back to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We missed you at Watkins Glen, but you were recovering from a karting injury. What are you doing still in a go-kart this deep into your racing career?
Oh man, well, I will say that I'm very happy to be back. Happy to be back with Gradient and driving this Ford Mustang at my favorite racetrack in the world with my favorite fans in the world. So yeah, I mean, you know, people don't really know I drive go-karts every week. So I'm still in karts, and my son's like a pro kart racer and still wants to be a race car driver and all that. So we spent a lot of time out there together, and yeah, it was just a silly little incident. Caught wheels at like 20 miles an hour and ended up landed on my outside my hip and kind of broke my pelvis. So it's tough to watch. I mean, it's for sure tough to watch your car race when you're like at Watkins Glen. I had to miss, but you know, thankfully I had Corey Lewis there that jumped in, and he drives the team all the time, did a great job as usual. So yeah, I mean, man, it's been a long time since I had to miss a race, so it really hurt. But it, you know, sometimes you get you rejuvenate a little bit, you know, like you stand there like, man, it just reminds you how much you love racing, how much love being at the racetrack, especially, like I said, with a great group of people like Gradient and all our Ford racing people that help us out. I really missed it, but glad to be back.
We're certainly happy you're here. I believe that you're close to 100%, maybe not quite at full strength, and that makes these driver changes a bit of a challenge, right?
Yeah, I mean, for inside the car, I'm totally good to go. It's, you know, I shouldn't be doing any sprinting with you right here behind our pit box, but I won't be doing that. And they just recommended. I was lucky to have Dr. Terry Trammell help me from the car. He helped me a long time ago, and he's him with the IMSA medical and all that. They just recommend that they don't want me running. So I won't jump off the wall here, which is not a big deal, and I'll walk briskly to the car, which is also not a big deal. You know, normally I run to the car and I sit there and I wait for my guy to get out or something, so not a big deal at all. And then I'll continue to just get back to, you know, doing my normal stuff. But I can tell you right now, I will still be driving go-karts.
We know that about you, that's for sure. Lastly, what is the outlook for the race? How is the Mustang over the course of the weekend so far? We've seen a wide variety of conditions to test the car out in.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we rolled out a trailer just lacking a little bit of grip, so we went hunting for that. I mean, it didn't help that we got the rain session when we knew we weren't going to be running in the rain today. So we threw a lot of stuff at it. The grading guys, girls, we tried a lot of stuff, I will say that. And Till liked it a lot better in qualifying, and seems to be okay with it right now. I mean, I think this race, you know, it's changed now. Without being 2 hour and 40 minute, I don't think it'll be quite as hectic, although we just saw first yellow pretty quick, but I don't think it'll be quite as hectic for 4 hours. I expect it to really turn up in the last 2 hours. But, you know, this is the greatest racetrack, and when I say race, I mean race. Not only is it a fun lap to drive on anything, on the simulator and iRacing, whatever, but it's a great racetrack, and that's why I think you see so many fans here, like we always do. But, you know, John Doonan and all of IMSA have done a great job. This is, you know, they said we were up more than we've ever been here on fans, bigger than other races we had this year, other series here. So just a testament to IMSA and the show that we can put on. And I can tell you right now, for everybody out there, tighten down your seatbelts for these last 2 hours. It's going to be a wild one.
Watch for that silver Mustang from Gradient Racing to be moving up through the field when Joey Hand gets aboard.
I kind of broke my pelvis. That stuck out for Peter Mackay. And that's the sort of thing that MotoGP riders say. Yeah, I kind of broke my pelvis. When was that? 10 days ago. So how long are you out? No, I'm racing again this weekend. Joey Hand, the master of I mean, first of all, master of recovery, but I mean, just playing it down superbly well there. That must have been agonizingly painful.
Agonizingly painful, but do you know what will be more agonizingly painful is if he gets rusty and then he gets dusted by his son on the racetrack karting, and that father-son bragging rights matters. But wonderful to hear Joey back. He's occasionally comes in and moonlights in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, makes us all feel a lot worse about ourselves because he's such a multi-talented man. So great to see him here. He is a true legend of this paddock and a multiple winner here. Of course, 3-time winner here at Road America in various classes.
Hello to the High Five collectible bunch. That's Les and Christina McDonald watching from Toronto, Canada, in Ontario. They're watching on the YouTube. Go Faf and go Rexy. A lot of Rexy fans here today. Ryan Hoover and the boys were in to see me earlier on. They were both fully Rexy and Roxy and spiked up. Great to see so many families. Hello as well to Carol Brink over on the beautiful Monterey Peninsula. So another 3 hours behind her for early morning. 2 hours behind us here on Central Time. Early morning for Carol. And a beautiful day over there, I'm sure you will. There's a little bit of cloud here, but it's breaking up a tiny bit. We did have a flyover the other day and a visit from some of the Air Force. Local to this area is the refueling wing. I think it's the 95th. They run the new KC-49 Pegasus refueling tankers, and they did a low pass on, it was Friday, with the refueling boom out. That's a great thing to see. Gradually replacing the strata tankers, the old KC-135s that we see quite a lot in the UK recently, and where I live in the UK is on a direct run into RAF Mildenhall, which is a USAF, big USAF base. See the Galaxies as well going into there, seemingly hanging in the sky in exactly the same way as a brick doesn't, to quote Douglas Adams. So we're in our first full course yellow. The pits have not opened, but the safety car is pulling away.
Yep, the safety car has come in, and that means that we are coming to the green flag once more. And we are racing around America for the second time. The class split was commenced, and the GT... Oh, hang on a minute, already off the circuit. That's the number 22 LMP2, which darts back across the track at the top of the hill, just avoided by all of the cars. Now that car was running... it has now dropped last in class. It's the United Autosports USA squad now reversing in front of the GTP. The V-Line Engineering of Jack Aitken getting back on the inside line, as well as Van Hoff, and getting ahead of Sheldon van der Linde. But is that LMP2 of Goldberg in the United States Autosport going to get back into the pit lane? Spun just before pit entry, so it should ideally be possible to do so. As our TV audio has a bit of a panic, but yeah, it looks all good to me. So here's a replay coming out onto it. I think it's just a puncture. Yeah, it gets on the curb. The rear tire just sort of lights up, and then as it comes back onto the track, it's a puncture on the rear right. So just getting on the exit curb, coming out of turn 14, cost so much time. And it's back out on the circuit now is the 22, rejoining. Already had one stopped car, not yet officially retired. That caused the caution of course, in GTD, which was the number 16 Myers Riley Motorsport car that stopped. But Daniel Gerberg from the United States spinning already, coming out of that last corner on the restart. Perfect one though from Nick Yellowly, seeming to be an okay getaway. Seemingly all right. This was the V-line coming through. So he's got on the attack, and he sends the number 6 Porsche Penske of Van Hoff round onto the gravel and grass. So Jack Aitken up to 5th position and holding himself strong as we complete the first lap back from caution. Nick Yellowly leading GTP. That is in the IQM Ireshek Racing at the moment. So back to the world feed.
I'm firmly of the belief, I said this earlier in the broadcast this weekend, Peter, much like Martini colours and one or two other liveries that pop up in conversation from time to time, you put a Sunoco livery on any car, it doesn't make the car look any worse.
Oh, it's a wonderful throwback to the 917-30 that was so dominant in Can-Am, with over 1,000 horsepower, car that could do 240 miles an hour on the straight in 1973. Just let that one sit in. But I love how they've adapted it for the modern day with Porsche plus Penske on the side. It used to say the 917-30 said Porsche plus Audi because that was the distributorship at the time.
Correct.
But love it. The art team at Team Penske and Porsche have done a superb job. And I understand that when Ryan Marine was there a few weeks ago doing a talk for Porsche Motorsport North America's young drivers, he saw the cars and he's been sworn to secrecy. I don't know how he's managed it.
Yes, well, we try and be professional. Hello to Sarah Darts, who's in Derbyshire in the UK, cheering on EO Racing and Yorkshire's finest United Autosport. Good to have your company as the racing gets back up to speed after that first neutralisation period, and already the United Autosport LMP2 with that spin earlier on is working its way back through the GT cars. That's the danger time, isn't it? When that number 22 car comes back through the field. Daniel Goldberg. And Sheena Monk already out of the race after contact when the P2s were coming past her. And we've barely had half an hour of racing. I wonder if I dare break away for a moment to do a very quick VP racing update. Let's do it before anything changes. 0.8 of a second between the Acura Meyershank Racing ARX 06s. Yellowly in the 93 from Tom Blomqvist in the 60. Louis Delatraz is a second and a half further back in the top 6 in GTP, made up by the BMW of Sheldon von der Linde. That's the Spider-Man car. The Cadillac in 5th position is another half a second back for Jack Aitken in the number 31. And the top 6 made up by the number 6. That's the RS Spider DHL coloured 963 for Lawrence Vantor. In LMP2, Brian Herder Autosport leads by about 0.7 of a second. Misha Goikberg staying away from trouble with EO Racing and PJ Hyatt in the purple Dragon. Spike, the number 99, in second. It's green and yellow. Jeremy Clark in the Bread Van in the Europol competition, number 43. And he's got about 3/4 of a second on Phil Fair, who is further back. Actually, it's about 4 seconds because Phil checked up as well, I think, as did Toby Lutger and George Kurtz for TDS in CrowdStrike when that number 22 was going across the field. In GTD Pro from Paul, it is EO Racing that leads for Harry King in the 77. That's Rexy, the green dinosaur. Neil Verhagen in second for the BMW Paul Miller Racing. Alexander Sims for Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller in third. Max Esterson holds fourth for McLaren and Team RLL in the number 59, the orange car. Then Tommy Milner, Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller in 5th position, another half a second back, and he's got about a second on Klaus Bachler. And last but by no means least, Lila Wadu-Dusselier leads from Paul in GTD by just a couple of tenths of a second, actually. Zachary Robichon, she's sitting in behind Jack Hawksworth at the moment on the back of that GTD Pro line. Then it's Robichon for Heart of Racing and the Aston. Car Blanche, Valentine Asapclo in the 068. That's another Aston. The BMW of Turner and Patrick Gallagher. Russell Ward for Winward, fastest GT driver here last year in qualifying, including the pros. Lorenzo Patrese, Conquest Ferrari number 34, makes up the top 6, and that's an early look at the VP Racing in-race update. We are going to get a couple of... Actually, we are going to get a penalty as BMW just making up a position at turn 1, and a significant position at that, as the Neil Verhagen and Alexander Sims battle carries on. Neil was across the line, then he lost it, then he got it back again. But there's problems for Dan Goldberg. He's in the pit lane, and that, Peter Mackay, is not for service.
No, it isn't. A drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin after that spin on the exit of turn 14 on the restart. But United Autosports, not only with the pace of that car, they've been very, very quick, and the driver lineup that they have and the strategy, they can get themselves back in the mix. They just got to try and run clean for now. Oh my word. The unsafe rejoin I suspect, John, was more actually how the car speared back across the road to the left. But, oh, we've got a much bigger issue here as John Field has crashed heavily and we have a full course yellow.
Turn
That
8.
is, yes, not where you want to come off at all. At the carousel.
Going into the carousel, the Intersport number 37 car, full course yellow. Ollie Jarvis and Max van der Snel will not get a go today. Already had a warning as well for one of the Ferraris and their powertrain parameters. Remember that the IMSA are monitoring in real time. It's the F Corsa USA Lila Wadu car that leads in GTD. The good news, and I was just waiting for this to unwind, is that John Field has extricated himself from the remains of the LMP2 car, and he's just gone off on the exit. It's an understeery moment. We've seen a few of them happening down there, and the wind should have been on the front of that car there. I thought it was the other side of the carousel. It was actually coming out of the carousel. You're on the throttle very, very early, and John's just understeered off into the bridge abutment, which is protected by many layers of tyres. Safety team already there. John's taking his helmet off and he's leaning up against the car. Had an LMP1 podium here back in 2009, one of his half dozen trips to the box at the end of the race. That will have been a shocking moment for John. Now, this will allow, Peter, the pits to open. We haven't talked yet about minimum driver time. 37 minutes elapsed for the 6-hour race. Those minimum driver times are, of course, slightly adjusted.
They are, yes. So right now, the drivers that have started the cars in GTP and in GTD Pro could pit now, and their minimum driver time will have been completed. Now, the maximum driver time is 4 hours as well. So, for example, if you were in a two-driver lineup, yes, you've done your minimum drive time, but your teammate can't carry on and do the rest because they will exceed the maximum driver time, if that makes sense. So, whereas in LMP2 and GTD, it's a bit different. You've got a 1 hour and 30-minute minimum drive time and a 4 hour maximum to think about. So often what we do see is the LMP2 drivers, particularly all the bronze drivers start in LMP2, we often see them completing their minimum drive time all in a 1 hour. In fact, even at 24-hour races where the minimum drive time is a lot more than that. We've seen it at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, where a 3-hour minimum drive time will be knocked out all in one go, which is mighty impressive in the heat there. But I dare say we're going to see all of the bronze drivers try and do the same here today, with it only being 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, that isn't an exact number of stints for those guys. It's just over, that'll be 2 and a bit stints in a P2 car and a stint and a half in a GTD car. So that is deliberate by IMSA. Let's check in with our driver database informed pit lane team, starting with Arjuna Kankapati. We must have some takers. Must be some movement down on the pit lane, Arjuna.
Lots of movement, and of note, I was actually just trying to grab a chat with Fred Vesti just before the caution came out. He said, let's do it after my stint. I'm going to have to jump in very shortly, and I think Cadillac Whelan is one of the few 3-driver lineups in GTD Pro and GTP are going to take this time to put Fred Vesti in and take Jack Aitken out. I don't see many other drivers, though, up on the pit wall, John.
Full course yellow, pretty well timed for the P2 teams. I would have thought, Ryan Marine, they might get to the minimum drive time now on just this one stop, Ryan.
This fits pretty nicely into their strategy. I agree with you. So as you would expect, just about all of the LMP2 teams, everyone that I can see, let's put it that way, they were up on the wall with sets of sticker Michelins ready to go, and I don't see any substitute drivers suited and booted at this stage. So I think the starting drivers likely will stay in. Easier to do when the conditions are as favorable as they are right now.
Yeah, Peter Mackay pointing that particular nugget out to me as the Intersport number 37 is craned onto a flatbed at the exit of turn 10. Ryan was telling me earlier in the week, Peter, when he raced in the long distance race here, which I think he said was an 8-hour, yes it was, they used the motorcycle cutout so that they didn't have to go flat out through the kink, which I've not seen that raced before. Raced pretty well.
Yeah, you see it quite a lot for club racing. Sometimes they'll use it, and I think it's very wise to just bring the speed down a little bit, because if you go off, particularly at the kink, it's a high-speed accident in whatever car you're in. This is a serious racetrack, but it's why the drivers talk about it with such hushed tones almost, and to say, oh, Road America in a high-performance high downforce car, oh, it's amazing. And spare a thought for John Field as well, because this is quite a story, him coming back after many years away, and he'll look at that RS Spider liveried Porsche 963 going, I raced against it and I beat it with my own family team. Remember that 20 years ago when the RS Spider came along, he beat them, him and his son Clint and Liz Halliday at the time, remember? That squared up to the early version of the RS Spider and beat it. So he's got serious pedigree in sports car racing, and it's such a shame that this one has ended early for him.
Clint Field was very, very quick indeed, and actually, well done for mentioning Liz Halliday. She's had some health challenges lately, and we wish her all the best. Let's go to Arjuna Kangapati. Let's see what the strategy, tyres or no tyres? VP fuel, yes, but the choice is with the teams, Arjuna.
And I don't see tyres up on the wall for everybody as one by one our GTP and LMP2 drivers start to hit their pit stalls. There is going to be a driver change though in the number 93. Nick Yellerly gets out and Renger van der Zande jumps in, and no surprise that Jack Aitken is going to be replaced in that number 31 Cadillac Whelan, and Fred Vesti jumps in. I was right. Porsche Penske have decided to do something different. No tyres for them. No tyres as well for Wayne Taylor Racing, but it's the number 7 that's going to win the race off a pit lane.
Down here in the LMP2 side of things, Mission...
Go ahead, Ryan, sorry.
Misha Goikberg pitted from the lead. I think he might have lost the lead in this pit sequence, but it was no tires for every LMP2 team that I saw. Just a fresh drinks bottle for the race leader at the time, Misha Goikberg. He's been released into the fray once again. No tire changes that I saw in LMP2, and right now Dan Goldberg has just made his way in after a fraught start to the race. After that initial off, they got a piece of spare bodywork ready to go, but obviously have not put it on yet, and it doesn't look like they're going to here. But 3 United Autosports mechanics are looking over that number 22 car closely before sending it back out with a fresh tank of fuel.
I have no idea at all. It was like a conjuring trick through the RFID readers for the Michelin tyres at exit there, Peter Mackay. We had at one stage, I think we had 4 GTPs trying to filter into a gap for one, and yet there was no contact. It was the yellow and red Porsche number 6 of Porsche Penske Motorsport that got out of the pit lane first, but they are not the leading GTP car because one car stayed out, P-Mac.
That's right, the number 25 BMW M Team WRT car of Marco Wittmann did not take any service at all. Now, they have got 56% of usable energy remaining. I suspect that because they were running down the bottom of the class anyway, they will pit at the last moment and they will retain their track position, but will do so with more fuel on board than everybody else. So that's a kind of a little bit of a, you know, have your cake and eat it strategy call there. Now, the yellow and red RS Spider throwback machine of Felipe Nasr has gone to the front of the field, or will go to the front of the field, but has short-filled slightly, 92%. Everyone else has gone up to the full 99 or 100.
And that information is available if you search IMSA telemetry. There's a full page with all of the GTP telemetry on there, and you can see that. Also, of course, put the Alcamel pages if you want to follow the same information that we have here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Here come the GTs. Let's start with Ryan Marine this time.
My section of the pits, primarily, I'm surrounded by GTD class entries, and I'm about to watch the Turner Motorsport car come in. I also see the Reese car come in just behind me, but here comes the Turner car. We will have a driver change. They were running fourth prior to this pit stop. Patrick Gallagher gets out, Francis Seldorf gets in. A full energy replenishment and sticker Michelin tires. Pitted right behind is the Windward Racing Mercedes, which has slipped back a little bit in the opening stint. I did not see a driver change unless I missed something there, and it looks like it will be Turner just barely ahead of the Windward Mercedes, possibly a little bit of overlap though.
Meanwhile, over at the GTD Pro side of pit lane, Rexy roars out first, followed out by Paul Miller, and the Manthey Grello 911 is going to jump in front of the Corvette Pratt and Miller cars. There's a traffic jam here, John, as they all try and filter into those RFID boards and blend back out onto track.
It's a hefty penalty if you clip one of those, by the way. Been in the supplemental regulations for quite some time. Like the Aston Martin of the Heart of Racing guys were a little bit sticky on the right rear, but it was covered off with the fuel. They didn't actually lose any time in the pit stop. Leela Wadu in and out from the lead of GTD. That looked like that was taking a little time as well. So I'll have to see and visually check who came out quickest. I still can't believe what I saw with the GTP cars. 1, 2, 3, 4. One stage there was 5 across the track actually, and how the wheel at number 31 managed to ease itself in, I'm still not entirely certain, but it did. It got in front of certainly the 93 Acura. So that's been a big shake-up of the cars. That 93 car, Nick Yellerly got out of it. That was the pole-sitting car and had led all of the laps. Marco Wittmann has not pitted for BMW in the number 25. But I think they've all got through without any damage. Now remember, all the LMP cars, sorry, all the GTP cars will go to the front of the field. Then it'll be all the P2s. Then it will be all of the GTD Pros. Then it will be all of the GTDs. We set them back up. Very, very close call pit exit. And that was the same in the GTs as well. Peter Mackay, I am not sure who this has benefited in terms of strategy, because everybody other than that BMW have stayed on the same one. Half tank in that car effectively is what we're seeing. Is this WRT basically saying, right, we've now, for the moment at least, we're going to play 2 completely different strategic games with the 24 and the 25?
I think so. The only other alternative is that the number 25 car that hasn't pitted for BMW Team WRT is that they pit towards the end of the full course yellow, fill up with fuel. Yes, they will go to the back of their category, but they were there anyway, so then they just have a slight edge on the rest of the field. Also, it's worth noting that Felipe Nasr in the yellow and red number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car only filled up to 92%, whereas the rest went up to 99 or 100. So that gave critical track position and won that race on pit road, which might have proved to be quite prudent. So he wasn't in the middle. Nasr wasn't in the middle of that melee. The other crew down in the GT classes who have played a little bit of a roll of the dice is the Vassar Sullivan Racing Lexus crew. Number 14, Jack Hawksworth on board right now. They only filled up to just under 90%, whereas everyone else filled up fuel. That has got them a bit of critical track position as well. So it's there's different different dice being rolled, but generally speaking in each class everyone going for the same. And from what I can see in LMP2, that's where we don't get telemetry, unfortunately, but it looks like everybody's gone for a full service and hoping that they'll be able to get to in the next 40 minutes they should be able to get through their minimum driver time.
Let's get a chance now to talk to someone who's fresh out of a race car. Patrick Gallagher out of the Turner BMW. What was it like in the opening stint for you? What was the state of affairs? I know Bo sent a pretty big message in the drivers' meeting earlier today. Were drivers listening?
Yeah, I mean, we've had 2 quick yellows. I don't know how those happened, not in the GTD field, or one of them was behind me. So everyone around me was just kind of saving, honestly. Everyone's aggressive on the starts, getting what they can, but a lot of fuel save and just trying to push it down the road to give us an advantage later. But it seems like everybody's doing the same thing. So
is that a different mindset than we would have had last year with the shorter race?
I mean, to some degree, yeah. It's certainly a bit more tame, but these 6-hour races, always you're saving fuel in the first half or so. So yeah, we have a really fast Belhaven Investments, Liqui Moly, Go Reynolds, H&R Spring, BMW, the Turner Motorsport boys and girls in pit lane jumped us a couple spots there. So all going according to plan so far.
That's what we'd like to hear. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Ryan.
Another driver out of the car and now standing by in the pit lane, Nick Yellerly. Nick, from pole position, seemingly quite a strong run in that first stint. What were you feeling out there on track?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's getting into it. It's much cooler than what we've had, so you've got to take your time a little bit on the opening laps and not make any silly mistakes on the cold tyres. But the car felt all good and well and in the window, so yeah, long race to go, and we'll see how we get on.
Was it always planned for you to get out and to do this full service when other teams are slightly short filled and taking the track position?
Yep, for now that was our plan. Obviously, we hope to get that advantage back later in the race.
Didn't get a chance to ask you yesterday, but you put it on pole position in front of your dad, David. How special was that moment?
Yeah, it's always nice. I've been lucky enough to be able to do it a few times now, so yeah, obviously every time I do it, it's an extra special moment.
Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Driver database informed pit lane reports. Check out the all-new driverdb.com. Extra features, driver comparisons, and the ability to upload things to your page as well if you are a driver. Things like your socials and all kinds of other great new features, all there for you now on driverdb.com. Gonna have a proper look through that in the next few weeks when I'm not travelling so much. I've got an idea for a couple of features for midweek motorsport that some of that data is going to drive. I suspect that it will be conversation inspiring. As soon as you start talking about lists of things, it will normally, Peter, it will normally generate a little bit of healthy debate, won't it?
Well, I know that quite a few of the drivers in this race right now, some of them are even at the wheel of their respective cars, do look at their driver database driver rating, and I do know between the Vantor brothers, they definitely refer to it when they're jibing at each other.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And it's I was talking with a young fan recently. He was talking about his iRacing rating, and this is the same thing in the real world, basically. And a lot of number crunching going on. Just trail ahead as well to Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. 8 o'clock UK time is 2 o'clock in the afternoon here and Central. Peter will have his rally report on what was an incredible Rally Finland. We'll also be looking back at this race and news of some new tools to be used by teams in the pit lane. Partners at BDO, who we know from the business world are pretty good at making sharp decisions, have come up with a suite of analytic components called Pit Lane IQ. We'll give you the rundown on that on Wednesday on Midweek Motorsport. Are over on RS1 via our player. 87.9 around the circuit, RS2 around the world via IMSARadio.com, all part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. And also today, as for all of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship races, on Sirius XM channel 206 here in North America. Our video player on IMSARadio.com is the second thing down on the drop-down menu, uninterrupted and unencumbered by advertisements if you do not have a US IP. And of course you can also find it on the official, find the world feed on the official YouTube IMSA page. Again, if you don't have an IP based in the US. I think we're coming back to green here, Peter, after another neutralisation. 5 hours and 4 minutes to go, yet to get into the meat of the race. Green flag is in the air right in front of me. Blue Corvette in the pit lane, going back down to pit out, and there goes that number 25 BMW. Marco Wittmann got a really good jump. That is a huge kerfuffle coming out of turn 14. It's the LMP2s again, and here come the GT cars. They're scattering to the four winds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Shopify car definitely involved in that. We're going to go straight back to full course yellow, I think, here. Tower car, I think, in there, at least for a moment. A couple of cars diving into the pit lane, and there's one car still stranded. We might stay green here, actually, if that Tower car can get moving, and it has. Incredible, Peter Mackay, with 4 or 5 LMP2s strewn across the track. A, that none of the GT cars picked them up, and B, we haven't had to go yellow.
Remarkable on both counts, yeah. Phil Fair in the number 2 United Autosports car, John Ferrano for Tower Motorsports, Dan Goldberg, the other United Autosports car, Era Motorsport, Naveen Rao in there as well, and Jerry Kraut in the JDC Miller number 79. So drama in LMP2, which means there's only 6 cars from the entire class that have actually made it through the in the leading bunch after only an hour of running. So LMP2 has been decimated in this opening hour.
Incredible. That's both of the United cars who've had similar issues coming out of that final corner. People getting back to the throttle. It's such a steep, we do our best with the camera position at the bottom of the hill, but it is such a steep climb up to the start finish line. You really want to get on the power early. The Era car is moving again. That's pitted right opposite where we are here at driver's left. Let's go down to Ryan Marine for more details on that kerfuffle.
At least 3 of the cars involved made their way into the pit lane. I saw for sure the JDC Miller LMP2. That car's been released. It's heading back out on track. It was a nose change for the 22 of Dan Goldberg. That car's already been in the wars today, but they've sent him back out on track, and there might be another prototype coming in here as we speak. That could be a drive-through penalty from GTP, though, John.
It is the number 93 car coming through the pit lane for Renger van der Zande, and it was a pit lane speed violation of 8 kilometers an hour. Also going to get one of those is Kalen Frederick. That was just a single kilometer an hour. And the 59 as well of Max Esterson. Oh, that's a shame for the McLaren. That was plus 1 kilometer as well. So 3 cars to come down the pit lane. Back to you, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't have any other callers, at least that I can see. There might be a couple more further down the hill that are out of my view, but at the moment the pit lane is empty. I did see one of the United mechanics escorted to the pit wall by one of the IMSA officials to get out as close as possible to the track surface, watch the car go by. That's the Dan Goldberg car in particular, just to make sure that there is no more damage on the car, and at the moment at least there's no movement to bring that car back into the pits.
Felipe Nasr and Louis Delatraz had a bit of a skirmish last time around, Peter Mackay, down at the braking area at turn 5.
That's right, yeah, and Felipe Nasr was on the inside, Delatraz in the Cadillac was on the outside, and as they came through, Delatraz just went a little bit deep and a little bit wide onto the curbing, and yeah, cost him a couple of positions, but no harm, no foul, and quite remarkable that the GT field in its entirety got through that mess a moment ago with the LMP2s, 2 of them spinning on their own. Naveen Rao was one of them in the ERA car, and also the number 2 United Autosports machine of Phil Fire, and that then Dan Goldberg had nowhere to go, absolutely nowhere to go. No. The ERA car was strewn across the road, and it's just a day going from bad to worse after putting it on pole so well yesterday.
I know, it's so annoying. It's really shaking up the GTD profile, where Manthey and Thomas Preining now lead from AO Racing and Harry King in second, Tommy Milner for Cadillac, and the number 4 car in third, Andrea Caldarelli in 4th position for Pfaff Motorsport, and Daniel Serra in 5th for Risi Competizione. Then Zachary Robichon has taken the lead in GTD, picking his way through the carnage from Russell Ward. Excellent driving from Russell in that absolute chaos coming to the green flag. They are the next 2 GTD cars. Alexander Sims, who was right up there in 3rd for Corvettes, dropped down to 6th in class and 8th in the GTDs, if you will. Then it's Jack Hawksworth in GTD Pro. Then Alila Wadu, now 3rd in GTD. I think she'd lost that actually before we went back to green. They weren't quite as quick in the pit lane, something I don't normally say about AF Corsa USA. Then it's Riccardo Agostini for Triazzi. Chris Meese and Ben Barker, the 2 Ford guys, went one either side of the spinning ERA car. One on the grass, one on the pavement. Incredible stuff. It's Marius Fossard now, 4th in GTD for Car Blanche at Aston Martin, with Casper Stevenson 5th for Dragon Speed's Corvette, and Turner Motorsports BMW number 96 for Francis Seldorf is in 6th. Absolute chaos there, and as you said, Peter, really only half a dozen of the P2 field, so half the P2 field in some strife, and back into the pit lane. That was one of the United cars again, I think. Yes, it was. That's Daniel Goldberg back into the pits again, and that was a drive-through. Oh yeah, that would be for his unsafe rejoin. He didn't get the chance to serve that before we went yellow.
He's got another one for people over the wall, another drive-through. He did serve the unsafe rejoin. Yeah, so has to come through again. Meanwhile, towards the front of the field, Sheldon van der Linde is getting his elbows out all round. He's battling away with Louis Delatraz for 3rd position. He had been hustling Nasr for 2nd, but Delatraz has got serious pace underneath that Cadillac and is forging forward. Lost a lot of time with that skirmish with Nasr, but now he's back up to 3rd and got his eyes forward on the bright yellow and red Porsche as they come through the carousel. And Colin Brown in the number 60 Acura down in 5th right now, but that Acura has serious pace.
Now the offset in terms of the energy by staying out, Marco Wittmann is still just under 40%. In 2nd place, Felipe Nasr, they short-filled that Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. We don't have to guess anymore. We actually have the evidence on our timing screens. He's at just under 70. Everyone else around about 77, 78, 79%. And by the way, Frederick Vesti's had a warning for blocking. That is like a yellow card early on in a football match, in a soccer match. He's going to have to live with that now for the next 5 hours, Peter.
That's not a nice feeling to have that hanging over you, but Felipe Nasr right now going through turn 1 has something else hanging over him, and that's a menacing black Cadillac. Well, we've got the Spider-Man car, the BMW number 24. Maybe the Batman car could be the Cadillac of Louis Delatraz right now. It has that menacing black and silver paint scheme on it, and Delatraz looking menacing right now as he's chasing Nasr. Got great straight line speed in that Cadillac, but it looks at things as they approach turn 5, and Nasr has to go defensive, and here comes Delatraz up the inside, stuffs it up the inside in turn 5, and does he make it stick going up to turn 6? He nearly does. Whoa, that's a pretty robust move, John.
That was very defensive driving by Delatraz. He made the pass cleanly into turn 5. There was a defensive move by Felipe Nasser into the middle of the track. Delatraz made it stick anyway, but coming out of turn 5, the exit of the Cadillac was compromised. The Porsche got the run, got to the rear quarter as the Cadillac was shifting to the left. That will be being looked at race control. That's exactly the sort of thing that Bob Barfield was talking about in the driver's briefing this morning. Also lurking there is the Spider-Man BMW number 24, Sheldon von der Linde, and he's loving what he's seeing ahead of him. Then Colin Brown for Acura in the number 60 car, the sort of light amber, orangey coloured car. Meantime, in the GT categories, we've got the Paul Miller BMW running on its own at the moment, as that had a problem. And Neil Verhagen's dropped all the way down to 11th in GTD Pro. He was right at the sharp end earlier on, and that's your championship leader, Peter.
That is not good. It just seems a little bit off colour right now, does the BMW number 1 for Paul Miller Racing. Neil Verhagen, yeah, has lost a lot. 208.9 last time by, which compares to a 206.5 for race leader Thomas Preining.
Well, he was, of course, one of the first GTs on the scene of that carambolage coming out of turn 14. It had to take to the grass to the far right and do a bit of rally crossing in the ultimate driving machine. Now, whether that scruffied up the tyres or has done something unpleasant to the handling, I'm not entirely certain, but he lost quite a bit of ground there. He's running at the moment just ahead of Ori Fadani in the 13 Autosport car. He is 25th in the GT combined class. 11 of his competitors ahead of him in GTD Pro and 14 GTDs. Thomas Preining at the front of that field of GTD Pro puts a fastest lap in the number 911 Porsche for Manthey Racing. Harry King about a second behind him. And at the front of the field, Marco Wittmann by 6.5 seconds on Louis Delatraz after that spirited battle with Felipe Nasser. We wonder, our driver database informed pit lane reporters deliver the facts, of course, down at the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. It's Ryan with the story.
Checked in, and the update is that they basically had to take evasive action with all the LMP2 chaos that erupted in front of them, and then found themselves off track. Basically had to wait for everyone to come through before they could rejoin. Doesn't sound like there's any concern about the state of the car at this stage, but I'll continue to monitor their radio and update you if anything changes.
Ryan Marine in the pit lane. I think this might be slightly playing out for BMW at the front of the field at the moment, Peter, because Marco Wittmann has scarpered off. He's doing 53.9s, his best is a 52.3, so he's about half a second away from that car's overall potential. Sheldon von der Linde in the other BMW, which did take service in that last yellow, has just done the fastest lap of the race with a 52.3. So WRT have got a foot in both camps at the moment.
They've placed 2 bets, that's for sure, and Wayne Taylor Racing will be glad that they can place 2 bets, because their strongest bet right now has a drive-through penalty. Louis Delatraz immediately handed a drive-through penalty for blocking after covering that line very robustly over Felipe Nasser in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. So Bo Barfield and Race Control making it very clear early on, if you move in reaction like that and crowd off another driver, you will be going down pit road for a drive-through penalty. So early problems here for the Dex Imaging number 40 Cadillac.
I feel that's a statement of intent there, Peter. That again, as Louis pulls into the pit lane, he'll serve that penalty immediately. exactly as we thought when we were sitting at the back of the drivers' meeting this morning. Arjuna and I were discussing it before we came on air. The first major incident will tell us exactly how that's going to work. There was an overlap there. There was no doubt that there was an overlap there. Not much, but Delatraz made a big move from the racing line to his left-hand side coming out of turn 5. That tells me, Louis Delatraz, and everyone watching and listening, including all of the other drivers out of the cars at the moment, that tells you how this race is going to be officiated. We had that big incident at Watkins Glen, which on first review looked like there was no contact between Earl Bamber and the GT car, and that has caused a lot of conversation. I have seen some onboard footage that absolutely underlines that that was contact, and I don't think there's any conspiracy there. It was just there was nothing conclusive on the angles that race control had, but it has raised some questions about respect for other drivers, particularly in quick corners and on quick circuits like we have here this weekend. And that was what Bob Barfield, as a race director, and you heard in our Michelin countdown to green a couple of drivers say how much they like racing in the States, including Renger van der Zande, because they're allowed to race. And Bo, a very, very ID racer, let's not forget himself, right up to Indy Lights, races here in Indy Lights, and he knows, and what he tries to do is be hands-off, but he's making it known this weekend what is and isn't going to be of the what is being expected of the individual drivers, Peter.
It's a clear precedent, yeah, for sure. And you know, Bo's been the race director for many, many years in IMSA, and started off one of his earliest races at Detroit back in 2008, I think it was. Had a very controversial decision to make at that point. It's not a chair that's easy to sit in at all, and I think that's a very clear precedent, that incident there between Delatraz and Nazar. Meanwhile, in LMP2, George Kurtz, championship leader aboard the 04 CrowdStrike Racing machine, winner at the Rolex 24, and at the moment one of the few LMP2 cars that's made it through relatively unscathed. He sits 4th in category at the moment, got his eyes set forward on Misha Goikberg just ahead as they hit the brakes hard for turn 5. A few different lines you can take there as well, John, and sometimes that causes a bit of consternation from car to car.
That 04 car, the points leader, but only by 70 points, and plenty of point scoring opportunities to come. We'll have the GT Challenge next at VIR, as the title of that event gives you the clue. Oh, now here's an opportunity for the 04 to go through using the number 5 Porsche as a bit of a picnic. Keelan Frederick opened the door for George Kurtz, and George has followed through and taken Misha Goikberg and goes up into 3rd position. Great piece of opportunist driving there by George Kurtz, Peter.
Yeah, took the opportunity well. Now coming down towards Canada Corner, and a little bit of clear air ahead now for the man behind this effort, this CrowdStrike effort, with Algarve Pro Racing running the car, and an LMP2 car through the latter part of the lap is here at Road America is one of the most special combinations of the calendar. I mean, you're just as quick as the GTP cars, in fact maybe even ever so slightly faster in places, because these LMP2 cars, the Orica 07 is so aerodynamically deficient, and it's light. That really makes a difference through those faster sections.
So coming down to another quarter of an hour having been completed. Hello to Sam Sparks, who's watching in the Algarve and obviously supporting that APR car. She'll be happy with that. Hello to Ryan Walker and Tom Kopacz as well, as well. Ian McCarthy is tuned in as his right turn lover in Switzerland. Really international audience as well. Max Tolerance tuned in today. Johannes, hello from Vienna, listening in, supporting Philip Eng, Ferdy Habsburg, Thomas Preining, Klaus Bachler, the Austrians. Dominic Stevenson is in Durham. Oh, he's watching with his girlfriend from Durham on the River Wear up in the northeast of England. Or is that Durham in the US? She's invested in the 24 BMW team purely for the livery. There you go, you see, the Spider-Man livery. Hello, Jesse. First time watching the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. 4 hours, 44 minutes and 44 seconds to go. The clock continues to count down. Car 7 with a penalty, incident responsibility with the number 40 not leaving racing room. So that's the other side of that battle. It's the two BMWs now. Yeah.
Now that would have been for when Delatraz. Yeah, that would have been for when Delatraz was sort of pushed ever so slightly wide at turn 5 before that. So also saying that yes, you're correct. Delatraz may have got a penalty for the incident a few laps later, but this is, no one goes scot-free. Meanwhile, Max Esterson in the McLaren RLL 720S trying to make moves forward in that kerfuffle with the LMP2 cars, lost a lot of track position unfortunately, and Esterson now trying to fight his way back through the GTD class, which of course are identically equipped technically, so it's not as if they can just jump out of the way, so he's got to earn every position back on track. So a really bad deal there for the RLL crew, but they're fighting back.
BMW MT Team WRT, 2 seconds between the 25 and the 24. Felipe Nasser now down in 3rd position. Porsche Penske Motorsports, still no pit stop for Marco Wittmann. He's down to his last 11% of usable energy in GT. Heart of Racing, Zachary Robichon with Russell Ward and Winward Racing right in behind him, about a second between them. Thomas Preining leads in GTD Pro from Harry King. And Russell Ward has target acquired here as Zachary Robichon's got Daniel Serra right in front of him. That's the 6th place GTD Pro car. And Russell Ward, who we know here, Peter, he was the fastest GT driver, Pro or Am, in qualifying here last year. We know Russell loves this place, and the AMG is quick here.
It's a great package, really, wherever we go on the calendar. That 6.2 litre V8 front engine platform, renowned as having a very wide operating windows. Robichon in the lead of GTD is all over the back of the Risi Competizione number 62 Ferrari in GTD Pro, and looking to actually make a move and push on. So Robichon flying. Meanwhile, Vasa Sullivan Racing number 14 Lexus, this is a pit stop they're taking right now because they short-filled ever so slightly coming into that in that last full course yellow, albeit they've still got half a tank left. So what are they up to, I wonder? Are they maybe thinking about Michelin Endurance Cup at 3-hour mark, or what are they up to?
Yeah, good point. That is a very good point. That's something we didn't put in our Porsche keys to the race. For those for whom it matters a great deal. Well, they've got tyres changed. I think they only did left-hand side there, and they're waiting for fuel. Meantime, at the front of GTD, it's a GTD Pro car who's actually involved in that battle. Daniel Serra, I'm sure he would like to be further up the field, right up the tailpipes of Alexander Sims, who's 5 seconds up the road as they come through the carousel. The Aston Martin headlamps ablaze. Now here's an opportunity as one of the GTPs is coming through. Is there an opportunity for a little bit of a draft through the kink? Possibly not. Maybe had to even lift off a little bit for Zachary Robichon there. So he got a little bit of aero wash from the prototype down into Canada corner then. Behind them is Lila Wadu is catching them as well now, Peter, and we know that Ferrari's with Lilo Adu behind the wheel is quick. That was the pole-sitting car. We're going to have the top 3 in GTD behind this Risi Competizione. And I can't believe I'm saying this, that Risi Competizione and Daniel Surra is a bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment. But he might be running fuel saving, he might be doing something entirely different, but the 3 cars behind are in an outright battle.
That they are, yeah. I mean, fuel-wise, doesn't appear to be anything different. The only thing I could maybe wager is, was the Risi Competizione car caught up in that melee with the LMP2s and maybe carrying something? I don't know, but I think it's actually more of how impressive the front-running drivers in GTD are. You know, all silver-rated. Robichon, Ward, and Lilo Adu, and what a superstar Lilo Adu de Cilliers was in qualifying yesterday. And she's so quiet but self-assured in her ability, and just gets on with it and just lets her driving do the talking. There's no real big panic or big, you know, flamboyance. She just gets on and does the lap time, and no wonder that crew have won so many endurance races recently in IMSA, because she is such an important part of the puzzle. You know, all of the gold and platinum rated drivers are so tightly matched, but as a silver graded driver, she's a becoming not so secret weapon for that crew.
Through to the lead for Sheldon van der Linde in the Spider-Man BMW. He close to about a second behind his teammate, but Marco Wittmann, remember, did not take the opportunity at the last yellow flag to come for service. He's in the pit lane now. Ryan is down there watching on.
Unfortunately, I'm not Ryan Marine, but from my slightly higher vantage point, I can see the driver.
Excellent.
I can see the driver change cycle through, John, and of course it is going to be a set of sticker Michelin tires that go onto this car. While this pit stop's rolling through, I can also tell you that the RLL team McLaren are planning to come into pit lane in the next couple of laps after their drive-through penalty. Looks like a good stop though for the BMW team. WRT just packing in the fuel in their first pit stop sequence of this 6-hour race. The seconds tick by. The fueler stares at the screen in front of him that will tell him when he can pull the fuel line from the car and send it off and away. Waiting. So much fuel, so much energy. Off and away they finally go.
A 32-lap stint, which included 9 laps of full course yellow there for that BMW, which will rejoin Peter Mackay well down the field. But that is good data. They'll look at the tyres as well that came off that car, and you might think, well, they've stuffed them, they've really knackered them and thrown them into the mix. They were at the back of the GTP field anyway, and what they've got there is excellent data, particularly on tyre wear.
And I think it's very clear in this first, just coming up to hour and a half or so of this race, that the BMWs are super fast. Everyone was thinking about Acura, myself included, and BMW are showing that in race conditions they are super quick. So no point putting 2 cars on the same strategy. It'd better to split them up, but unfortunately the Pratt & Miller number 73 LMP2 is at a spin on the exit of turn 5. We've seen that so many times this weekend now. No harm, no foul, just got to try and get back going again without ending up in front of another car, which Chris Cumming just about manages. The grass will be wet as well.
Well done. Everybody would have been holding their breath there for a moment, Peter, to see great work from race control as well, to let that play out. He wasn't directly in the line of fire. He's over to driver's left. The racing line is driver's right. And Chris, all hand, very experienced, didn't panic, kept the engine running and continues on. We mentioned in our Porsche Keys to the Race in the Michelin Countdown in green, it's 6 hours. You can come back from things that have gone wrong, and that LMP2 field was split up mightily, of course, now being brought back together a little bit with that full course yellow and the reset of the field. But my goodness me, there's some big gaps there. Let's drop back in. You want a bit of racing? Always drop back into GTD or GTD Pro, and there's a cracking scrap going on at the moment behind Alexander Sims, who leads as... Oh, well, we mentioned this earlier on. This is a pit lane call for the GTD pole sitter, and the car that was in third, failing to adhere to the control powertrain parameters. IMSA are monitoring in real time the amount of torque that goes through the drive shafts of all of the cars out there, bar the LMP2s. They had a warning on that 21 early on, and it was very early on, and now they have once again, basically in drag racing terms, they've broken out of their bracket. That car was putting too much power into the drive shafts, and IMSA see that in real time. We'll check in with Arjuna Kankapati, who is watching on, waiting for a McLaren pit stop.
Off and away, Max Esterson out, Nikita Johnson in. I did note a little bit of damage potentially on the rear, the right part of the rear diffuser, John. So just wondering if that's maybe related to some of the action at the start. But this is a team that's now waiting for a caution. They've gone slightly off strategy, hoping to be cycled back to the front after their drive-through penalty.
What I was trying to say before, Peter, I spotted Leela Wadu in the pit lane, is Alexander Sims has got to the front of GTD Pro ahead of Thomas Preining and Harry King. So it's Corvette, Porsche, Porsche, Corvette, with Tommy Milner now in fourth. Then Pfaff Motorsports in the Temerario. This is a good showing from them right now. And then another 7.5 seconds back, Daniel Surra rather is really struggling, but Zachary Robichon, crucially in that GTD lead battle with Russell Ward, he's got past Daniel now.
Just going into turn one, yeah, great move from Robichon, very assured move, and had to hold off Russell Ward charging along the front straight, and it gets very narrow there quite quickly with the pit wall on the right hand side, and now Russell Ward is stuck behind that Ferrari of Daniel Serra. I can't think I've ever said that before, but in my time behind the microphone. But into turn 5 they go, down the hill braking, and Serra's got no answer. Serra basically lets Russell Ward go, and now Russell Ward is all underneath the rear wing of Zachary Robichon. So we've got the double GTD champion car, which is going to have to pull off a miracle to make it a third in a row, chasing down the runaway championship leading car, the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
Into the pit lane for Lorenzo Patrese. That's an incident responsibility with contact. That was a little earlier on in the piece. And also, and this is crucial, mechanical black flag for the number 911 Porsche. A failure to adhere to tyre operational requirements. That will be tyre pressures, so they have to come in immediately. They are not allowed even to go around once. Most flags, you are, it's 3 times past the start-finish line, but with a mechanical black flag, that's the black with orange disc on it, often called the beach ball here, you must come round at the next available opportunity, which means next time past the pit lane, Peter.
Wow, and I wonder, John, are a lot of these mechanical penalties or technical penalties, is this because we've had so little running, and certainly very little dry running so far this weekend? Yep. Is it the teams that they're just going to the limit, and if you get a drive through now and you've got a really quick race car, you can get away with it, and you think, okay, right, we've pushed our luck there, okay, we can just knock it back? Or is it just that the teams are guessing?
We've just had someone off at the kink, the car has hit the wall, but amazingly has continued. It is the number 73 car, as a new set of repressured Michelins going on the Manthey car. I think you're right, Peter. The temperatures as well that we ran earlier in the weekend were very different to what we've got now. It was Chris Cumming, and he has got right rear suspension damage, having gone off at the kink. As I mentioned a moment or two ago, I think he got a little bit of help earlier on in the lap. That was at turn 5. Maybe on that left rear there was an issue when the Conquest Ferrari, the number 34 car, just hit him. Has that caused the problem at the King? I don't know, but that was where the most recent impact is. And Chris Cumming to get away with an off at the King, and he's just come in right in front of me into the pit lane. He's done very well, but back to that tyre problem. Oh yeah, that left-hand side of Chris Cummins' car, as it went up on the jacks in front of me, the wheel just dangled down. That's broken rear suspension, and it was the Conquest car that started that at turn 5. The 34 car that started that at turn 5. That was the car that spun him around for Conquest Racing, Lorenzo Patrese, and he did get a drive-through for that. Just going back to the Manti tyre thing, Peter, we haven't run in these cooler conditions, basically. Not in the dry. It was wet and these kind of conditions, but not, you know, and everybody was on the Michelin wets. We never got to go onto the dries, did we, on Saturday until we got to qualifying.
No, so very little running in the indicative running. So everyone's kind of trying to guess really a little bit. And of course, don't forget that both Porsche and Ferrari, the two cars in GTD that have got these technical penalties, they've got an Evo package for this year. So that throws another element in as well, which I dare say they may have come and tested here at Road America. I don't know, but again, the conditions could be different. So again, it's a little bit of very educated guesswork. Now, very intriguing strategy here from the number 3 Corvette Racing crew. Alexander Sims has brought that car in. Antonio Garcia has jumped on board, but they were nowhere near the end of their pit window. Are they now thinking about Michelin Endurance Cup points? I suspect they may be, with 3 hours at the point where those points get handed out.
Yeah, we'll just let these stops go through, and I'll do another VP racing update. Hello to Justin Henderson, who's come up from Tennessee for their first race at Road America, loving the track, the facilities and the coverage. And hello to Stephen Wilkinson. His cat is one of our newest listeners, Loki. Well done to that. Let's have a look then at the VP racing update. It's all been turned around in the GT classes. Let's start with GTD, where Zachary Robertson for Harter Racing leads. Russell Ward is right with him, just a second behind. Aston Martin versus Mercedes AMG, 27 from 53. And Risi Competition, Carte Blanche in 3rd position for Marius Fossard. In GTD Pro, Harry King for AO Racing back at the front, ahead of Corvette's Tommy Milner and Andrea Caldarelli. LMP2 pit stops are just starting now, so I'll tell you 1st, 2nd and 3rd before the pit stops into Europol in the 43. AO Racing in the number 99 and Misha Goldberg in the number 52, and at the front of the field, BMW lead Porsche by 25 seconds with another couple of cars sitting right in behind Felipe Nasser, that being Colin Brown for Acura number 60 and Lawrence Vanto in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsports. That's your VP update.
For the crowd strike by APR 04, and George Kurtz gets out, the first of our bronze drivers to jump out of their car. It's a slightly longer pit stop though, John, for the TDS Racing number 11 as Toby Lutka gets out, and I see some troubles even as the car is off the air jacks. Not quite sure how that pit stop cycle's gone through. One update for you, John, on the Manti 911. I talked to the team. They mentioned that this is their first time at the track, of course, and so, like you said, lack of dry running slightly put them on the back foot, and a slight miscalculation seen them come down to pit lane and replace their tires.
It is a black art, and I use that deliberately when we're talking about tyres, and particularly, Peter, starting tyre pressures. The people who work this out, the Michelin tyre engineers, along with the teams themselves, absolutely incredible. Robert Wiggins has been put into the DXDT car. Incredible how they make that driver change so quickly. Into Europol in the pit lane as well. The fastest bakers in motorsport, is what they call themselves. The yellow and green car right in front of Arjuna Kankapati.
And Jeremy Clark, we don't often talk about mistakes from him. He slid through his box slightly. I wonder if that's going to cost them in the battle against the AO Racing pit crew, already with Johnny Edgar installed in that car. Bijoy Garg hasn't even finished being strapped in yet as the door finally gets closed, just waiting on the final bits of fuel as Spike the Dragon is ready to roar. PJ Hite, another impressive stint, but it is going to be the Bakers into Europol that roar off first.
And we say that with, oh, that sounded fantastic, that Gibson engine, right, hammering off the rev limiter. Oh, brilliant stuff. Those three cars rejoining. Peter Mackay, we talk about that Polish Inter-Europol team. They call themselves the fastest bakers, and that is a proper Polish team. They are based just outside the Polish capital. That is not just a livery from those guys. They live for their racing.
They do, and 2 wins in a row at the Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP2. That's all you need to know about their credentials, and so many victories in IMSA as well. And I was actually in Poland last weekend. I've been there many times, mostly for rallying, and they're a nation high on motorsport of all kinds, and the passion for the sport goes deep. I mean, to give you an idea, that was the 82nd edition of Rally Poland. So their motorsport culture goes very, very deep indeed, and into Europol, what they've achieved and continue to is remarkable. They're one of the international benchmarks in LMP2, and think how competitive that world is. Everyone knows the Orca 07 inside and out, and yet they seem to find a way to execute better than others.
Jeremy Clark out to the Inter-Europol car. Jeremy, how was that first stint for you guys?
Oh, it was pretty good. I think, we, started off and had a couple early safety cars, but then we got some free running towards the end. We were able to kind of, separate the crowd a little bit and pull out a lead and utilize our pace today.
You talk of the pace, but limited practice. We had rain in free practice too. Did that kind of impact the mindset starting this race off?
Yeah, I think, we lost a little bit of the full traffic practice, so it was a little bit of, had to figure out how to pass in real time rather than through practice. So, a couple times you got to take the risk to make sure you keep the lead, and, we were able to get it done.
It's been a bit messy for some of the other LMP2 drivers. Are the conditions tough out there?
It's a little greasy. I think, depending on, again, how much practice you had and what conditions you were in, I think, a lot of these guys, the last practice they had was in the wet. And so trying to adapt back to that dry track, even after qualifying, is pretty hard. It takes a little bit of patience and to kind of get back up to speed.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Extraordinary. We were talking about this earlier in the week, Peter, but for those who are just joining our race broadcast here for the Motul Sports Car Endurance Grand Prix at Road America, LMP2 has long been a benchmark of how good operationally as well as engineering-wise a team can be. When you look at the teams that have come out of LMP2 in the last few years, the high caliber of teams, United Autosport going on to run the new McLaren program in the WEC, WRT here, and in the World Endurance Championship with top-class prototypes. And you look at Inter-Europol, you've got to look at APR, Stuart and Sam Cox as well. They're the next two cabs off the rank for my money. If there is a GTP or a LMH program out there, whether it's a privateer or a factory one, they've got to be considered for that, purely because the standard of competition within LMP2 with people like United in there, Jota before that as well, thank you Rob, in London, with that consistent high quality. If you're at the front of this class, you are doing something very, very right.
Well, I was going to get Jota as probably the strongest example of what they're doing with the Cadillac Works program in the World Endurance Championship, and could have possibly won Le Mans this year. They were right in the hunt for it. It was unfortunately didn't go their way, but yeah, the point is very, very valid, and I would throw TDS into that mix as well. TDS, they know how to get a lot of pace out of an LMP2. I mean, that's a pretty long list of names, isn't it? It's not as if there's one or two standouts, there's 6 or 7, so you're going into the lion's den there if you want to compete in LMP2. Race leader Sheldon van der Linde coming across some heavy GTD traffic, and I tell you what, John, these BMWs in GTP are flying, and they are looking strong favourite as things stand to double up on their victory last year, but IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Racing has a funny way of shuffling the deck over time.
Quick in and out for the Porsche number 7 in the red and yellow colours. The RS Spider, the old DHL Penske. Arjuna Kankapati was watching that for us and brings us this driver database informed report.
It was a driver change. Kevin Estre jumps in what is a wonderful Mark Donoghue. Sorry, excuse me, I'm getting my cars mixed up. Julian Andlauer and Felipe Nasser switch around in that car, but I can see that the number 6 is also getting ready to change, as are a whole bunch of these GTP teams. But scrub tyres, John, on the pit wall for JDC Miller Motorsports, the only team that I'm seeing something different from this pit call that we're about to see.
In our Porsche keys to race, I said penalties can be costly but not catastrophic. How about a stop and hold for the Lexus number 12 plus 11 kilometers in the pit speed violation? But wait, there's more, because the number 2 United Autosports Hunter McElrea in that car now, plus 12 kilometers an hour. I can only assume that they missed the pit in, or maybe they let the pit lane speed limiter off a little bit earlier. Also, the 22 United LMP2 has been off the circuit down at turn 12, which is the Canada corner area, isn't it? And has rejoined. And there was a little bit of coming together there, it would seem, between that United number 22 and the Ford Mustang GT3 number 64. That is under review by race control over my left shoulder at the moment. Dennis Olsen behind the wheel of the Mustang. Oh yeah, he just yeah, that's going to be pretty easy. Dennis, with the advantage of ABS, brakes a bit later than the Richard Mille supported number 22 LMP, and used the old chrome horn Peter Mackay. I think that one's going to come back to him fairly quickly.
I would say so, yeah. Very unlike Dennis Olsen to make that kind of error going into the braking zone of turn 12. I mean, you're talking there, a GTP car's up to 190 miles an hour when they touch the brakes there. The GTDs are over 160, so it's easy to just misjudge it by a meter or two. Into the pits then comes the 917.30, the 963 of Lawrence Vanto, ready to hand over to Mark Donoghue. No, done it again. Kevin Estre with that bright yellow helmet. It's so convincing, John. This is the problem.
I loved that. I thought it was very clever very classy and clever from Kevin Estre. Let's take a driver database pit lane report from Arjuna.
And this time I'll get my Porsche Penske's correct as Lawrence Vanto strolls out of the car, and now a little bit of a delay in actually putting Kevin in, and I'm not quite sure what is happening, but I see some tape being wrangled in towards that cockpit area, and finally now they will finish changing all 4 Michelin tyres. It's going to be a lengthy pit stop for the team. It was about 99 seconds on that digital LED display when it roared off and away from the number 7. I'll compare it when it rolls off with the number 6. Meanwhile, number 93 strolls into its pit lane with Rango van der Zande going to stay behind the wheel. Porsche Penske, 99 seconds once again, though, on the board. So even with a bit of a delay in getting Kevin into the car, no problem to send it off and away.
Well, that was all covered by the fuel fill. So if you need to do a little bit of remedial work in the cockpit because something's hanging off or somebody's banged their elbow on something, you can do it. The Rango van der Zande Acura in the pit lane. They're waiting for the VP fuel loads to go in. They'll be putting that all the way back to 100% of their energy levels. It seems like a very, very long time. And now Sheldon von der Linde will come in from the lead. Out goes the 93, Renger van der Zande stayed behind the wheel. Sheldon von der Linde is in the Spider-Man car, Arjuna.
And he will also stay behind the wheel here as the car continues to pack in the fuel. It's cool conditions, John, which does mean that for these two driver lineups in GTP, they can extend out their drive time and roster out the race just a little bit more. Now watching the number 60 and the number 31 trundle down pit lane, all as Sheldon sits and waits for that energy to be loaded into the BMW M Hybrid Evo. Remember, some changes from last year when they finished 1 and 2, but they've got some great race pace. Off Sheldon goes, back onto track.
Yeah, they've had a great few months, Peter Mackay, having the BMW team WRT over in the WEC, the win on home ground at Spa, 11 seconds away from a Le Mans win. And we barely even talk about that because we kind of get used to the fact that Le Mans and the 24 hours is so close together. The American arm of WRT based up in North Carolina, also finding some pace in the middle part of the season. Good times for BMW M.
It is, yeah, it is indeed. Such a wide, sprawling motorsport network that they have with all the different GD3s that race all around the world. Of course, the prototype program, as you mentioned, in both major sports car series, the World Endurance Championship and here in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well, and then you go through the kind of, I'm not going to say grassroots, but other levels of sports car racing. So many M4 GT4s out there, and also the M2 CS racing as well. So there's lots of different pyramids, like other manufacturers have too, but BMW M definitely a performance brand. And I was actually getting my BMW service the other day, and I was ogling at an M5 Touring that had a it would be an attractive discount if I could meet the asking price anyway, but it was very nice to ogle over it and dream.
Well, as you know, I took one down in Anglesey Green down to Le Mans Classic, and I have to say, yes, it's a heavy car, but my goodness me, it is absolutely an M car. If you go on to RadioLeMans.com, our real world road test is there for the BMW M5 Touring. Everyone loves a fast wagon. Let's catch up with some action down at the carousel. It's been a big action area as the prototypes going through the GTD, and LMP2 ranks. And at the moment, Colin Brown has got Fred Vesti right there at a spin for the era number 18 at turn 8 towards the inside. That's one of the LMP2 cars. Remember, they were caught up in stuff early on. That's Ferdy Habsburg. Now, I'm not going to say it's unheard of, but it's very unusual for Ferdinand Habsburg to lose a car. I think he's kept it running. We've stayed green for the moment. And did he get a little bit of help? He certainly did from the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW, which was itself in a bit of a fight with the Turner BMW right behind it there, Peter.
Yeah, albeit that they're not in the same class, but yeah, we'll be fighting for track position together. And I'm quite curious to see what Race Control think of that one, that little incident there at turn 8, this big braking zone coming down there through Hurry Downs, and I agree with you, it's very unusual to see Ferdy Habsburg make an error, and I don't think you could say that was an error. He was definitely, the car was helped into a spin, but hopefully they'll be able to continue. Looks like Habsburg's back up to full speed as he comes tearing down towards turn 1 now. More action in the pit lane. Lone Star Mercedes in the GTD class come in from 10th place. James Rowe, who we spoke to on the grid earlier on.
And there was more contact with, again, this is prototype on GT car, and that was Ricky Taylor on the number 80 AMG. Well, they've had their problems this week as well. Lone Star Racing, James Rowe in that car. And that didn't result in an issue for either car, Peter, but that's got to be looked at as well. And, you know, we talk about it's important not to penalise the end result. It's the action that should be looked at. Is it a foul or is it not a foul? You don't have to break somebody's leg in football to have it a foul. You know, it's a foul or it's not a foul. Stuffing somebody off the track is an obvious, or spinning somebody round is an obvious potential penalty, but is rubbing up against someone and not giving them racing room as you're trying to come by, not making a clean overtake. And what do we know about drivers' meetings? It is the responsibility of the faster driver always to make a clean pass.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. It's a tricky one, and lots of little inter-class disagreements going on, and unfortunately for one of the front-running cars, or certainly one of the front-running drivers in the JDC Miller Porsche, Lauren Heinrich in that car, he's not at the wheel of it right now, but his car has received a drive-through penalty. The crew working on the car from behind the wall. Likewise, PR1 Matheson with their number 52 car. PR1 just, again, talk about benchmark teams. So much success in this championship in LMP2. They've got a drive-through penalty. Again, tyre operational requirements. Is that the theme of this race after we're not even 2 hours in and we've had a lot of similar penalties?
Yeah, very good point. Peter Mackay going to take a little breather for a while, and while he moves out, and we'll get Ryan Marine in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Good afternoon, as it is here on 7, just at noon, and a slightly fractious start to the race in some respect, but we've had some good racing, and we've got nearly 50 laps in the book already.
Plenty to chew on, and how has it already almost been 2 hours?
Yeah.
The time flies. I couldn't believe it when I sat down here and looked at the time remaining. I'm not quite sure what happened, and we're already about a third of the way through this thing.
Hello to Grant Westerman at the 100-minute mark. Which list is longer, the number of cars that have had a penalty versus the cars that haven't? He said, I've lost track. It has been a bit like that in our Porsche keys to the race. Penalties are costly but not catastrophic, but they add up, Ryan.
Yeah, if you start to stack them together, that becomes catastrophic pretty quickly.
Particularly when you stay green.
Yes, and I would add to that, that's especially true at the beginning of the race. The deeper we get into it, the less time you have to dig yourself out of the hole. So we're approaching the point where these penalties become setbacks that it's increasingly difficult to overcome.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, 87.9 FM here at Road America, RS2 via imsaradio.com, and the player there around the world. Take us with you if you need to. We wouldn't recommend that you watch the video even if you've got the ability to do that when you're driving. And of course, we race as all of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship races have been for a decade or so, live on Sirius XM. No interruption. It's XM206 again this weekend, and we've got video for you on the official IMSA YouTube page, which is gaining subscribers at a ridiculous rate. Delighted that RSL has for a very long time been the commercial and production partner of the international video feed. A very long time, actually, when I think about it. I think the first one we did together properly was Lime Rock Park in the old LMS days. That's gone back a very long time. Been good fun down through the years, and I have some very fond memories of this place. You can also get the video player at imsaradio.com. If you just go to the top left and use the drop down, there's a live video player on there as well, but I accept most of you will be using YouTube. The weather has held pretty much identically since the start of the race. If anything, the air temperature's gone up a tiny bit. We're up to 72 now Fahrenheit, that's 22 Celsius, and on the track it is 26 Celsius, which is 79 Fahrenheit. Time for some more pit stops, and these long green flag runs do tend to split things out a little bit. Tommy Milner is in the pit lane, as is Triazzi and Riccardo Agostini. Let's go to Arjuna.
Tommy Milner out and now helping Nicky Katzberg strap into the car. The two Pratt & Miller Corvettes on very different strategy sequences now. But the 4, of course, sits second in points, only about 110 off our championship leader, and all still to play for. Off the air jacks now, just waiting for that energy to be loaded up into the car. Can also tell you, John, in the last 2 laps, we've seen both the Heart of Racing and Winward GTD teams pit from the front of that class. And so now as the Corvette engine fires up, final bits of fuel getting loaded in. I can see the fueler impatiently kicking the ground, just waiting for the fuel to drop into the fuel tank. Off and away, Nicky Katzberg goes.
They were down to the end of that tank as well, so that energy replenishment, they needed it. I saw right around 1% left in the tank when they pulled into the pit box there. Always a good sign when the pit stop is dictated by the refueling. Problems on track, though.
That, I think, is the number 21 Simon Mann driven AF Corsa. Yes, it is. And guess where? Coming out of the carousel, or was that a turn 7? No, it was coming out the carousel. Saw that scary moment for John Field early on. It's that understeer in the middle of the corner, that push that takes people on the grass. And although it's been very, very dry for a long time, it was very, very wet over the last couple of days. And I can't imagine there's much purchase from the front tyres. Good though they are from Michelin, they are not off-road tyres, right?
No, that's not what they were designed for. And great job by Simon to hang on to the car. He was running 10th at the time. That cost him, it looks like, 3 positions possibly, that off-track moment there, but it could have been a whole lot worse. We saw some big hits there over the course of the weekend.
Remember that car running right at the front, qualified at the front under the control of Lina Wadu, then had a drive-through for the performance parameters, basically the Ferrari engine going outside of its homologated power output. How do we know that? Are we just guessing? Did it sound a bit different? No, they're not quite that good. IMSA are in real time monitoring not what goes into the engine, not what the engine's doing, but what comes out and goes to the wheel with the very sophisticated torque sensor on the drive shaft from the gearbox to the wheel. And by using those calculations, they know how much power and torque that engine is making. More pit stops in GT. Arjuna is the man watching.
And Rexy in and out. Harry King got his first IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship pole yesterday in just his 8th start, but he's put Nick Tandy in. And they're looking, of course, to try and narrow the gap to the championship leaders, the Paul Miller BMW, as it hits the pit stall by itself. Some stories coming out this weekend that maybe Paul Miller could be leaving the IMSA paddock at the end of the year, but a team that's been so good in these endurance races heads to maybe try and pick up some more Endurance Cup points halfway through this race. Neil Verhagen and Connor DeFilippi already driver change done, with the tyres now just being worked on the right side of the car. Off the air jacks it goes. That was a very good stop from the Paul Miller crew. As once more, the story of our pit stops today, John, fuel limited. You've got some time, like we were talking about with that Porsche number 6, to make some small repairs if you need to, and lots of time as well to clear the front radiator and ensure maximum airflow to the engine. Off and away the BMW goes.
I think it's really clever and really sensible, Ryan, as we come down to a quarter of the race gone, just a minute or so to go. The teams are taking time. We saw one of the Porsche Penske cars come in and have some tape put in before Kevin Estrick got in to the car with that fabulous Donahue replica helmet. If you've got the time, take the time. And the fuel is what's taking the time.
They'll know how long the refueling will take going in. They'll know if they have the time to do that, and that's a calculated decision there. You might as well. It's your chance while the car's sitting stationary, your tires are done. Might as well take that if you have some remedial work to do to get the car into the window you want it to, or make some ergonomic adjustments for the drivers, whatever the case. It's effectively without a cost as long as you get it done before the energy replenishment is through.
But it also means that this isn't IndyCar, this isn't Formula One, this isn't the land of 2.1, 3.1 second pit stops. It also means, and the reason it isn't is twofold. First of all, Formula One don't put fuel in, and we've seen that they can't be trusted to do that down through the years, even though it would make the racing better, but the teams can't be trusted not to cheat and fry their drivers or their pit crew. And the IndyCar guys do, and they do a great job. But what they don't have to do is change a driver. And you do not want to be sending a driver out without belts and with something not on the hands device. If your belt isn't on the hands device, you might as well not have the hands device. And these cars are serious performance machines. They're not a million miles away from IndyCar times around here. Certainly the top speeds are very comparable with some of the open wheelers. It's also far fewer people involved, and I like the choreography of a beautifully balletic sports car pit stop, if I'm quite honest. And I also like it as well. We don't do it here in IMSA. You can change tyres and fuel at the same time. Back in the World Endurance Championship, they have to be done separately, so there is a time advantage of using fewer tyres, which it's endurance. I think that should be right. Heck of a quick stop for the 120 Porsche right in front of me. I didn't even get one sentence out whilst that was going on. We'll look into that. Let's hear from Harry King, who started the race on pole position in his class for Porsche and for AO Racing. He's with Arjuna.
And it was a first pole for AO Racing and Rexy in about 22 months, if I remember the stat correct. But first for Harry King, what was it like being at the front and controlling the tempo of the field at the start of this race?
It's certainly a lot nicer, actually. I think we should try and start from pole position more often. Yeah, we just controlled the race. Everything was running smoothly. Of course, that safety car restarts, all the full course yellow. There was that big LMP2 incident in front, and yeah, the way I approached it, I sort of got closed up and a couple of cars got the momentum. So lost a couple of places there, but we gained it back on strategy and being smart with our energy consumption, where some others were just going all in and trying to push. So yeah, I think we're on the right track. I think the team's proving their worth as per usual, and we're good in the lane, so I'm optimistic.
You mentioned that moment on one of our restarts. What exactly did you see? How did you pick your way through it?
I didn't see a lot of tarmac, and I saw a lot of LMP2s left and right, and you know, the LMP2s are quite narrow cars, but when they're sideways they're quite long. So yeah, they're blocking a lot of the track, but yeah, I decided to be ultra careful and ultra safe, bring the car through in one piece. You know, there's still 5 hours on the clock at that point, so it's not worth doing anything crazy just to hold a position or two. So yeah, delighted with the first couple of stints, and look forward to getting back in.
Fair to assume you'll do the last two to the end?
Maybe ask the smart guy on the bench over there. I'm
sure. Thanks, Harry. Thank you.
I think that might make a couple of reports. I didn't see a lot of the track. I saw a lot of LMP2 cars. They're not very wide, but when they're sideways in front of you, they're very long. Yes, I feel that might just make a report or two. Great stuff.
Well, really insightful, and again, amazing how calmly he could recollect that moment. Admittedly, he's had a little bit of time to process what he saw, but still, fresh out of the car. We talked about this earlier in the weekend. It's amazing how calm, cool, and collected a professional racing driver is, straight out of the car and right into one of our microphones.
Yeah, and that, I think that's key, isn't it? We expect, and it's something that we know from Porsche and BMW junior drivers down through the years, that they are looking for people with that kind of mindset. And Harry, latest in a long line of Porsche junior drivers who've been trusted with international competition.
Yes, his resume is sparkling, to say the least, and great to have him here plying his trade in this championship. Big opportunity for him. Won a GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup Class Championship last year, driving a car that was owned by Max Verstappen, actually, but of course comes out of very competitive single-bank Porsche racing over the years, and is in another one in a long line of these drivers that have come through the Porsche single-seater programs and into the big race cars in multi-manufacturer competition, and it seems like they always arrive polished and ready to compete at a high level.
So gone through the 4-hour mark at the front of the field. BMW back in control. 20 seconds between the two cars. Remember, are they still on the split strategy?
Yes.
That's what I went to do. Yes. Sheldon von der Linde's been out there for 9 laps. The second place car of Philip Eng has been out there for 21 laps, and there are 21 green laps. He did 32 on, or that car did 32 on its first run. Eschewed the opportunity to come in on one of the early yellows, but that was 9 yellow flag laps, and then 9 long yellow flag laps here. So we might get to see shortly what a green flag run is. That started at 2 minutes past the hour for Philip Eng, and we're up at 45 now. I would think maybe a couple or 3 more laps. I'd expect just over 50 minutes, I think, for the GT race.
It's nice of you to ask, because I was just marking how many percentage points of energy that leading BMW used on a lap. Yeah, 3.4% on the last lap by. Okay. And I should do it a few more times to make sure that that's a representative number, but if that's the case, then we're still looking at 5 or 6 more laps that car would be able to go.
Excellent stuff. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Right over here with the boys here this morning, having a look around. Too much for one of the youngsters. The defenders on, I'm pleased to see, and sound asleep at Canada Corner. How fantastic. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, I'm going to repost that one. Sound asleep at his first race meeting here. Well, that's good. So, picking out some of the battles. The P2 field is back together on the timing screen after that incredibly untidy restart, but there's some big gaps now between some of the runners there. It is still into Europol, or it is now into Europol, back at the front from EO Racing. That's pretty tight, that's under 2 seconds. CrowdStrike, though, are over 1 minute and 30 seconds further back.
Wow, is that right?
No, I can't be. No, 17 seconds further, but that's just corrected itself as they've gone through another timing spot. I see what's happening.
But even still, that is a pretty substantial deficit between the 3rd place car and the top 2, and then it's another pretty big chunk back to Parker Thompson, who sits in 4th place. That's the Brian Herta PR1 Matheson car that led early on. Misha Goikberg led until the first pit stop, and he lost the lead in the pits, but he was able to drive that car to the lead, started 2nd, and I think that team found something up at CTMP, because they really hadn't been in the conversation, but all of a sudden, not just in Canada, but here at Watkins Glen too, and they find themselves in the mix.
Yeah, it's Johnny Edgar behind the wheel of the number 99, despite the driver. Right in front of him is a GTP car, and I think he might be getting a bit of a tour from that BMW. That's the leading car in the race. That's acting as a little bit of a track clearer as they come through to a huge crop of GT cars, including the Inception Ferrari, the number 70 car, which at the moment has who on board? Ollie Milroy. That's still the leader in the bronze category, and just ahead of that car is his target, Bijoy Garg, for Inter Europol. In fact, he's right on him now through that traffic. Bijoy lost a little bit of time, and they crossed the line in front of us now, and there were 2 car lengths between them. Opportunity maybe here for Ollie for Johnny Edgar rather, to have a little look into turn 1. Still the wind blowing them into turn 1, and the flags opposite, plenty of stars and stripes, as well as IMSA flags and WeatherTech flags on the pit stands opposite us, and that is blowing well over 6 miles an hour again now. right behind them into turn 1. I'm surprised we've not seen more people running on, to be honest.
Gives you a nice boost down the long front straight.
Let's go down to the pit lane. One of the stories of the last few races, the new team for Aston Martin, Carte Blanche. Trenton Estep is out of the car and can talk to Arjuna.
And we didn't get to talk to him yesterday after his IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge victory. So first off, Trenton, congratulations. How did yesterday feel for you and the entire team?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was a really special one. I know how much hard work goes in behind the scenes, so in order to come on with a win was really, really special for me and the team as well. So yeah, very thankful. But now the focus is on today. It's a long 6-hour race, so I'm excited.
Called back in after you raced at Watkins Glen. When did you get the call?
A little bit earlier than last time. About a week ago, actually, so.
And how's things been going? Of course, practice has been a little bit interrupted with the rain, but third on the road right now, and Marius seems to be doing a great job in only a second IMSA start.
Yeah, I think the pace is quite good right now. Marius is killing it. Val did a really nice opening stint as well. No, I think in testing, pace was quite good. So, like I said, we just have a lot of racing left to do. I'm about to get in, so I'm excited.
Double stint?
Should be.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Just been looking at some of the stint lengths here. Good fuel mileage from the Aston Martin Valkyrie, but best in this current, the previous stint, which had 2 safety car laps at the beginning of it, was the Cadillac number 31, which did 29 laps. Nobody else did any better than 28. Most did. Oh no, Acura Meyer-Shank did 29 as well in that stint. So 29 laps with 2 safety car laps at the beginning. Also, the lead car did 29. So I'm expecting then probably about 25 or 26 maybe for Philippe Eng in this full green flag run.
I'm told that 49 to 54 minutes is more or less the window for a GTP car, so I think that comes out just about right with the lap numbers you're looking at there.
So yeah, that would tally with what's going on. I keep flicking back to my Dancing Ants screen. It makes me feel good to watch a complement of still 52 cars running spread across this 4-mile circuit. I find it incredibly restful, actually, watching it going. Maybe I need a mural of that at home, projected onto the wall. The Dancing Ants is what Brian Till always has called the GPS tracker that we have as part of our suite of timing from Alcamel, and it's kind of stuck. Another off-track moment for the number 21 Ferrari from AF Corsa USA. That time that was coming through turn 7, Simon Mann with an off-track excursion. Now that would be wind behind him as well at that point. And that's a very committed corner now, turn 7, particularly with that extended runoff on the grass grid. He was in traffic there. That wouldn't have helped the aero on the front of the car.
No, there was a car close behind. I don't know that it was close enough for there to have been any contact, but that is something I wouldn't mind having another look at.
David Ennemar Hansen has had a warning for TDS in the number 11, Origa. There's a mechanical black flag. Oh, also the number 7, Julian Adler, Porsche Penske Motorsport, with a warning for track limits. Nothing as a final warning yet. Thought I saw a mechanical black flag. Yes, I did. And that is the number 23.
It's the Valkyrie.
Valkyrie. I can't tell you what it's for. It'll either maybe tyres or power parameters, I don't know. I haven't seen the car for a while. I'll wait to see that next time around. The Valkyrie is, he says, just coming through turn 8 into the carousel at the moment. So we'll try and get a look at it when it comes through. As it stands at the moment, it is still circulating.
John, I was wondering about that other car in proximity to Simon Mann, and I thought it was the GTD class Manthey Porsche, and it was, as it turns out. That is being reviewed right now by race control. Also, the second place BMW that's off sequence, it's in the pit lane now.
And they've stayed off sequence, so comes out of second position. So here's the answer to the question of how many laps they have done, and the answer is 24. And that is a 50, let's call it a 52 and a half.
Okay, yeah, that's right on the fringe of what I was told to expect for GTP, with no yellow laps in that stint. They were just under 3% left on energy when they came in, so there was not enough energy, by my math at least, to do another lap. They had to
not at full speed.
Correct, exactly.
I've never asked this question, and I really should have. What happens if the pits get... Oh, you come in for a splash of fuel, don't you? You come in for your 5 seconds. If you are too far down, rejoining in behind the Tower Motorsport LMP2 car, that BMW goes back out and holds, and Philip Elling holds the steering wheel still. Now that will drop him down just a little bit. He's come out in front of Tymon van der Helm, but I think that is the only car that he's come. So he's going to come out in 10th position in class. I make that when it all shakes out. Amazing what you can decipher when you've got all of the Alcamel bits and pieces at your disposal. Very good. Lovely day with IMSA Radio today. Do the commentators get all-you-can-eat cheese products? Says Brandon Cooper. It's a good job none of us are lactose intolerant, is all I'm going to say. Wisconsin cheese and cheese products have been liberally sampled throughout these past few days, and of course brats as well. Johnsonville just round the corner, they got their factory shop there. Sausage equals protein, said a big sign at the side of the road when I was driving in this morning. And Brandy Behrman's on a road trip, tuned in to us as well. And hello to Lee Jordan, who's tuned in. Thank you, very good. See you at IMS in September, says Joe. Good job all around. Thank you. I think that sprint race at IMS is going to be an absolute cracker. I really do. Oh, big off-track moment and into the wall for the Conquest number 34 Ferrari. Ferraris have been drifting off track a little bit. That was at the kink, and thank goodness Ryan Marine. Oh, damage, too much damage to the car. Gone off again at Canada Corner, Fran Reda, and that will be a full course yellow. Oh, now Philippe Eng is going to cycle back to the front of the field if everybody else comes in here.
Well, that's true, but he got a speeding penalty. We haven't had a chance to cover yet, so there will be a drive-through penalty coming to that car at some point. But this is a tough one here for the Conquest guys. Fran Rueda, young Spaniard, driving that car, and that looks like it will take no further part in this race today. Big hit with the left side.
Thank goodness the safer barriers there now. That would have been a bigger incident. At the front of the field, everybody's under 50%. Other than that BMW that we mentioned that's just stopped. Well, he might as well come in as well, because he's going to drop back down to the back of the field when he takes his drive-through when we go back green. So he might as well top right off and put himself on the same strategy as everybody else. He'll still get out before everyone else because he will need far less fuel than anyone else. Arjuna, before the pit stop chaos, what do you got?
Well, first let's just update you on LMP2, where I think CrowdStrike 04 is one of the big winners. They were in the pit lane while the caution came out, so they should cycle through to the front. But the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the crew had been ready to bring the car in, and in fact they had been having some radio issues. They put the pit board over the wall to try and communicate to the driver, who responded by plugging the radio back in, and so they did not end up coming down pit lane as scheduled. That could have been a big win for them. Into pit lane though, here comes into Europol and AO Racing. I would assume this is going to be the 5 seconds of emergency service, and send them back off and away.
Entirely correct. Both those cars entered a closed pit. Now, it's pointless letting them run out of fuel whilst they're going around, Ryan. So what does emergency service mean, and what has to happen after it for it to be legitimate?
Well, it is what it says on the tin. It has to be an emergency, right? So you have to come in. If you're running out of fuel, you put in your 5 seconds of fuel. If you have a tire puncture, you replace that tire. Then you go back out, but you are required to come back in when the pit opens for your class the next time. And so it keeps you from running out of fuel on track or damaging the car by dragging a damaged car around, but it makes it so that you don't, you're not able to take advantage of that misfortune, and it puts you back in line once everything cycles through.
Hello to Carla Velti, part of our happy band that covers the Michelin Creventic 24-hour race, amongst other things for us, watching at home in Switzerland, where it is just after 8 o'clock Central European summertime. Has Switzerland been as dry as the rest of Europe in the last few weeks? I'm sure it has been. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. So there's a bit of clean-up to do, actually, with some debris strewn down the run from the kink into Canada Corner. Let's just go through our Porsche keys to the race again. It's 6 hours. Well, now it's 3 hours and 39 minutes and 1-0 remaining. Track position. We've seen people play the track position game, haven't we?
Yeah, early and often. And actually, I talked to a few strategists down on the grid before we came on air, and if you feel like your car is fast, then those teams aren't that concerned about track position. If you think you might not have the outright pace of some other cars in your class, then you might strategize accordingly. Short pit to get your car out in clean air, or stay out, put yourself off sequence, and try and play the strategy game that way. Track position certainly is at the front of a lot of the strategists' mind when they're trying to come up with how they're going to approach this 6-hour race.
Patience in traffic, 50-50, because we've seen some penalties, and we have seen race control, both Barfield and race control, setting out their stall early. It's what we expected, costly, not catastrophic, but they do add up, particularly with long green. We've had just on a full hour there of green flag racing. The fuel has been the determinant. If you are full-filling, you can get a lot of work done whilst that VP fuel is going in.
That's what we've learned. We've seen teams complete their tire changes and have ample time to make adjustments inside the cockpit and look around the car, maybe attend to a little bit of damage that they've picked up, and not lose any time in so doing because they're waiting on the fuel or the energy replenishment to take place.
We talked about the tyres, we always do. There's been a little bit of change. Some people have done 2, some people have done 4, some people have splashed and gone, depending on when they've been in the pit lane.
Yeah, it gives you some flexibility like we talked about, and I think some of this comes back to the track position conversation that we've had. There's a few different approaches, and some of it also depends on, let's say, where in the stint a yellow falls. For some, this has been very beneficial. For others, most of the LMP2 field had to take emergency service, and just now, the 14 from Vassar Sullivan Lexus, Ben Barnico driving, also, according to Arjuna, came in for emergency service.
Correct.
And that's the team that had to go to their backup car yesterday after the practice crash. So they've already been through the wars this weekend.
Hello to Alan Prosser, finished his shift for the moment at least at the pub, and he's out in what looks to be a beautiful evening in that part of the world, just on the border between England and Wales, and he's sitting down with his feet up, watching and listening. Hello, Alan. I hope you are well, and that business is good at this time of the year. Been a tough all time for anybody in the UK in the hospitality industry. Hopefully the good weather bringing people out to eat, drink and be merry. So at the front of the field, let's do a VP racing update slightly early. Here's the GTP standings as it is right now. BMW and Sheldon van der Linde lead Frederik Vesti for Whelen Cadillac. Then it's Julian Andlauer next up for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7. The 6 car of Kevin Estra sits behind. They'll all pack back up behind the safety car. Colin Brown is in 5th place for the best of the Acuras. That's the number 60 car, the lighter coloured car. Ricky Taylor is in the number 10 Cadillac. That's 6th position. 7th Roman De Angelis, all on the lead lap by the way. Aston Martin Harter Racing. Jordan Taylor for the 2nd of the Cadillac Wayne Taylor cars, the number 40. Then it is Renger van der Zande for the red, white and black number 93 Acura Meyershank racing car. Philippe Eng for BMW Team WRT, the number 25 car, which has been off schedule and does have a drive-through sword of Damocles hanging over it for a 1 km/h pit stop speed infraction. And the GTP field made up by the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963, which as yet has not seen its plug-and-play performance upgrade, which is Lauren Heinrich in that car. I suspect he'll do his maximum to get that car to the end. In LMP2, into Europol from EO, from CrowdStrike, from Brian Herter, from TDS and Tower. In GTD Pro, Mantai from Corvette, from EO Racing, and Nick Tandy from Corvette, the 2nd car, that's the number 4, and the top 6 made up by Pfaff and Ford Racing. Harter Racing GTD, Dudu Barrichello leads that from Indy. Donchi now for Winward Racing, and Marius Fossard is in 3rd position. That's your VP Racing in race update.
Sheldon van der Linde jumps out, and Dries Van Tor jumps into the BMW M Motorsport and Spider-Man brand new day collaboration. The number 24 has been a rocket ship today. No driver change for Porsche Penske, but I do see a driver change for the Cadillac Whelen crew, I think. So that should be Earl Bamber getting strapped in and replacing Fred Vesti. Off and away for the number 24. It's going to emerge just alongside of the number 7, who once again wins the race off of pit road. And this is crucial, John, with the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points about to be handed out.
On the first full lap, after half distance, I think it is, if I remember rightly, Ryan. I get a thumbs up from the man on my right. I can almost hear the cogs turning in Ryan Marine's mind as he's looking. You're looking to see if anybody's short-filled again, aren't you?
Exactly, and Porsche Penske, that's what it looks like they did. The 7 that won the race out of the pit lane, just 77.5% of virtual energy left. Little less short-filling, let's say, for the 6 car. It's at 86%, whereas the BMW MT WRT entry as well as the Cadillac Whelen entry both went full fill on that stop, but it cost them track position.
Just a couple of LMP2s coming in. I've got the Era Motorsport car right ahead of me. That's full service and a driver change there. They're just doing the left-hand side tyres. We can see that. I could almost help him out by leaning over and holding him with the tyre there. It feels it's that close. Obviously, I won't. It's actually a bit further away from that. My arms aren't quite that long. But again, fuel is the determining factor. Probably hear it in the background as it takes off in front of us. That Era always used to be a mid-blue, and they've changed their livery in the last few races to reflect their new sponsorships, and very smart it looks as well. 64 seconds for Porsche Penske number 7, 69, call it 70 seconds for BMW Team WRT. That's pit in to pit out, Ryan, but that's a significant difference in fuel. What did you say that was in terms of percentages?
Roughly 20%, a little bit more actually. So about a fifth of a tank that they neglected to put in. I say neglected, they chose not to put in, but it sped up the pit stop and it got them out front. It goes back to our track position, key to the race.
Yeah. Stand by for some GTs, Arjuna. Let's have another driver database informed pit lane report.
And I know I've got long legs, Sean, but this pit lane is so long I can only see so much from my vantage point, so I'm going to focus on those I can see. Heart of Racing, the number 27, championship leaders in GTD, they hit their pit stall, as does the RLO McLaren. This is exactly what they wanted, a yellow flag to bring them back into contention after their drive-through penalty put them very much behind the 8 ball. Does seem to be tyres for the entire field, but only a couple electing to change drivers. AO Racing, Rexy roars out first. It's going to be followed closely by Fast Motorsport, and then the number 4 Pratt & Miller Corvette in GTD. Heart of Racing and Windward continue to run 1 and 2.
Magnificent stuff and a lot tidier. Well done, teams. Oh, and as I say that, why did I say that? And we've got contact. The inevitable contact at the RFID has happened, and it was between the Dragon Corvette and which one of the Ferraris? That must have been Davide Rigon, was it, for Risi?
Yeah, that's what I saw. Those two just at that pinch point there where you have to get through the RFID readers. Those are there so that both Michelin and their tire technicians, but as well IMSA and their rules officiants can make sure that everybody is within the tire parameters. Another look at it for us here in the booth, just how close it is. It narrows up quickly.
So it's all fine for the first tranche of cars. And then, as the 2 Corvettes working in a pincer movement, actually, the 81 Dragon Speed and one of the Pratt Miller cars, and right in behind them, the Manthey 911 of Klaus Bachler, which was the class leader when they came into the pit lane.
Now, I will say this, the rule is the car in the fast lane, the lane furthest to the left in this case, away from the pit boxes, gets priority.
Correct.
And if there is any overlap at all, then the car that's not in the fast lane has to duck back in line.
Give way, yeah.
I would say the Dragon Speed car, there appeared to be some overlap, and they did not relinquish that spot to get in line. So, I mean, I'm not sure that we haven't seen anything about this being reviewed right now, but the weight of responsibility, as I understand it, would be more on the Dragon Speed side, and just like that, we get the announcement that it isn't under review now.
Aaron Stevens, voice of God from up in Concord. Good afternoon, Aaron. Good afternoon to the rest of our production, hard-working production team up in Concord. Had a good chat with Christine, who is often on site with us in the booth. And also brilliant work, as always, by the replay crew, which we affectionately call the Tape Apes. Audio as well as vision. And, of course, all the techs here at the track. And our exemplary camera operators who are out in all kinds of weather. Rooftop Ray, so he's at turn 1. I said, do you always go to turn 1? He said, if they put me anywhere else on the circuit, I wouldn't be able to find my way back. That's what he told me at breakfast the other morning. Ray Wenzel Jr. So 1 or 2 cars coming back into the pit lane, including the Inter-Europol Bijoy Garg. That again was a class leader, so they're coming back in as the final wave by is beginning, and that was more than just a splash of fuel there. That was 3 or 4 seconds of fuel there, so they are really topping that car off with 3 hours and 27 minutes to go. They have been held at the pit lane. It looked like the 99 of AO Racing did the same thing. Yes, they did. And Johnny Edgar has overtaken Bijoy Garg in the pit lane. That is a change of position, as the rest of the P2s have been released, or the bulk of the P2s at least, have been released to come back around. I'll have to see, does that mean CrowdStrike are going to be leading on the restart with Toby Sowery, with Parker Thompson behind him, and then DHS, David Ennemeyer Hansen, for TDS. It will depend where they have all slotted in, but I think yes is the answer to that.
I do too. I know that the CrowdStrike car pitted just as the yellow came out. They were in the pit lane. Arjuna updated us on that. That was great timing for them. They did come back in when the pits open for prototypes, but just to top off. So they are pretty darn close to fuel, to full fuel. But these cars that didn't have track position here, they came in for a further top off. So they have a little bit more fuel that they can then carry here on this stint.
Just had a brilliant tweet in. Watching from, I think I'm going to say this wrong, but I'll try it. Penetang in Ontario, Canada. Had some excellent poutine at CTMP a few weeks ago. Now I'm wondering if the food vendor outside of Canada Corner, Road America, also sends poutine. Sadly, not.
Not yet.
But that's a great idea.
If they can hear us.
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, down the Canada Corner.
Let's
great
plant
PA
that
down
seed.
there. Let's plant that seed. Maybe that's something for future races here. We can have great racetrack foods of the world.
Yeah.
There's plenty of vendors around here.
We'd be happy to review and give our honest feedback.
Indeed. Travel the world. Eat the... Aaron says he wants to be on site for that. Eat the track, eat the world. How about that?
Perfect.
I love it. You'd have to have your frites and meals for Spa.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. What is particularly French? Anybody brave enough to eat snails?
I was going to say
I love
escargot,
snails.
yeah.
I love escargot with garlic. Absolutely fantastic. A good French baguette with some cheese and ham, actually. There's nothing better than that at a racetrack. For Silverstone, somebody would have to do fish and chips, obviously. And then you've got all the regional foods here in the States and Canada. Crack on, I see.
Yeah.
Happy days. Bit of sushi for Japan, for restaurants in Japan.
Sure.
Yeah. Noodles from China.
Love
from
it.
Shanghai.
I have no notes. This is the perfect idea.
Italy. Everything from Italy.
Yeah.
Pasta.
Pizza.
Parmigiana. Chicken parmigiana. Oh, dear. Have we gone back to racing yet? All that hard work, I've taken a few kilos off. It could be gone in a weekend. The last of the pit stoppers coming in to the pit lane now, and it's the rebuilt, or actually spare car, isn't it? The number 14 of the Ben Barnigan driven Lexus RCF GT3. Still waiting to hear about the new replacement. It will be called a Toyota, even here, is what we've been told. The Toyota GT3. It was out without camouflage on the Nürburgring being run by KCMG. I presume David Pittard was driving that. I know he'd done some testing before, although he refused to be drawn on that when we had him in the booth at the Nürburgring 24 hours earlier in the year. But that's the first time I've seen it in anything other than either black or camouflage colours. That car will be homologated before the end of the year, and should make its international race debut at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona next January. Tickets on sale, by the way.
That's
Went
right.
on sale this week.
Yeah, get them quick, get them while you can, because the trend has been for these events to sell tickets very, very quickly. And I mean, we got to the point at Motul Petit Le Mans last year, they had to say no more. That's how high the demand is to get to some of these races. Some tracks like this one here, I saw some quotes from the folks at Road America. They said, we've got plenty of places to put people. We're not going to turn anybody away. But some of the other tracks, and I suspect Daytona would be in that category too. But some of the places, you know, get your tickets while you can.
It was very interesting because I was talking to Arjuna about this and how busy the single day walk-up, drive-up was yesterday despite the inclement weather. And I was wondering what it was going to be like today. And both of us have been on some of the web chats, Discord and Reddit, etc. People said, has anybody got any spare tickets? And of course the answer was, we don't need to give you our spare tickets. You can turn up and buy them. There's always room. This has been a big crowd here today. It was big yesterday, it's bigger today. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. We're coming to green flag, and already Julian Andler has decided it's time to go. He runs very wide on the exit of turn number 14 onto that new grass green. Dries van Toof for BMW Team WRT in the hybrid. Not exactly caught napping, but there was a decent gap across the line. A decent gap being 1.5 seconds. All of the prototypes weaving madly left and right. Almost looks like they're in some kind of a dancing competition themselves there as they were moving left and right, and again down towards the bottom of the hill as the number 60 Colin Brown driven Acura has the Cadillac Wayne Taylor, number 10 of Ricky Taylor, right up his tailpipes, and they were having a good scrap as well. Well, actually no, that's Earl Bamber that's in behind there. So on the restart, Earl Bamber pushing forward with Colin Brown. And Lauer, though, got an absolute belt there, side by side for the Valkyrie and the number 40 Cadillac. And the Valkyrie holds on to its position. Oh, the 40 moving around again. It's had one penalty already as it was going into turn 7. How will that be seen? That's the number 93, Nick Yellerly, back in the red, white and black Acura. That was an elbows out restart for everybody apart from the leader, who serenely drove off into the distance. Well done, Julian.
Well, that's why they pulled the gamble, right? On short fueling to get out ahead, and now they can kind of control this race from the front. Just had a penalty handed down, and it's to the 912 winners at Watkins Glen in GTD. The Manthey car incident responsibility. That was when Simon Mann had his second lurid moment off track, but he had some help evidently.
Yeah. And that means the Porsche, the Manthey Porsche, will be through the pit lane, and we're being told there are more coming. We don't get penalties until we go back to green. So penalties that were assessed either during the last yellow or just before it don't get announced until we go back green from race control. So that's absolutely in the operational procedures. And Lauer, still a 2.5 seconds to the good. Dries van Toof put in a 55.6 last time around. Kevin Estra sits in third, 3/4 of a second further back than Colin Brown. Not seen the pace from the Acuras in race trim that we saw in practice and qualifying.
Well, we did, I would say, very early on, exactly.
Yes.
But they were shuffled back through various strategic mechanisms, and also the penalty to one of them.
That's a good point, yeah.
And so I'm not sure we've really seen what they're capable of, but Colin Brown on the previous lap got by Earl Bamber to get up to 4th. So slowly but surely they're making their way back up through the field.
The BMW, the Spider-Man BMW, has just been through the pit lane for its drive-through. ERA taking more than emergency surface. Oh, that's harsh. That's going to hurt them. Stop plus 60 seconds, and that again, emergency service is there for a reason. And if you go too far on that, it is punitive. And hearing as well, I think the 62 Davide Rigon Risi Competizione is getting a drive-through as well. Let's go down to Arjuna in the pit lane.
One of our champions of IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge last year, stepping up into WeatherTech Jan Halen. It's not been an easy year by any means, but seems like some momentum on your side here at Road America.
Yeah, this has not been the easiest season, but every time we come to the track, the program just keeps getting stronger and better, and I think so far this weekend we've had a really good showing, and the whole team, including the drivers, they've all done a really good job, and really hoping for some good luck this weekend and a good result for the team.
We talk about good luck, but you've got two pretty good drivers joining the program. Ryan Yardley, Porsche selected driver in North America, Devlin DiFrancesco with his sports car and IndyCar experience. What have they brought to RS1 this weekend?
Yeah, I think more than anything, just a good attitude. You know, like they came here and we know the pace is there, so we didn't have to, we didn't have to talk to them or talk much about the speed this weekend, which is nice, and we were just able to stick to the program and put the car, car and strategy together for the best result here today.
You had a small incident in FP2 car, okay, after that?
Yeah, we got definitely got a little lucky there, but there was no real damage. It was all cosmetic, so yeah, luckily not a big deal.
Enjoy your stint.
Thank you.
A plethora of penalties coming through, including for into Europol improper pit protocol. That was tyre without a pit member. More than emergency service. That's a stop at 60s. That's 2 for that. Oh my goodness me, that's going to take it. Now that is that cumulative effect that we were talking about. That is catastrophic there. They might drop off the lead lap in class there with 2 drive-throughs with 1 standing still for 60 seconds.
I think they will. That's well over 2 minutes worth of penalties. So, and it's just under a 2-minute lap in LMP2. I think that will drop them off. And now their fate's not in their hands anymore. They need things to fall their way to get back on the lead lap and then start to take the fight to the leaders again.
As the race rumbles past us again, I have important food news from Canada Corner. Mark Lee says, I'm outside Canada Corner, and there is poutine.
I've had somebody message me that too.
Fantastic. Why didn't I know that? Hope there's some left at the end of the race. 62, improper pit protocol, actually, the drive-through for the Risi Competizione car, but it's a drive-through for them anyway. So that's going to shake everything up, and well, we were praising into Europol earlier on for their execution. There's going to be an awful lot to do now for that team to get back into the fight. Bijoy Garg rejoined towards the end of the LMP2 line, and in fact he's dropped now back behind the majority of GTDs. He's fighting his way back through them even as we speak. Of course he is. But this is going to take some time, and that stop and 1 minute hold, he needs to get rid of that as soon as he can, just in case there's another yellow.
Yeah, needs to get that taken care of. The sooner the better with that kind of thing, and then you can use the yellows to try and help yourself get back into the fight. They're going to have to execute now at a high level the rest of the way to get back into it. One more penalty to pass along. This is a speeding violation, and it's in the GTP class. Earl Bamber will have to make a trip down the pit lane. So too will the Valkyrie. Ross Gunn given a pit lane speed violation.
That's 5th position and 7th position. Now, there's been 2 distinct camps of pit lane violation. The barely, i.e. 1 kilometre over, which speeding is an absolute. Let's remind ourselves, even on the road. All people have been blowing through at 10, 11 and 12. There doesn't seem to be anything in the middle so far today.
Yeah, the one I find curious, it makes me think, do they not have their limiter set just right? But we've had all weekend to get that dialed in.
The other direction today.
Yeah, that's true. Could that be enough?
It could be enough.
Well, maybe that explains why we've had so many of the +1 variety.
Yeah. And we see 1, it'll be rounded up to 1. We don't get a point something. Remember, Lewis Hamilton got pinged for 0.1 of a kilometre in Hungary a couple of weekends ago. And these are the tiny margins on which races and therefore championships, Ryan Marine, they can turn.
Oh, absolutely. If this costs you a position or 2 here, those could be the points that you need come the end of the season to take the championship that everybody in this series is fighting for. So, yeah, these kinds of things absolutely can be crucial, not just in a single race, but in the context of the greater season. What this does do, though, this helps those that have their issues earlier now get back into the mix. So look at the Acuras, for instance. These are free positions for the 93, which was very much on the back foot.
There you go.
And based on the pace that they've had all weekend, the last thing, if I'm one of their competitors, that I'd want to do is let them back in.
I'm going to say the same also about the JDC Miller Motorsports 963. The 2 young drivers in that team have done a really good job. Hang on, Heinrich, what you're talking about? They're sitting down in 9th position. Yeah, but they're only 12 seconds off the lead, and we've not seen Lauren Heinrich yet. He's been off eating cheese curds and poutine or whatever he's been doing. He's not sat in that car in this race.
I don't think he's ever had poutine or a cheese curd. If you've ever seen him, he is as stick thin as they come, and I think as health conscious as they come, which means more cheese curds and poutine for us.
Yeah, indeed so. He is one of the few people I know who has to walk around in a shower to actually get wet. Let's go down to the pit lane, take a driverdatabase.com informed report. Arjuna, get us back to the racing.
He sometimes calls himself the spare driver, but Zachary Robichon always does a good job in qualifying, and the heart of racing started up front. How was the first stint of the race for you?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's nice to be back racing here. Obviously, just doing the endurance races, it's one of my favorite tracks, so I'm just happy to be here. And yeah, I think kind of went to plan. You draw it up a million different ways. It was a little bit too hectic with the pro field and the P2s, but we stayed out of it, and that's exactly what we wanted, and kind of came out in a good spot.
We're coming up on the halfway mark, paying out some Michelin Endurance Cup points. How much did you talk about that versus being up front at the checkered flag?
Not as much as we should. Honestly, this year it sort of feels like we've been so close on so many occasions, we just feel like we just want to win the race. So I think we're willing to maybe sacrifice that, but right now we're in a good spot, so maybe it'll work out, but I think full focus for us right now is we want to try to be there at the end.
Thanks, Zachary. And John, by my rough math, if it holds like this, Heart of Racing will take the Endurance Cup point lead in about 14 minutes time.
Oh, okay. A bit less than that now, about 9 minutes to go before we get that next tranche of next tranche of points. Julian Andler got the start, Ryan Marine, and he's held on to it. In fact, he's extended a little bit over Dries Vanthoor as they come through traffic. A little bit of Ford on GM action at turn 5, though, that's caught my attention.
Nice to see the Ford Mustangs starting to move their way up through the field. Did not have a great qualifying effort, but that's Ben Barker trying to hang on to the position ahead of Antonio Garcia. That is for 7th and 8th in GTD Pro. Still not quite where either of those teams would like to be, but nevertheless, through the carousel they come with just over 3 hours left on the clock. We'll let John get a brief break in, so that lets us welcome Peter Mackay back into the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center. And Peter, from afar, I'm sure you've been tracking this, the number of self-inflicted wounds here in the last 30 minutes up and down the paddock. That has my attention. What about you?
It's remarkable, isn't it? You know, at this level, it's so many penalties, but it shows you how hot the officiating is and how much attention there is on all these teams. And John mentioned it a few hours ago about how we're really, I mean, we're 1 car away from full capacity, so that level has to be there. As the gradient Mustang going a bit wide and then going to open up the door for the number 12 Asher Sullivan Lexus as the race leader. Julian Andler also flows through at the same time, and just in that sequence there gives you an impression of just how intense it is. And I wonder if the lack of dry track time has really thrown a spanner in the works for the teams.
That makes as much sense as any theory I've heard so far. That second long practice session, I think a lot of the teams were counting on that to try and get their strategy in order, their setups in order, and that effectively was a washout. Teams, yes, they ran by and large in the session, but really didn't take away anything meaningful for it.
No, that's it. You know, they weren't necessarily expecting there to be heavy rain in the race, so maybe didn't use the track time. You know, sometimes you're risking the car, and it's kind of caught out 1 or 2 teams. Getting caught out in those wet sessions. And we called the Porsche Carrera Cup North America 3rd race yesterday, and I mean, big respect to the drivers there, because they were dancing in the rain as battle going on deep in GTD between the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini and the RS1 Porsche, and the Lamborghini sneaking through at turn 6 there. But everywhere we look around the circuit, Ryan, it's so frantic. I actually didn't expect traffic to be as frantic as it's been, but boy, has it been.
well, 55 cars on the track. Yes, it is a 4-mile circuit, but this is a bigger field than we've seen at Road America in the past, and that's led to some of those frantic moments that you allude to, Peter. By the way, that fight you were alluding to a moment ago, that was for 10th and 11th. Danny Formal slipping to the inside of Devlin DiFrancesco to take the Huracan from Wayne Taylor Racing up one position. Now watching from the onboard shot here, Ross Gunn trying to recover in the Valkyrie from that drive-through penalty. That's one of those self-inflicted wounds we talked about. This has been a quiet weekend for the Valkyrie, which was strong here a year ago, but Peter, maybe haven't seen the same strength out of the car 1 year on.
No. I mean, they made a real breakthrough at Petit Le Mans last year to close off the season, getting on the podium, and could quite conceivably have won that race. Actually, they were in the mix, and it just hasn't quite carried forward into this season. I mean, they just haven't been able to move forward, and I think a lot of the other manufacturers have moved forward quite significantly. You look at Cadillac bringing in an Evo package, BMW today very, very strong as well, and of course Porsche as well. So it's a pretty brutal pace of development, even in the type of formula that we have right now. When these Evo packages come in, they seem to make a big difference.
And it was Aston Martin's strategy to not bring one for year number 2. They wanted to make sure that any improvements they found were reflecting what they found 1 year to the next in terms of their own development, and it wasn't coming from updated parts and pieces, but a new Evo package for that car is anticipated before next season. Leaders in just a ton of traffic right now. Porsche Penske running 1-2 with their beautiful throwback liveries, and it is the Porsche RS Spider inspired livery that leads the way. Julian Adlauer nipping to the inside of the Paul Miller Racing BMW to continue his pursuit through this field of GT cars, and Adlauer again got to that position by short filling and is about 9% shorter on energy, Peter, than his teammate Kevin Estre is, and Estre in turn is about 12% shorter on energy than the third placed BMW right now. So Porsche Penske, they're putting their cards on the table, it seems. I'm not sure they feel like they have the outright pace to fight for a win, so they have to find another way to get to the front.
Well, one thing's for sure is they're going to be in line for some great Michelin Endurance Cup points, because those points are handed out at the 3-hour mark and the 6-hour mark, and we're under 4 minutes away from the 3-hour mark with Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2. So they've played that well to score those points, and I think it's going to be tough for them to beat the BMWs today, how strong they've been early on in the race. But we've seen Porsche Penske as an alliance do this before here at Road America, where maybe not coming into the race with the absolute outright pace, and then by the end, after an endurance run, they won. That's what they did in 2007. That is what that livery of that car at the front, the yellow and red, is throwing back to.
Let's head down to Arjuna for a BDO informed pit lane report.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with Max Esterson in the RLO McLaren. Your first time at Road America, your first time driving the McLaren GT3 in the wet. How's this experience been so far?
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend, but it's gone pretty well, qualifying 4th. Unfortunately, in the race so far, we had a pit speed penalty, an issue with the limiter, so that's set us back a bit, but yeah, we still have more than halfway to go, so let's see what we can do.
What's clicking, especially in qualifying these last couple of races, to put you up into the mix amongst these manufacturer teams?
I think just getting more used to the feeling on low fuel and a new tire, and really kind of nailing the one lap. I have a lot of experience with that in F3 and F2 because it's a very peaky tire, so I think just extracting the most on one lap is something I've learned to be good at.
And in terms of coming into IMSA, you've done lots of endurance racing and iRacing, but what's been one of the more difficult things to adapt to in terms of strategy and the nuances of IMSA WeatherTech?
Yeah, it's tough sometimes to know when you need to go fast and when you don't, and when you need to save. So that's kind of the hard part, just managing the whole race.
I'll let your engineer focus on that. Thanks, Max.
Thanks.
Trouble on track in a full course yellow just before the halfway mark. Paul Miller Racing, the #1 BMW, has found the tire barrier. Connor DeFilippi at the controls. He's been able to reverse out of that barrier and is going to try and drive the car back to the pit lane, which is full of GT cars at the moment. The question is, were they able to get in before the full course yellow? Now I think Connor has realized just how extensive the damage is, and he's pulled that car off to the side of the road, and it looks like the day might be done there. Let's nip down to Arjuna in the driver DB pit lane.
Looks like Corvette, Pratt and Miller just rolling through, so they did not elect to stop, but the 911 Manti, the #9 Pfaff Temerario, and the #64 Ford Mustang GT3 Evo all in, I think, for emergency service. It didn't look like that long, Ryan, as they sat there from my eyes. The #64 a bit longer than the other two, though.
Thank you, Arjuna. Man, this has been an interesting weekend for Paul Miller Racing. Let's look and see at what happened here. It was in the background of the shots. There were a few other cars in the general vicinity, but that's a strange one there, Peter.
Very odd. I mean, coming down towards Canada Corner, turn 12, you're in a GTD car braking from 160 miles an hour, and the minimum speed at the apex, 65. Compare that to a GTP car, 190 plus miles an hour that they're approaching that corner at. So there's a lot of closing speed, and there seemed to be a little cluster of GTP traffic that had just gone through. It would be highly unusual for a driver of Connor DeFilippi's caliber to just kind of chuck it off the road to that part. I would say that would be very, very unusual. The only thing I'd maybe wager is the grass still wet from all the rain that we had yesterday? So maybe if you put two wheels on the grass and it's wet, then maybe that could throw you off. I mean, we're only speculating. We will try and get more of a confirmation on what's happened to Connor DeFilippi, but it's very much drama in GTD Pro because this is the championship leading car, and this is a manna from heaven for the #4 Corvette racing crew of Nicky Katzberg and Tommy Milner, and for Harry King and Nick Tandy, who are having a great day out there at the moment in the AO Racing Porsche. They or were having a good day in the AO Racing Porsche. They will also look good at the moment because they came in third in the championship into this one.
That's a really good point you make there, Peter, and this opens up that championship in a big way. 115 points with the qualifying points factored in was the lead for DeFilippi and Verhagen coming into the race today. Peloti race recap at the midway point. 79 laps completed. The leader of the race, Porsche Penske Motorsport, car #7, and Julian Andlauer. We've had 4 cautions, 14 laps so far that will be added to here, and so far 2 cars officially out of the race, but I suspect we might be adding a BMW to that list here shortly as well. Already quite a bit of attrition in this 6-hour race, which was a welcome addition to the championship. That shift of the Michelin Endurance Cup round from Indianapolis to America's National Park of Speed here at Road America. The question was, especially coming off of the race we had here last year, which was interrupted with some frequency, Peter, by full course yellows, would we see more of the same, or could we string together 6 hours of clean running? And it's been somewhere in the middle to this point.
Yeah, a little bit mixed, I would say, and I think a lot of it comes down to the number of cars on track. 50 up to 55 cars. It's busy out there and it's frantic, and we're getting towards the end of the season. You know, this is we've got 2 more races to go at Indianapolis, and of course Motul Petit Le Mans at the end of the season, just at the beginning of October. So, you know, there's championships to be fought for. There's Michelin Endurance Cups to be fought for as well. So it's all going on at the moment, and yeah, survival is very much a theme here as well, I would say. So that full course yellow, of course, confirmed the Michelin Endurance Cup points, kind of froze the field really. So that will give maximum points to the #7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car driven by Julian Andlauer at the moment. For AO Racing, for Rexy the Dinosaur, they will get the maximum points in GTD Pro, and for overall championship leader Dudu Barrichello in the Heart of Racing Aston, number 27, they will also get a maximum tranche of points for the Michelin Endurance Cup, which, by the way that point system works, often goes right down to the wire at Road Atlanta.
Just about always. You can count on that, I think, when we roll into the last race of the season. And it's always amazing to me how much that championship within a championship does mean to the teams. Admittedly, there are some teams that those are the only races that they run in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But even for the full season teams, the number of times that a quirky pit strategy starts to play out, and then you have to remind yourself, oh, they're probably counting back to the midway point, let's say, trying to count those Endurance Cup points. It shows the significance of taking home that title.
It does, yeah. And yeah, you see some truly bizarre strategy calls sometimes, and you think, wait, what are they doing there? What are they doing this? Are they doing that? And then inevitably one of us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre goes, IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup, and like, yes, of course, that's what they're up to. That's often the answer when you see something slightly unusual in one of these longer races. And I wonder how this will affect the two race-leading Porsche Penske Motorsport machines. Julian Adler right now has 31% of his energy remaining. Kevin Estre has just under 40%, and the rest of the GTP field are over 50%. So I wonder if they will all pit, and then it will be purely a race on pit road. In fact, I needn't speculate. The driver's already coming in GTP.
The answer is right there playing for us. Pretty much everybody in GTP in the pit lane, and there to welcome them is Arjuna Kankapati.
I was wondering the same thing as Peter. Will the Porsche Penske 963s lose their track position here as we've hit the halfway mark of the race? No driver changes, and interestingly, split on tires. No tires required for the BMW WRT number 24. Just a rip of the windshield tear off, pack that energy in, and off and away they go. Also rolling down pit lane, by the way, Car Blanche in the 068. Not quite sure what they have done, but winning the race off of pit road, it's the number 5 JDC Miller Motorsports car. Very close then between Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing and the number 24 as they all blend through the RFID boards.
Well, how about that? Porsche Penske taking their medicine here slightly for short filling earlier. It allowed them to score those Endurance Cup points, but it results in a longer pit stop here. Meanwhile, JBC Miller Motorsports using a bit of that Penske playbook, a short fill to get track position for Tymon Vanderhelp, Peter, and it results in the race lead, it would appear, once everything cycles through.
And they're not miles away on fuel. They've got 85% on board of that number 5 JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. So compared to the 100% of everybody else, yes, they're off kilter a little bit, but I think it was worth it to get that track position. And well, this is what I love about the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, is that there are so many different dice that you can throw in different directions, and you just got to hope that one knocks up the 66. And with 2 hours and 53 minutes to go, if we have full course yellows at the same frequency as we've had in the first half of the race, and you would suspect it will be, or more, because it gets more frantic as we head towards the checkered flag, then yeah, there are going to be more strategical plays to be placed.
GTs will get their turn to come to the pit lane this next time by, and I wonder how many will take that opportunity. Most of the field is about 1/3 of the way through their virtual energy on this particular stint. One exception to that, Riccardo Agostini in the Triarsi Competizione Ferrari, they are down at just 20% energy remaining in that virtual fuel tank. So that's one we expect to come in, and if everybody comes in, they'll have a longer stop than everyone else. Should be a busy pit lane for Arjuna here in just a few moments when that all comes around. Now, though, let's go back to the GTP conversation, Peter. What does this do for Porsche Penske that got the track position momentarily, but now they've been shuffled back? How do they fight their way back to the front, especially if the cars maybe aren't quite as quick as some of the GTP front runners?
Well, I think that's the issue, is the pace. Certainly when we had a longer run of green flag running, the BMWs look very strong in either the 24 or the 25, but particularly the 24. Meanwhile, though, it's GTs galore down pit lane.
Let's go to Arjuna.
And once again, it's a long pit lane, so I'll focus a bit more on the GTD pros as they enter their box, and then watch the GTDs as they head towards the pit exit. Rexy followed closely by the Pratt & Miller Corvette, the number 4. It is going to be a proper battle of the pit crews here, there is no question about it. And with sticker Michelin tires on the pit wall, in front of me, Fred Vervish gets in, I think, and Christopher Mies jumps out. And very, very good on the left front tire for that Ford Racing crew. I can see Rexy a little bit slower there maybe on the driver change at first, but off goes RS1's Porsche just behind the number 77 Rexy. Ford Racing gonna have to blend in with the Corvette Pratt & Miller. The pit exit light was turned red, which meant no one could exit, and it's caused yet another traffic jam as they all concertina up at the end of pit lane. Manthey heavily on the brakes in the 912.
Great stuff from Arjuna Kankapati, the driver DB informed pit lane reporter for us, and great pit work by AO Racing. They had their driver change. Nick Tandy got in, but they were able to preserve the lead of those cars that pitted, at least in GTD Pro. But what a traffic jam, Peter, at the exit of the pits.
It really was, wasn't it? It was kind of like downtown Monte Carlo with the Ferraris and Porsches and Lamborghinis all queued up one after the other, and eventually the light went green and off they went. But yeah, very strong work from AO Racing, running the Champion sponsorship. Of course, many moons ago, Champion Racing, a dominant force in the old American Le Mans Series, 6 times a winner here at Road America, and a very prominent dealership in Florida for Porsches and other things. So that name still carried on around the racetracks of North America.
These pit stops here have totally shaken up the running order in all of the classes. We can reset the order in the prototypes. They've come through and cycled through on timing and scoring. JDC Miller Motorsports, by bent of a 17-second quicker pit stop. They short-fueled their Porsche 963. They have Tymon Vanderhelm out in front, just ahead of Jordan Taylor in the number 40 Cadillac for Wayne Taylor Racing. Good to see that car back up at the front after some misfortune early on. Dries Van Thorn, the best placed of the BMW M Team WRT BMW prototypes, up into the 3rd spot now. Then we get to the Acuras, which swept the front row in qualifying. Tom Blomqvist with the best placed of them, the number 60, sits in the 4th position. Ricky Taylor in the 10 car for WTR is 5th. Then it's Yellowly in the 93 Acura, ahead of Lawrence Van Thor and Julian Adlauer, teammates for Porsche Penske. They are 7th and 8th. Earl Bamber, Ross Gunn, Philip Eng. That's the running order in GTP. Meanwhile, LMP2, Vijay Garg leads Sebastian Alvarez, Toby Sowery, Johnny Edgar, and Parker Thompson, the top 5 in LMP2, with possibly the LMP2 leader back in the pit lane. We'll check on that in a moment, but first, back down to Arjuna.
It was very close on pit exit for the Corvette Pratt & Miller number 4. Tommy Milner stood with me now. Been in interesting strategical battles with these timings of the cautions. Do you have what it takes to win on race pace?
On outright pace, it does not appear that way at the moment. When the 77 wants to go, they can go pretty quick. But we've all been saving energy quite a bit up and down the field. So I don't think we have a great read exactly yet on what ultimate pace is for them. We have a good idea for ourselves, and I don't think we quite have enough for them, but you never know. Yeah, so far it's been a good day for us. We've been lucky with the incidences in front of us and strategy calls going the right way for us and everything. So still halfway through the race here, a long ways to go, obviously, but need to continue to not make mistakes. Obviously, in this championship, you can see how quickly things can change, obviously. So we need to make sure we do everything right here today.
You've got plenty of good memories of coming here to Road America, but an endurance race, how much fun has it been to focus on 6 hours of racing around here?
It's so cool. I'm glad today so far. I know we've had maybe more yellows than we wanted, but the racing's been better, I'd say, than a year here ago where we had some pretty poor racing. So yeah, I think it's the right track for a longer endurance race like this one is. The fans here are amazing. You know, I guess the number is like 31% more fans this year than last year, which is amazing. It is, in my opinion, it's the best IMSA racing track we go to all year long. Some events may be a little bit better. Some racetracks are more exciting in some ways, but when you think about multi-class racing, I think Road America is the best. Big long brake zones, nice high-speed sections. So this is a staple of sports car racing and should be for a long time.
No disagreement from me. Thanks, Tommy.
Thanks, Arjuna.
Great stuff as always from Arjuna, the Driver DB informed pit reporter on duty at the moment. Always good insight from Tommy Milner, talking extensively about not needing to make, or trying to avoid making mistakes, which for many, many years has been the hallmark of Corvette racing. I bumped into Doug Feehan, who for many years headed up Corvette racing, still very much a brand ambassador, saw him in the paddock, and you know, he'd be proud to see the team executing at a high level as it continues to do.
What, 8
We're on
wins
the
here at Road
halfway
America.
mark now. Oh, sorry, Peter.
I was just going to say 8 wins here at Road America, many of which you'll have seen in throughout the generations, John.
Yeah, thanks for that, son.
1-1.
It has to be said that I echo everything that Tommy said there. It feels, this place always feels like a happening. It feels like an event. It's almost like a rock concert or a festival. It's a festival for motorsport, Peter. That's the way that I look at it. By the way, the order is still under review at the moment from race control, which is why we're going to take another lap behind the Corvette safety car, which passes us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre as I was speaking. And I just like the atmosphere. When we toured around the infield last night, caught up with some friends, hello to the Keck party, who are getting bigger and more organised every year, it seems. We're hearing a full suite of stimulators for next year, so already looking forward to that. But it just feels special, Peter. That's what it's like, this place, and it's more than the sum of its parts. Of course, the grounds are beautiful, the food's great, the people around this area are great, but the spectators are fabulous. And you know, we talked about the food earlier on. That plays a part. It all plays a part.
It does, yeah. Like any great racetrack, it's the whole package. I mean, and the thing is, I love the different flavours of all the places that we go to. I've been lucky enough to go to quite a few of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship venues now, and the Rolex 24 at Daytona has this almost Colosseum-like effect when you go in, and you really feel like you're at the start of the racing year, and the anticipation is so high, and so many top drivers there, new cars, new teams sometimes, and there's just a buzz about the place. And then you fast forward 8 weeks and you go to Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and it couldn't, I mean, it's only a couple of hours down the road, but it couldn't be any more different. And I remember one of the practice sessions this year, I think it was free practice 2, and I planned to go and have a quick look at turn 1 maybe for 10 minutes. I ended up being there the whole session. I think it was a 2-hour session, and I just sat there just dumbstruck watching the cars coming through and watching a prototype nearly get pogoed to the moon by the bumps going through turn 1. And then you see that the fans that go to Sebring as well are a huge part of the story of that place. And then Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta in the autumn with the autumn colours. I mean, it's a photographer's dream. So if you're into your photography, that's the one you want to go to.
So many of the tracks here in the States, actually, this will sound alien to people in Europe, but there's plenty of places where you can shoot without catch fencing being in the way. You can get either above the fences or far enough away from it that it's the trackside with the long lanes. It looks great. There's the family fun area here as well. I mean, it's all just fantastic. Hello to Jeff Whitmore. He's got a frosty one going at the moment in southern Ontario. Adam Corn is tuned in. Citrus, not on Turkish Airlines today, which is when he normally is watching and listening, but I am trying to get my whole family to watch you guys for the first time because they're on holiday at the moment. Aresh, race has flown by. John Burns, hello. Yes, thank you for the tip on food on the way back down to Chicago. And hello to Racing Vagabond as well. Thank you for tuning in. Lights are out in the safety car. So with 2 hours and 41 minutes to go, we have a regular IMSA race to the end and the points to go. Green flag is in the air. Tymon van der Helm at the lead of this race. Didn't get the great start. It's 1, 2, 3 wide behind him. There's going to be a battle for the lead as well. Jordan Taylor goes to the left-hand side, which is the long way around. That'll take some doing. Behind them, the 3 goes into 2, goes into 1, goes off a long way. That's going to hit the wall. Is it going to hit the wall? Doesn't hit the wall. Somehow doesn't hit the wall. Doesn't hit the tyre rack. Branding either, and I am not sure at all how Tom Blomqvist, I think it was, or was it Dries Vanthoor? It was Dries Vanthoor, the BMW. How did he keep that car out of the wall, Ryan?
He used his spidey senses.
Very good.
That's the only explanation I've got. That looked like a crash that didn't happen, quite frankly. Van der Helm now being passed again. He's having a hard time holding on here after getting track position on the restart, but give him credit, he's fighting back to the inside.
At turn number 6, now into 7, and side by side behind him. That's going to help him a little bit. The blue-fronted Dex Cadillac is Jordan Taylor has gone through, and that's Tom Blomqvist and Dries Vanthoor and Ricky Taylor as all battling in behind. It looks like, I think Ricky has come through. Goodness me, this is mental stuff on the restart. Do you get the feeling, gentlemen, Peter Mackay, I'll ask you this, do you get the feeling that things are just ramping up a bit? All of a sudden we're past halfway and people are thinking, well, we better do this now in case we don't get another chance?
Perhaps, yeah. I think we heard from a few drivers in our Michelin Countdown to Green, and they said, yeah, it's going to get really intense in those last couple of hours. It often does, regardless of the length of the race, and GTPs were 3 wide going into turn 1, and on that outside line, the 24 BMW of Dries Vanthoor was braver on the brakes, but then almost too brave, and ended up out onto the outside line and had to straighten the steering, but I think it was more spidey sense as well.
It's Peter Mackay with me, John Hindhaugh and Ryan Marine in the booth. Peter's going to take a breath and he'll be back for the end of the race as we rotate our resources towards the end of this race in 2 hours 38 minutes and 19, 18, 70 seconds time. Pit lane speed violations again, but there's a +6 there for the 068. That's the GT car, and the 28 gets a 1 as well for a single one. Let's go down to the pit lane. Nick Tandy, the Bedfordshire Bullet, is out of the car. He can speak to Arjuna Kangapati.
And seemingly Rexy with a large turn of pace this weekend. Nick, how's the car been behaving this weekend?
She's been roaring along. It's been really good. You know, we came testing it last week. It's obviously the team's home track. You know, it's one of our favourites, of course, so we expect to run well here. But the weekend so far has been really, really good. Obviously, the race at the moment, you know, with the cautions, it's keeping it all close, which is great. They've got cars on different strategies. You know, hopefully Felix at home is going to keep me updated on who's on 4-2, who's full on fuel, and yeah, we just run out the next 3 hours and hope for a bit of a race.
One thing that we've been wondering is that the wind seems to have turned around, a bit of a tailwind into turn 1 and a couple of other places on track. Are you feeling
No, to be honest. I mean, the good thing is, it's like when you're trying to save energy, you know, a tailwind helps a lot there. But it does, I mean, what it is doing is giving more of a toe down the back straight. So we see, you know, the slipstream down the hill into turn 5 is quite powerful. So, you know, you have to protect and look for passing there, where it isn't quite such an effect down the front straight. But I see Harry's, he's got his elbows out. He's trying to get the McLaren at the moment. Fingers crossed.
Sharp elbows on Rexy. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, some big moments here for young Nikita Johnson trying to fend off Harry King in the battle for second in GTD Pro. Similar situation, Tymon Vanderhelm doing a nice job splitting the two Wayne Taylor racing cars at the moment in GTP. Got some word as well that the Paul Miller racing car that I had written off, apparently they were able to fix it. It's being affixed with another set of Michelin tires. They've apparently replaced the front bodywork, but the anticipation is that car will get back out into the race in pursuit of a few precious points. Again, that's the championship leader, and so they are trying to preserve every point possible, John, with that championship coming into focus.
And you might think, but why? Why? Because you're all the way down. They are in 12th position in GTD Pro, which is the back of the grid. The 11 cars that are still running, however, still have 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. 2 hours and 35 minutes to go. They are 8 laps down on the whole of the field. Now, 8 laps, excuse me, 8 laps around here at their pace is, let's call it 16 and a half, 17 minutes. Somebody gets a 17.5 minute pit stop, has a problem, has to go behind the wall, there's a position. That position is more points, and that's exactly the point you're making.
Well, we, as you pointed out, basically have a normal WeatherTech Championship race to go. Do cars fall out of those races?
Oh,
yes, they do. So there are opportunities. It's up to others to have misfortune, but they hope to be there to capitalize if indeed that is the case. By the way, change for second in GTP. Ricky Taylor got around Tymon Vanderhelm on the last lap. So it's now Wayne Taylor Racing 1-2. And frankly, John, that's not something we've been able to say much this year.
Yeah, Wayne has not smiled a lot this year. He was quite happy at Le Mans during the first part of the week. I think all the Cadillac teams were happy. They ran a single car there in conjunction with Cadillac Hertz Team Joker running those T cars, but they ran it as one Team Cadillac. And that's easy to say but difficult to do, but they absolutely did that. Probably felt they should have come away with a little bit more. What's just been going on there?
That was the incident for Connor De Filippi earlier, which I thought would be terminal surely, but evidently it was not. This is terrible for JDC Miller. They've just been given a drive-through penalty for incident responsibility. That was the side-to-side moment with Ricky Taylor on the restart. It was a robust defense, no doubt about it, and race control did not like what they saw.
Well, is this the start of a change of attitude from race control? We've talked about it throughout the race after the incidents that we had at Watkins Glen between the prototypes and some of the other cars. So everybody knows where they stand, and hearing from our tuner, the Paul Miller car was bodywork only, no suspension damage. So they really did get away with that one just a little bit. 87.9 FM RS2 via IMSARadio.com, Sirius XM 206. Good to have your company. We are, as ever, looking for 2 nominees, one from the GT ranks and one from the prototype ranks of our BDO Knows Strategy Award at the end of this. Strategy's been all over the place. The BMW number 20, no, was it the Spider-Man car? Was the 25? No, was the Spider-Man car went off early, didn't they?
Yes.
No, it was the 25 that went instead.
Sorry, that's right. The Spider-Man car just went off moments ago.
Yeah. And we've seen 1 or 2 people playing a little bit of a strategic game, but the safety cars have come when they have come at times that it makes it difficult to eschew the opportunity. And so, for the most part, everybody in there respective classes are back on the same strategy.
Yeah, there was the one instance where WRT split their two cars. If we're looking for an early nomination, this isn't really about the full race, but this is looking at the Endurance Cup. Porsche Penske short filling the 7, got them the track position. They scored maximum points at the halfway mark, and that jumped their 2 drivers into the Endurance Cup lead in GTP. So maybe a bit unconventional, but that is one thing to consider as we get closer to the finish.
Yeah, write that down. Ross Gunn has going to take a penalty walking on the car from behind the wall for that number 23 Aston. It's the second time we've seen one of those today. That'll be a drive-through. And meantime, Tymon van der Helm comes in to answer his penalty.
It's really a shame because they had done well to get themselves some track position, and they've been keeping their powder dry for, what, 3.5 hours now, because we have yet to see Lauren Heinrich in that car. And if Tymon could have kept that inside, let's say, the top 5, then Lauren gets in. I mean, we've seen that show before, and we know how it ends.
Oh, yeah. Did 23 have 2 penalties, or was one of them just a service? See that? No, don't think so. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, good to have your company wherever you are. Cadillac first and second, 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Here's our VP in-race update. It's another 1.6 seconds back to the pair of Acuras. They're separated by 4.2 seconds. Nick Yellerly from Tom Blomqvist, 93 from 60. And the top 6 in GTP made up by the 2 Porsches. 2 Cadillacs, 2 Acuras, 2 Porsches. Yeah, and no rain, thank you. We may have 2x2, but we don't need the arc. Tower Motorsports have cycled to the front. Sebastian Alvarez for the number 8. Orica leads from Tom Dillman by nothing at all as they went across the line. They were almost side by side. In fact, was that a change of position?
It just changed. It did. Dillman got around Alvarez right at the stripe and able to hold on into 1.
So Parker Thompson sits in 3rd, about 1.5 seconds further back. Toby Sowry's in 4th position. CrowdStrike by APR, and the top 6 there is Matthias Besch for TDS and AO Racing, and they are all on the same. In fact, the whole 9 of the LMP2s are all on the lead lap. In GTD Pro, Manthey are back in front, but again by nothing since the restart. Klaus Bachler in the 911 from RLL Team McLaren. Nikita Johnson has successfully, for the moment, parried the assault of Harry King, as they've been scrapping. That's just gone out to about 0.7 of a second. Then a further second back is Nicky Katzberg in the number 4 Corvette. Another second back, Sandy Mitchell for Lamborghini, the FAF Motorsport Temerario. And the top 6 has Chris Meese back up there for Ford Mustang in the 65. And in GTD, Alec Yedel for Dragon Speed. They've had a funny old race, haven't they? That Chevrolet Corvette number 81. The Vantage of Dudu Barrichello for Aston Martin. That's number 27. Simon Mann. There's another car, the AF Corsa USA. It's had its trials and tribulations. Simon in that car right now. He's another 3/4 of a second back and has 1/2 a second on Indy Donchi, Winwood Racing. It's the 57 car in 4th. Lynn Hardenius, Lone Star Racing, another AMG. Is another 1/2 a second back. And Danny Formal, World Taylor Racing, Lamborghini Huracan is in the top 6 at, with that number 45 car. That's your VP Racing update. Very interested to go through those after that restart there, Ryan, and see how fortunes can change. We said it, it's 6 hours, Porsche keys to the race.
Well, a great example of that is the 93 Acura for GTP. In GTP, Tom Blomqvist, Nick Yellerly in the car now. They had the drive-through penalty early on, which left them really down the order, but slowly but surely, here they come. And cue the Jaws music, because pretty soon I think we'll have some Acuras fighting at the front.
down with DXDT and with Robert Wickens, who is out of the Corvette. Robert, obviously a late call-up to join the team for the endurance round of the championship. When did you find out you'd be racing this weekend?
Yeah, I found out Wednesday afternoon officially, but I got an idea that it might be happening Wednesday morning. So it was, yeah, happy to be here. The team's been doing an amazing job. Just to get the hand controls and everything into this race car for this weekend was a huge undertaking. So yeah, trying to make the most of the opportunity. It's been a little bit of an up and down day. We're struggling to kind of make some inroads, but we got our guy Charlie in the car now, and you know, he's best of the best, so we're looking forward to it.
It's obviously been your goal to step up into the full season, do some more of these endurance races. How fun has it been to be able to prove that you can come here and compete once again?
Yeah, it was great. You know, my first stint was, yeah, not my best product per se, but you know, the second stint that I did, felt much happier with the car. The team did. We actually made a setup change during the pit stop, which was amazing that they could even do that during the race, and it was yeah, kind of transformed the car for me, and I made up I think 4 or 5 spots in that stint. So it was yeah, that was fun. Yeah, going door to door, and yeah, just having fun racing out there.
It transformed the car. What were you looking for? What did it give you to fight out there on track?
We were just struggling a lot for rear grip, kind of entry, middle, and exit of the corner. So we yeah, we made a change to the front end of the car, and yeah, it really helped a lot.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Since I did the VP Racing update, and by the way, remember GTD I did last, the lead in GTD has changed 3 times, I think, Ryan.
Yeah, right now it's Heart of Racing back out in front, but Alec Udell spent some time up there, and I don't think it was just those two, or maybe it was the two of them changing positions back and forth, but a really good scrap there. Same can be said at the front of the GTD Pro class, where Nikita Johnson has run down Klaus Bachler and is trying to put a move on him down to turn 5.
Right. 2 bright coloured cars, being the Grello Manti car coming up to turn 7, and the bright orange RLL McLaren now towards the left-hander at turn number 7, and they've got right in there as well one of the LMP2 cars. That is the dark red number 79, the JDC Miller car, I think, that's coming through. It was getting a bit hot and heavy down at turn 1 with the Grello car defending to the inside. I think that's all right. There was no movement. Just a little bit further back from that is Harry King in another bright car. So we've almost got looks like we've got a packet of M&Ms at the front of that, doesn't it? With the bright yellow, the bright orange, and the bright green. Has to be some food colour additives in those 3 if they were candy. Coming down now through the Canada corner. Just looking that, of course, Nikita Johnson is a little further through, quite a lot further through actually, through his fuel allocation. He's been out there considerably longer than those around him. Or at least actually, he might not have been out there longer, but certainly they must have fully filled.
No, he's been out longer, right. An hour and 6 minutes actually on this stint, but there's some lengthy yellows in that mix, which has allowed them to do this strategy, and now he's showing it's not just strategy that's put him and that car in that position. He is well and truly putting pressure on Klaus Bachler, the race leader. This is really good stuff for the youngster who is at the front fighting for the Indy Next Championship this year as well, in addition to his duties in the WeatherTech Championship.
It's good to see, isn't it, that youngsters aren't just confining themselves to one part of the sport. It's very, very difficult to do now. It's expensive and time-consuming. Little opportunity here with the prototype going through past the bright yellow number 9, 11, and Klaus Bachler lost a bit of momentum. Now Harry King's got interested in the back of the McLaren as well. That was the... Oh, hang on, this is all of the GTPs coming through here. And actually on the back of there, that's Nicky Katzberg as well in another bright M&M coloured car, another yellow one. Oh, this is all getting very tight indeed. As all the way around the outside of the carousel, Nick Yellerly cuts to the inside as he goes under the Missions Food drive over bridge. And now we can get to sit back and relax a bit and watch this GTD Pro battle first to fourth. Line astern, Ryan.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds covering the top 4 in GTD Pro right here. And you've got seasoned veterans Bachler and King and Katzberg, and then the youngster who we've been talking about in Nikita Johnson, who has been so impressive. I've been covering him both in his Indy Next season and here at IMSA. And the thing he's done so well in the single-seaters, for a driver, just a teenager, if the car is a 6th place car, he finishes 6th. If it's a winning car, he wins. Yeah. He never asks it to do more than it can. I think that will serve him really well in endurance racing if that's a path he elects to go down.
And that, yeah, you've got to maximise what you've got on the day, and just make it work. It's as simple as that. This is fascinating. Now, this is the essence of endurance racing. A 4-car scrap for 3 podium positions in GTD Pro. Manufacturer supported cars, of course, and through that battle, interrupting it, enhancing it, possibly even changing it, we've got the leading GTP cars and some of the leading LMP2 cars coming through as well. So 3 of the 4 classes. Now, the 911 Porsche being reviewed for blocking from race control. They've been pretty hot on this today.
They have. They were quick, and you guys talked about it in that first hour. There were some penalties handed down, and the message at the time seemed to be, this is how we're going to officiate this race. Adjust accordingly. For Bachler, if a penalty comes down, that will be a tough one to stomach because it's coming against a car that's completely off sequence. Even if the McLaren got by, it really wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Doesn't matter now, but what happens in 2 hours and 20 minutes? That's the question, isn't it?
Fair enough.
And how that plays out. So evenly matched, these cars. I know people don't like balance of performance, but it has to be said that in the GT3 categories, the GTDs, this global rise and rise of GT3, it's working. Such different cars. The blocking penalty potentially coming when the GTP car went through, and we said it at the time, it was the number 10 of Ricky Taylor, and that gave the opportunity for the McLaren to go up the inside. The question will be, did Klaus Bachler move in response, or had he made up his mind to go to the inside immediately? He's pushed out wide, and immediately he cuts across to defend to the inside, and that has been judged as a blocking maneuver.
That is the message from race control. They are quick on the trigger on this here today. That will send the leader in GTD Pro to the pits for a drive-through penalty and promote Nikita Johnson, at least for a little while, to the lead. That car should be in the pits, though, here in the next handful of laps.
Into the pit lane for the number 120 Porsche. It's right opposite us, and I think I saw the Shopify car come in as well, the LMP2 car, but I can't see that because of the flag stand from where we are. I think that's a couple of pit boxes further up, if I remember rightly. And Matthias Besch is getting a nose change in that TDS racing car, and that was the car that I saw coming in. Arjuna Kankapati striding manfully towards that part of the pit lane, having just walked past Era and Wright Motorsports. Coming down towards the last third of the race now, Ryan. The weather has not been a part. I wrote whether or not, and in fact it's or not. We've got some blue sky to the north and west of us here, and the air temperature has stayed roughly similar all day, around about 23 Celsius. Track temperature, as we suggested it might, started at 22 Celsius, now up to 28. Into the pit lane. This is scheduled stop for the Dries Vanthoor BMW. That is the Spider-Man car.
scheduled in a sense. They're at 50% energy left, but they could be playing a strategy game here. That's the best guess I've got. I'm not quite sure why else that car would be in the pit lane.
Well, Arjun down there. Let me have a look. Well, that car is showing as an hour and 15.
Okay. Well, maybe I misread the telemetry, so perhaps cancel that.
Stand by, maybe I misread the laps as well. No, 32 laps, of which 6 of those have been...
Yeah, they might have been recharging it or putting the energy in when I started talking. So it might have adjusted that.
Yeah.
Arjuna, I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of that.
Funny enough, I've just been looking at the strategy screen here. As the 24 BMW is back out already. Dries Vanthoor dropping in. Where is he? On the track, down towards turn 5 at the moment. Yeah, he's dropped in a huge amount of traffic. Pretty much all of the GTD field and all of the LMP2 field is right ahead of him now. But he has stayed ahead of the leader. Not by much, mind you. He's going down to turn 8 at the moment, and Jordan Taylor in the number 40 Cadillac is coming down towards turn 5. So those that have dropped back a little bit in the prototype category, and in some of the other categories too, it'll be even more important because they don't move quite as quickly. But yeah, he's couldn't have afforded a slip up there in the pit lane, right? Could they? They would have dropped the lap.
No, you need to be careful, need to execute still. But, I mean, as long as you're within striking distance of the leader, hailing distance of the leader, you shouldn't lose a lap unless something goes awry. But, you know, it's still, you still have to execute, like you say. You can't lollygag on that pit stop.
Ooh, that's you've just one word of the day there. With that, hello to R&B 180 in Essex in the UK, watching and listening where it's coming up to 8:30 in the evening. Let's go down to Arjuna Kankapani for a driver database informed pit lane report.
Thank you to the team at BMW for sending me the information without needing to walk all the way over to the other side of pit lane. A scheduled pit stop for the 24, John, as they try and put themselves off sequence from the rest of their competition. Directly in front of me is the Tower number 8 that's taken Alvarez out and put Tristan Vautier in. A very good stop for them as they look to try and fight for the win of this race.
So that was a scheduled stop. There was a thought in my mind that they were splitting their strategies again with a little time to go, but I think WRT tried that earlier on to see how that goes for them, and that was a scheduled stop. So 2 Cadillacs, 2 Acuras, 2 Porsches at the top of the timing sheets, and in terms, and all of those cars have completed the same number of laps. They should be due in shortly, I would have thought. Everybody. Now, as they run Michelin Endurance Cup points, this includes the ones for halfway through this race. So that short fill that you were talking about has lifted Felipe Nasr, Julian Andlau above their teammates, Lauren Heinrich, at least fellow Porsche driver, and they lead it by 2 for the 10 back, Jack Aitken, along with Frederick Vesti and Earl Bamber, and then 1 further back, Kevin Estra and Lawrence Vanthoor. That's your top 4 there in the Michelin Endurance Cup points. LMP2, really between the top 2 crews there. Cameron, Edgar Hyatt on 36 points, 35 points for Alex Quinn, Toby Sowry, George Kurtz in the 04. 9 points back for Alvarez and Ferrano and Paul de Restmer, Rasmus Lind and Dan Goldberg, that's going to be hard to get back. There's very few bits and pieces, very few points still to win, and the points differential between places aren't massive. GTD Pro, 7 points to the good for Neil Verhagen and Conor De Filippi, ahead of the Corvette pair of Katzberg and Milner, Klaus Bachler on his own and Max Hesse on his own for Porsche and BMW. And finally, last but by no means least, the GTD Michelin Endurance Cup points. And again, this is as they run now, with the end of race points still to be factored in for the GTDs. Simon Mann, Antonio Fuoco by the smallest margin, just the 1 point. On 26 points, Lilo Wadu is 4 points. Check that, 27 points. Is 4 points away from the lead, and she's got 2 points on the Conquest pair in the number 34 car. That's Michelin Endurance Cup points as they run, points to be added, of course, at the end of the race, and then again at a couple of points in the Motul Petit Le Mans race, which comes up in October. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, Ryan.
Settling into a nice rhythm here.
I was just about to say that.
Yes, yes, which this race kind of has lacked to this point, but better late than never. Should see the GTD Pro leader in soon, Nikita Johnson, again on that alternate strategy. And where is he now on his energy? 5.7%. So I think this lap and maybe one more for Nikita. That would then turn the lead of the race over to AO Racing's Harry King, and that really has been the team that, to me, has caught my eye the most in GTD Pro. What Rexy has been able to do, the pace of that car, first in qualifying, but in clear air, when they've had the track position, they've been the team to beat. And actually, we've heard a few other drivers in the class in some of our interviews allude to that as well.
What looked a regular pit stop for Manuel Espiritu Santo for the Pratt Miller Motorsports car. It's not been a regular kind of day for them, so they'll be happy to get some running under their belt. We've also had pit stops for AF Corsa and Turner Motorsport. Antonio Fuoco and Robbie Foley dropped down towards the mid-teens of GTD. I imagine the leaders can go very much further. Prepared to be proven wrong. We're at 36 now. Oh, now, as I see, that is the commentator's curse. You know that pretty standard looking pit stop for Pratt Miller Motorsports. The car's just gone behind the wall.
Oh no!
It has been that kind of day for them. Hello, Jake Parrott. At the exit of the carousel. And he's managed also to get one of his French suppliers tuned in from his summer holiday. He's hooked already. Now, Jake works in the wines and spirits business, so I'm intrigued to find out who that is. It was time for the McLaren to come in, Ryan.
Yeah, right on cue for Nikita Johnson, who I think was outstanding in that stint. This team has been really exceptional, the way that they've adapted to this car. 2 young drivers that aren't used to racing, this type of racing. And while they've had their hiccups over the course of the year, it really hasn't been the drivers that have been the cause of that. They've had little technical gremlins, misfortune, but the drivers have really executed beyond their years this year, in my estimation. It's now Max Esterson in that car, so Nikita Johnson, he's done his bit, and I suspect it's Max into the end from here.
155.4 last time around for Tom Dillman, against the best of a 54.8 for that car. So Dillman with a bit of clear air in front of the Inter-Europol car, making best use of it, trying to put some time into Parker Thompson. gap at the moment is 16 seconds. 2 of those were gained on the last lap, or at least the better part of 2 of those. Still no pit stops from the Cadillacs et al. At the front of the field. Cadillacs, Acuras, Porsche Penske Motorsport, 2x2x2.
They've got a little further to go, about 30% energy left in their virtual tanks at this point. So we should be seeing them in the next 20 minutes or thereabouts, I would say.
Peter Mackay rejoining us here in the booth. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Best weather we've had today. Not quite as warm as it was earlier in the weekend, but I'm sure that the guys on the pit lane will quite like that. But the cars are starting to come alive now. Keep an eye on the lap times for the Acuras, P-Mac, because they like it dry and warm.
They do, yeah, and I think the Michelin hard compound tyre, which has been elected for this weekend for the GTP class, will like it as a little bit more sunlight is able to break through and kind of bake the tarmac a little bit more and bring that track temperature up a little bit. It is amazing actually how far in advance tyre manufacturers need to plan long before there's really any kind of accurate weather forecast, but they're taking data for what they've had in the past and then trying to make the best guess. And there's a lot of real high-speed corners here, and therefore the tyre gets put through a lot of stress. So it's understandable that at this time of year you would go for the hard tyre. But it's been a kind of unseasonably cool at points, but that extra temperature will definitely help those hard compound tyres from the GTP. And for the other classes, well, it's the same as what they run all year, so they're used to it.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is only the GTPs who have access to the different compounds of Michelin tyres. And I sort of paused even as I said have access to, because as Peter rightly points out, they don't get to choose. It is Michelin that makes that determination before each of the events, and the teams are told which of the compounds that they will use, which of the tyres, the slick tyres they will use. The slight difference in that is that it's Daytona and the Rolex 24 Daytona, because of when it is in the year, because of the potential of extreme differential in temperature range, and the soft tyres are allowed to be used there. Oh, down at turn 5. Mustang number 66 into the gravel, and that was Jake Walker behind the wheel of what was the 13th car, and we have more pit lane. Earl Bamber in the Whelan Cadillac. He's with Arjuna Kangapati.
And Jack Aitken started this race. He's going to get back into this number 31. And we talked a little bit at the start of the race about potentially Aitken able to lock up the GTP Drivers' Championship mathematically. But it's been a difficult weekend, all things considered, for a team that hasn't finished off the podium since 2025. Tyres already done. Sticker Michelin tyres going on to the Cadillac Whelan 31. And the energy just being packed in. This car came in with about 20% of the remaining energy left. Relatively short pit stop, off and away he goes.
Arjuna Kankapati, our driver DB informed pit lane report, also in the pit lane. LMP2 and the McElrea getting out of the United Autosport, the lighter of the two cars.
I think this is back timing to the end of the race.
Oh, do you think so, Peter?
Yeah, on both counts for the 31 Whelan Engineering Cadillac, what they should be able to get home on one pit stop. even if it stayed green, which it's unlikely. There's likely going to be some full course yellow in there, but the LMP2s, this probably fits perfectly. 3 stints, so 2 pit stops to go for all of these LMP2s that are pitting right now.
Yeah. So you think, I don't think the GTPs can do an hour, Peter. There's still 2 hours, 2 minutes to go. Is that?
Yeah, they did that quite easily earlier in the race, around an hour. Probably I would say on the other side of the hour. In comes the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. They will be a lap easier, if you like, to do it on one more stop compared to the 31 Whelen Engineering car. So I wonder if this is Porsche Penske Motorsport covering off that Whelen car.
Let's get down to Arjuna and I'll crunch some numbers on the other side of this pit report.
Well, John, I was wondering the same thing when Will Turner and the number 96 came in a couple of laps ago in GTD, and if it's a question for GTD to get to the end from here, I think it's probably, with one more stop I should say, it's much harder for the GTPs to get to the end with the one more stop potentially that we are speculating. Look like they packed the car full of fuel and energy before they sent it out with a driver change as well.
Harry Tinknell, Brian Herder, Autosport 52, LMP2, side-by-side contact once, twice, and then spinning around. And that was with the number 99 old racing car at turn number 6. Harry having to wait for a line of cars to go through. 53 minutes of full green is round about what I'm seeing. Nobody's done more than 55 minutes with full green. Everything that's been an hour or more has had help from yellow flags, Peter. Which is not to say there wouldn't be any yellow flags, obviously, but I think they're a bit short if it's full green.
Okay, let's see how it plays out. I mean, it would be quite remarkable actually if we went through these last 2 hours without any full course yellow, but not, you know, it could go the other way and they could get caught out. That's interesting. I thought they'd maybe get a bit longer than that, but let's follow closely. I think for the LMP2s they're bang on. I think with those 3-4 minutes since.
Correct. That I would agree with. If I just check back through, I've got a feeling that it was the BMW 24 that did the first full stint without any yellows. It's one of the 2 BMWs anyway. Let me check. Yeah, and they did 53 minutes. 52 and a half actually. Lauren Heinrich is on the wall, so expect the JTC Miller Action Express car, Mustang sampling car in the pit lane. It's there. Arjuna, it's time to unleash the potential of this car. With no disrespect to its 2 younger drivers, they've kept that car in the fight.
It's exactly what they needed to do, and there was some comments earlier in the week that John Church and the entirety of JDC Miller able to show what the program is capable of with a driver like Lauren Heinrich, going off to Porsche Penske next year, but still very much looking to wrap up the Drivers' Championship. 4 tires done relatively easy for the crew, and now just pack it off with fuel and send out the young gun out onto track.
Lauren Heinrich with still a decent chance of the championship. And down at turn number 5, we've got an issue for the Porsche number 7. It's Felipe Nasser, and there was side-by-side contact. I think have to see a little boy spinning up the right Michelin, and it's a full course yellow with 2 hours to go. Well, there you go, Peter. That's just helped everybody who needed it in terms of get to the end on one more pit stop. Yellows giveth, yellows taketh away. My goodness.
Christmas Day for JDC Miller Motorsport. I mean, they will now circle to the front with a full tank on board. They are in the game now. And Felipe Nasser is so unlucky here. He has just, by a matter of half a yard, placed his rear left Michelin into the sand trap, and that car is going no further. What happened though, I don't know. It's down at turn 5 on the braking, and does he get help from another car? Well, he had been battling away with the 31.
It's going to be turn 6.
Whalen inch.
Yeah.
Oh,
it
dear,
is.
oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, that is Jack Aitken giving a little... Well, Jack Aitken's going to say that...
No.
I think I called it as 5. Sorry, it was 6. I think Jack Aitken, Peter, is going to say that he moved back on the line in front of me. That's the only mitigation that you can have there. In the meantime, Jack Hawksworth's come into the pits and done full service. Full course yellow came out at 42 minutes and 42 seconds. I've got Ben Barnicott into the pits, who brought that car in. Sorry, Jack took it out. In at 42.46, but Arjuna, he'll have been committed, he'll have been in the pit lane, he would just not be at the pit speed limit line before then. I think they might have just sneaked that in. That was that looked like a full service to me.
It was a full service. Tyres, fuel, driver change, the whole 9 yards. And if they've timed this, they could be the ones to benefit from this caution, which should guarantee, John, one more pit stop, I think, for all of our classes to the end. For Lauren Heinrich and JDC, this is also perfect for them to send out their young gun right into the thick of the fight.
Peter, you're looking, as I am, at the race control screen, and there's I think one other car that got in and out beforehand, before that full course yellow as well. In fact, actually it might be 2, because I think James Collado might have got in as well.
James Collado, yeah, by my reckoning, has got the 033 Triarti Competizione Ferrari in GTD Pro in for a full fill, as did, I agree with you, I think Vassar Sullivan Lexus have pulled the blinder. I remember back at Watkins Glen, where Jack Hawksworth and Ben Barnicott were talking about the great escape. What they meant was they'd had a pretty rotten start to the season, and then they're now charging towards the contention for the championship, and this may well play them back into the mix. Now, do they have enough pace to fight hard at the moment with the way things are standing? But that is a huge boost for that car's campaign for the race win, and I'll echo what Arjuna was saying. I mean, it just couldn't have worked out any better for JDC Miller Motorsports, because not only have they got the right they've got their star driver in the car right now, Lauren Heinrich, but they've got there with enough fuel on board, and they were maybe marginal before that. They aren't anymore. And ironically, the only other car that was close on that strategy, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, is stuck in the sand trap.
Yeah, and has dropped a lap now. Has dropped a lap. The Aston Martin Harter Racing Valkyrie is off the lead lap as... Oh, no, it's not actually. They've just got to come back around, I think. Let's see how that plays out. I'm just... What was I looking at there that caught my eye? I'll come back to that in a moment. Let's get back down to Arjuna. I think the pits are going to open shortly. Well, Nasser's in the pits. That was closed. So what did they do with Felipe Nasser, Arjuna? Was that just a change of one tyre?
No, they are taking off the rear assembly, and they haven't quite taken the engine cover off yet. I wonder if that's just struggling to get it loose, but this, it classifies as emergency service, even though they're spending a bit more time in pit lane. Things required to send the car out onto track safely. I didn't see anything actually being done at the rear. They've reattached the rear wing deck itself and sent the 7 back out. I think that car's got relatively lucky, all things considered.
Has dropped off the lead lap, though. Let's just reiterate that. I'm also trying to work out where Lauren Heinrich is in that queue. So there's no doubt, Peter Mackay, is there, that the JDC Miller car stays out. It doesn't even consider pitting, even just for a little splash of fuel. It stays out and takes the track position.
Takes the track position and will have near enough the same, give or take 2 or 3% the same amount of fuel. But if we stayed green to the end from now, they're going to be on the same strategy as anyone else anyway. So this has basically teleported them right into the very sharp end of the battle for this win. The question is, can they hold off at least 2 Cadillacs in the Wayne Taylor racing cars, and then we'll see if Jack Aitken cops a penalty in the Cadillac car, because if he doesn't, then he's on a similar strategy and may well be able to get home with this full course yellow. So it may open up the strategy for Whelen, but I have to say, I think Whelen will be lucky to get away without a penalty.
I think they were lucky to get away without a penalty at Watkins Glen. I don't think that they'll ride that luck again for a second time. The JDC car stayed out. Everybody else in the pit lane. Arjuna is swamped with prototypes.
Renger van der Zande and Nick Yellow, your driver change in the 93, but while there was some concern about the front of the number 60 car, they have decided to make a change there and use this time under caution. Maybe a bit of damage on one of those dive planes, upsetting the aero balance of the car. The Cadillac Whelen car has come in for a quick burst of fuel and to check on the car itself, but Wayne Taylor's number 40 wins the race off of pit lane. The 31 follows quite closely. The second Wayne Taylor car completes the first 3 off the lane.
And they've all just driven straight out of the pit lane into a GTD field. I can't see it from here, but I do hope that pit lane light was on green. Into the pit. Here comes Felipe Nasser, having been recovered and taken emergency service. Now he comes back in when the pit lane is open for the prototypes. They took the back clip off. Now they did replace the rear wing on that number 7 car. It was one off and one on, and now they're doing the front, says Arjuna. And they're doing this so that presumably Arjuna will take another pit lane report here, informed by driver database. Presumably they're doing this in stages so they don't drop any more time behind the safety car.
I think that's part of it, but this also fulfills the obligation for emergency service to come back in if my understanding of the rule book down on pit lane is correct. John, I don't think they changed the rear wing. I think they just took it off and replaced it after taking a quick look.
No.
They definitely changed the front of that, though, so maybe your eyes saw something that I didn't, though.
Well, in fairness, I only noticed it when I saw it for a second time. They took off the one that they took off, they put towards pit in, and they had another one on the wall which slotted straight back on. I think they might have been worried that it was not going to go back on. Now what I don't know, of course, because I couldn't see it, is whether that was the same setup. That might have been a bit cheeky. They got hit from behind and damage behind the rear wheels, but do you then set that car up the same as at the start of the race now that the track temperature has gone up considerably? We've got up pretty much 10 degrees Celsius. I think that's interesting. GT's coming in. Stand by for action. And Ryan Marine is joining us down in the pit lane as well. In a few moments' time, we'll hear from him. Dragon Speed come to a halt, and that's going to be full service and a driver change. Out for Alec Udell, and at GTD Pro, Arjuna has the pit stops.
It's a driver change for Rexy as Nick Tandy gets back in. It was great to hear him talking about how the car has been roaring this weekend. Also a change as Antonio Garcia, Alex Sims swap around, and the same in the other of the Pratt & Miller Corvettes. Tommy Milner takes back over from Nicky Katzberg. Just waiting for the fuel in the AO Racing camp. They have been on fire this weekend, both on track and in pit lane. But the RLL McLaren once again puts itself in a great strategic position. It's the first off of pit lane, followed by Rexy. And now we wait for which of the Pratt & Miller Corvettes. It's the 4 that goes out first.
Wait to see if there's any incident at pit out here as people are trying to get into that queue. Oh, dear me. That is incredibly tight a pit. Peter Mackay is crunching some numbers, but also we don't have to guess anymore, Peter, about how much fuel, how much energy is left with the teams. All bar the LMP2s, we have access to the data for the virtual fuel tank. So who's looking good here in terms of the GTs and the GTPs?
I feel like a pound shop Paul Truswell right now because I'm cheating. I've got the I've got IMSA telemetry up in front of me to keep an eye. So it looks like just before, well, while that pit stop sequence flowed out, the number 9 FAF car has, the Lamborghini of Andrea Caldarelli, has quite a lot of fuel on board, enough to get home on one more stop. They have not pitted. We talked about the Barcia Sullivan Lexus, the same thing, and the Triarzi 033 Ferrari of James Calado. Now, the RLL McLaren, as Arjuna mentioned in that driver database informed report, was very quick off pit lane because, and I'm actually surprised they pitted because I think they had enough to get home on just one more stop. But I think they're just able to sacrifice a little bit of track position, fill up to 100%, and then of course the last pit stop, if we stayed green, would be shorter. So now RLL McLaren, having been a bit off strategy, they're now very much on strategy. Also, the 64 Ford that was a little bit hampered by a drive-through penalty not that long ago, they're looking good on fuel. So Dennis Olsen is going to launch forward into contention as well. So there's lots going on, and it's mostly focused on GTD Pro.
Well, this is not going to be a short yellow because we've got some remedial track work going on out at the bottom of the hill at Hurry Down, at the bottom of Hurry Downs at turn number 8. It is on the runoff area, but it's in the bit that you're allowed to use because it's the hash marked area off to driver's right before you get to the grass crate. The Ford F-150 Raptor is there for the AMR safety crew, acting as cover for the work that's going on from track services. And we've also got a jet dryer down there as well. I think this is another 10 minutes. I think this is another 10 to 15 minutes. We might be left with an hour and a half here. And therefore, you might just see people cycling back through the pits again. In fact, as I say that, I can see Felipe and Nasser coming back to the pits. Arjuna is there.
It's just fuel from what I can see. There is one mechanic taking a quick look at the left rear. Have to quickly hold up Felipe before they send him out. But John, I can tell you right now, not the only crew standing on the pit wall. JDC Miller standing and ready to get Lauren Heinrich down to pit lane.
Sorry for my exclamation there. The Shopify TDS car and the Porsche, sorry, no, that is the Uni Era car, and that Penske, Porsche Penske Motorsport car held with traffic lights this time. We didn't see that the last time around when the GTs were coming around. However, the exclamation for me was because Felipe Nasser, in his haste to get back around and get the remedial work done on those cars, was very nearly ran into the workers at the exit of turn 8 and had to go off the track and onto the grass to get round them. More cars coming in to see you, Arjuna, for another top-up.
I'm counting about 9 seconds of energy for the Mustang sampling JDC car. They're also doing a quick check of tire pressure just to maybe make sure everything's A-OK. Lauren Heinrich off and away.
Delatraz did exactly the same as Felipe Nasser.
I wonder, John, if there was maybe a little bit of contaminant on the track, and that was what caught out two very experienced drivers in Delatraz and Nasser. Thankfully, that did not end up in an impact with the safety vehicles, but that's, I guess, a perfect example of why they have to park there to give cover to the track workers, just in case.
Correct. I'm just looking at my timing screen, and just before that yellow, the JDC Miller car had gone a lap down, and that's why they've stayed out. That's why they stayed out there, to get their lap back and to cycle back around, and that's why they've come back in again there to top off as much as they can. They're going to be in 9th position on the restart. I thought my timing screen had frozen actually before. This has been absolute manna from heaven, because they'd fallen off the lead lap just as Lauren Heinrich got into that car, and this has put them back right on it. Extraordinarily good luck for them.
Well, I actually thought there's been a bit of bad luck as well, John, because honestly I thought they would have filtered right to the front of the field. It's unlucky the way that's worked out, how they were off the lead lap with the timing of their pit stop, but at least they are now on the lead lap with a full tank of fuel and ready to fight.
Correct. They were on the back of, they were sitting down in 8th or 9th position, and I looked up there, and both they and the Aston were off the lead lap. And what as I say, I thought my screen had frozen up, and I reset it. As that happened, the yellow came out, and then of course we had all the pit stops of everybody coming in, and we're having more again now. Felipe Nasser back in. Now he is off the lead lap still, but he's only 1 lap down now. Roman DeAngelis came in with Lauren Heinrich. They're both back on the lead lap. Marco Wittmann for BMW's just come in from 8th position. These are the guys at the tail end of the GTP train. Now, that does not, Arjuna Kankapati, look like a standard stop for BMW Team WRT.
No, they have a pink mixture liquid that is being put towards the engine. There's also a big plastic bottle of distilled water that's being prepared just in case they need it. But this is exactly not what they wanted. I've sent a message over to our friends at BMW Motorsport to see if we can get an update on exactly what this issue is. But we've not seen many of these mechanical problems for the M Hybrid V8 Evo, I should say, here in 2026.
Pink liquids. What? Somebody's got an upset stomach there. Bit of acid. Not sure. I hope it isn't a radiator problem. Yeah. Well, you can say that as a new dad, can't you? Yes. There was a variety of concoctions that I used to use on some of my cars down through the years when radiators had leaks, and some of them were pink. And if there was a bottle of water there, distilled water there as well, I can't imagine filling the washer bottles on that for the windscreen. So I can only assume that they are worried about losing coolant, and that pink was either the coolant fluid itself or something that might plug a gap. Liquid bubble gum, as a mechanic friend of mine used to call it, and kept advising me against it. But you know, it's that or lose your water. The old trick was to put an egg in your radiator, apparently. Crack an egg and put that into the radiator, and that would find the gap, and as the egg cooked, it would seal it. Not sure if that's true or not. I never got to try that one. It was a product called Rad Weld that came in a red and pink tin.
How did these damaged radiators typically happen, John?
In my case, well, just doesn't take an awful lot. No, actually, in fairness, it was the one I was talking about there was on my Talbot Samba rally, which was a ex-Ernie Larton championship-winning road rally car, actually, that I had there. B585YHY, I think it was. And that was just stones getting thrown up from cars ahead. That was that one. There were other stories of damaged radiators. I think we're going back great. So we've done the class and category splits. They had to be finished by Canada corner, so Dries Vanthoor will bring us back to green with an hour and 37 minutes to go, and he has sprinted away from the final corner, weaving left and right, gets about a second across the line, half a second across the line to Jack Aitken. Then the second of in fact, 3 Cadillacs line astern there, Aitken, Albuquerque and Delatraz, and off at the last corner on the restart is Matt Bell. 13 Autosport, that was the 3rd place car in GTD, and it's dropped down to 13th. Oh my goodness. The tall fella from Newcastle upon Tyne in the northeast of England. Off to the left-hand side of the track at the final corner before the restart. Now getting back up to speed down at turn number 5, and another Corvette in strife, and this one's beach. We're going to go back yellow again. It's one of the 2 works cars. Turn 3, it's Alexander Sims at the bottom of the hill. What an up and down day it's been for Alexander Sims, running right up at the sharp end of the field. Then the car dropped back, got themselves back into contention, and now Alexander Sims sits axle deep with a right rear puncture. There's been contact there. Now, where did that happen? And by the way, and I think this is going to be controversial, the incident involving the number 31 Jack Aitken Cadillac wheeling car and the number 7 that put Felipe Nasr a lap down and in the gravel has been reviewed incidental contact. That is going to be controversial after what we've seen today at that spot in the racetrack. And you would say that that is twice in 2 endurance races that number 31 car has been very fortunate indeed. And now I'm seeing damage as well, Peter Mackay, on the left front of the Mustang sampling Lauren Heinrich Porsche.
So what is going on there? Let's try and pick the bones out of it. Not sure what happened to Matt Bell. It would be a very uncharacteristic mistake of a man of his caliber to chuck it off while going back to green. And oh no, not again. Corvette and Ford. Well, we said we'd love the battle, the Detroit battle of GM and Ford, and with the arrival of the Ford Mustang, that's what we've got. But it's kind of ignited at Watkins Glen, and now here at Road America, the number 65 Ford of Frederick Verbisch into the side of the number 3 Corvette, although it was the number 4 Corvette last time that they got together with. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And 2 huge penalties for the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car and the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. What do they have in common? They were both overdriving during the full course yellow around track services. Stop plus 60 seconds. Game over.
They're gonna drop, and that can't happen till green as well. I am fully in favour of that. Fully in favour of that. Meantime, there's other things being looked at as well, including EO Racing getting alongside, I think this was quite some time ago, Harry Tinknell, and that looks like that is being looked at as well. Welcome back to the pit lane to Ryan Marine. I think this is Brian, just before I bring you in, I think that's game over for the number 3 Corvette. Alexander Sims is out the car. Welcome back to the pit lane to Ryan Marine.
I get back and it all pops off, doesn't it? Isn't that funny how it works out? I was following up on the issue for the 25 BMW. It does appear to be some kind of a coolant-related issue. That pink fluid that Arjuna referenced, it was helpfully labeled in the containers that it was situated in as ERS only, so I think that would be energy recovery system. So maybe that helps direct us a little bit to what the root of the problem might be, but in any event, they spent a lot of time in the pit lane. Part of the problem appeared to be just getting the container where that coolant should be going into in the car itself open, and once they finally did, it took a couple different tools to finally get open and get access to that. Once they topped it off, it was a pretty quick stop in the pit lane, but trying to get access to that actually proved to be quite challenging.
Yeah, ERS, energy recovery system, the hybrids, is a spec part, of course, in IMSA racing. It still needs to be cooled. Well, the only defence I said at the time for the Wayland Cadillac not getting pinged would have been if the number 7 moved back in front of it, and that can be the only defence for that. But that's not what race control have said. They said it was incidental contact. I'm sorry, and I'm not criticising race control, but I don't understand that one the same way as I didn't understand them not getting one at Watkins Glen for the contact with the Simon Mann car, and that is going to cause more controversy in the days and weeks to come, because that car now has been the beneficiary, or would seem to have been the beneficiary, some people will say it is, have been the beneficiary of some leniency on 2 pieces of contact that have adversely affected other people's races. Now, my answer to that, of course, is you penalise the action, not the consequence, but there was undoubtedly contact both of those times, and there's been no penalty again, ruled incidental contact from race control. Still the job I never wanted to.
Throughout the day. There's been so much going on, and such is the intensity of the competition. 55 cars on track, and you know, really you look at a driver of Felipe Nasr's experience and the number of wins he has here and championships as well, and Jack Aitken, who's in a very strong position even coming into this weekend, even with not a good weekend this weekend, he would still be in a strong position. So they're pushing hard at the highest level, and these things can happen, and then of course race control have got to officiate. I guess it's a little bit like a 50-50 tackle in a World Cup final. It's someone has to make the call, and it's not an easy task at all. It's and that particular incident, I think, is very difficult to make a call, and because I think you could have called that either way.
Let's get an update now from one of the front runners in GTP, Ricky Taylor, out of the Wayne Taylor Racing car and taking a moment here to compose himself slightly. But looks like it's been an interesting race from where we were sitting. How about for you? What has it been like from inside the cockpit?
Yeah, it's been really nice. 6 hours at Road America. We could be in worse places. So congrats to IMSA for a great weekend. Great to see all the fans here. So thanks for everybody for coming. The car's going really well. It's been a while since we've had Wayne Taylor Racing 1-2. So it was really nice seeing Jordan up front and us settling in P2. We were looking good there if it was green flag stops. And the 31 and the BMW just jumped us there with the yellow. But long way to go still. I think we're in good shape. The car feels really good, especially in clean air. So if Philippe can put some magic on and make some moves, I think we'll be looking good.
Is the pace of the car strong enough to fight with the cars around you?
Yeah, I think the 93 looked really strong. The BMWs are on and off, looking good. But you know, I never count out a Cadillac, and it's nice to be up there fighting for the win today.
You mentioned the team running 1-2 for a time. Is whatever it is that you found here this weekend something you think you can carry forward for the rest of the season?
I hope so. We had a great test here a couple weeks ago, and our teammates Action Express are always very open with us, and it's really a one Cadillac race team, and it's nice to be contributing somewhat today, honestly, and just to be in our normal rhythm of running near the front. So I think the two Wayne Taylor Racing cars are opposite on setups. We're really trying to find our way, and pleasantly surprised to see, we have two different bullets in the gun today.
Yeah, opposite on setups, but pretty similar in terms of the pace, it would seem. Ricky, thank you for the time and good luck.
Thanks very much.
Coming back to green flag, we'll have just under an hour and a half to go, around about an hour and 26 minutes to go. And as I suspected, the Twitter storm has started about that incidental contact call between the Porsche and the 31 Cadillac.
Yeah, unfortunately it has. I think you called it right, John, that it would be controversial when you involve two front-running cars, the defending champion car and the potential 2026 champion. It's any of these kinds of things always will be, regardless of the motorsport actually, or indeed the sport that you choose. That's the intensity of competition. But I think, isn't that why we follow? It's the intensity of the competition, and it matters. And back to green already. Here we go.
Yeah, with a couple of people diving into the pit lane from the front of the field as they came through, following in the Corvette safety car, and once again there's contact. This time it's Cadillac, and it's the 31 car involved again, and here comes the Sunoco Porsche round the outside. Now, was that blocking by the 31 going down the hill? That's been called already today. This is going to put race control under extreme scrutiny here. That 31 car is moving around in response to the Sunoco Porsche behind. Two Cadillacs at the front of the field. Tom Blomqvist, Dries Vanthoor and Marco Wittmann all came into the pit lane as we went back to green flag racing. The Porsche loses a position for a moment as through goes another one of the Cadillacs. It's top three now. Cadillac, Jack Aitken, Philippe Albuquerque, Luis Delatraz, then Kevin Estre, with Renger van der Zande sitting in there watching this action unfold. He'll want to get involved in it. If we know anything about Renger, he likes a good scrap. So it's Philippe Albuquerque.
Remember though that Delatraz has to serve that stop plus 60. So
good point.
So he will move out the way, but I think there was some seriously aggressive stuff in both parts between Jack Aitken and the 31 Whelen car and the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Kevin Estre. Estre trying to dive around, trying to find a way through. A firm defence by Aitken, and yeah, it's getting frantic. We're just turning up the temperature here going into the last hour and a half.
Yeah, round the outside and then dodging to the inside. That was when Kevin Estre went wide. I think he was frustrated, felt he was being blocked all the way down the back straight, or the middle straight there. Overdrove into turn 5. One man's meat, another man's poison. Drive-through penalty for BMW number 25. Marco Wittmann in the pit lane for working on the car from behind the wall. And let's go down to the pit lane and pick up a report, a driver database informed report from Ryan.
I'll tell you what, it is busy down here, so the 25 might have a drive-through coming, but they just spent some more time in pit lane making repairs. Tom Blomqvist also pitted in the 60. They changed the rear bodywork of that car and sent him out. He managed to stay on the lead lap, but the 24 BMW is in the pits, and it's an extensive stop. And I will say this, they're working in the same general area that the sister car was having repairs with that pink fluid a little bit earlier on in the race. So this looks like disaster for BMW Team WRT.
That was the ERS cooling that was being looked at. Porsche versus Ford down at turn 5. By the way, that Ford versus Corvette has been ruled incidental as well. That ended up finishing the race of Alexander Sims. Jump start for car 7. That's another penalty for that car. They've had more penalties than Argentina in the World Cup final. My goodness me. Still Porsche and Ford battling it out. This is the 911 of Thomas Preining and Dennis Olsen, Max Esterson in RLL Team McLaren right in behind them. Then Tommy Milner, Frederick Vervisch and Daniel Serra. That is the battle for fifth position on down. Pass under yellow as well previous to the restart has been penalised for Jan Helen in RS1. The line of penalties is like a ticker tape coming onto my screen. I think we'll just concentrate on what is going on the track, and as people peel off into the pit lane, we'll point at them and say that was a penalty. It's about all we can do at the moment. Cadillac, Porsche at the front of the field as Philippe Albuquerque leads the way in that number 10. Jack Aitken in second, 1.5 seconds behind the leader, 1.5 seconds away from Kevin Estre. I can only assume Peter Mackay, Kevin Estre, who is a lovely bloke out of the car, but put him in with his helmet strapped on and his visor down, and he is the most competitive person I know. He will be driving very, very angry at the moment.
Oh, he's an animal behind the wheel, and I mean that in the best possible way. He's such an entertainer,
yeah, I know what you mean.
And
Yes.
so instinctive behind the wheel. And yet, when you see him with his helmet off, you're like, this isn't the same person. He's the most mild-mannered, softly spoken, a lovely guy, and then I wouldn't want to race against him. Definitely not. He's super aggressive, and has scored a lot of wins and a lot of championships with that approach. But if I can, draw the attention to your leader in GTD Pro, Andrea Caldarelli for Pfaff Lamborghini, with the new Huracan. The old Huracan is going out. The new Temerario, which debuted at Sebring and had finished the race and was thereabouts, and they've just been finding their feet with this package. But right now, Andrea's clearing off at the front. Is this going to be the first win for the Temerario?
Just what that team needs at the moment, with its future under some question, according to the team and a number of people in the paddock. Don't feel they necessarily have been getting the support that they require. That is a brand new car, of course, and they have been known for cycling through different manufacturers, but there has been a bit of turmoil at Lamborghini in their sporting department. The whole company is up for sale at the moment, of course, in the midst of the problems of Volkswagen AG and Audi have Lamborghini and Ducati up for sale at the moment. Meantime, down at turn 1, the battle for the lead. Tom Gamble and Philip Ellis in GTD are sitting behind, two cars side by side ahead of them, and that's the number 65 Ford of Frederick Vervisch and Daniel Serra. Tom Gamble and Phil Ellis, the Heart of Racing and Winwood cars, have been looking at the back of Daniel Serra's car for pretty much half of the race as they've been catching them up. This could be all kinds of trouble. The Ford defends, but that's all right, held its line. No movements down into turn 5. And then the battle for GTD. So as they crest the rise, the blue Ford, the red Ferrari, they're at the back of the GTD Pro field. Then the two darker cars, the Aston and the AMG, and the RLL McLaren's going slow. Oh, disaster for them. What a shame. Max Esterson going slowly, going up the hill, losing a huge amount of real estate. Now, was he turned around? Don't see damage, but he lost a lot of ground, and it looks, I'm afraid, and we'll go down for some confirmation here to our driver DB pit lane team. It was Ryan who was down there. It looks like it's game over for Dries Vanthoor and Sheldon van der Linde and the 24 BMW.
they were doing extensive work on the left rear corner on that car, John, and they brought out initially a bunch of Brembo boxes, so I thought maybe it was brakes. I also heard the team talking about a potential hub issue on the car, but whatever the case, they didn't feel like they could get it fixed here in the pit lane, so they put it on the dollies and they're wheeling it back to the paddock right now.
Meantime, if you're a Bowtie fan, good news. The number 3 Alexander Sims car has come out from behind the wall and will rejoin laps down, but they are not last. They will get out with a 2-lap lead over Paul Miller Racing in the battle for 11th and 12th. McLaren with problems, and Arjuna can update us on why Max Esterson slowed.
The word is steering issues, John. This is one of the things that you don't really deal with in the world of iRacing, but Max Esterson is going to be bringing that car straight back down to pit lane.
That has spoiled a really good run for them. Cadillac, Porsche at the front of the field. We haven't talked about LMP2 for a while, but that's still nice and tight as well. Tristan Fortier for Tower has Paul di Resta chasing him down. 1 1/4 seconds between those two. Don't count out Tom Dillman in the Europol competition in third. 1.2 seconds, 8:22 and 43. Then another second or so for Alex Quinn for CrowdStrike, and Mikkel Jensen's about the same behind him. And the top 6 made up by Matthias Besch for TDS Racing. Battles all around the circuit at the moment, Peter Mackay, as Felipe Nasser is in the lead. I think this was for one of his stops and drive-throughs.
I think we can
Remember,
safely
he had a
say
stop
that
plus 60. That's going to... Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I think we can safely say their day is done now in terms of a good point score, and that could take away any chance of a title defence. They already were quite far back, but that's going to give a bit of breathing space to the others. I mean, the number 93 Acura crew, they've sort of been creeping up through the second part of the season. They are going to be in the mix, but Jack Aitken, if it weren't for the performance of the number 93 Acura crew right now, Jack Aitken could be getting the people on the pit wall to be getting the calculators out to see if he is actually going to be crowned champion right now. Right now he wouldn't be, but his it wasn't a consideration at all until about an hour ago.
Felipe Nasser and the Porsche Penske Motorsport team are going to be fit to be tied after this. Yes, there was a mistake made when he drove too quickly down to the bottom of the hill, and that is joint responsibility, because the team should have been telling him there were people working down there. It was on the race control screen. But that all started when he got pushed off the track with contact from the number 31 Whelen Cadillac. Incidental contact, albeit, but that's not how they're going to see it. And when the championships are on the line, people's tempers get a little bit fraught, shall we say.
There's a lot on the line. You think
we've got two different... Oh,
the
of course there is.
The money being spent is huge. I mean, this means a huge amount to the drivers personally for their careers, but also the manufacturers that are writing the checks. This is serious stuff. Meanwhile, Aitken is all over the back of Philippe Albuquerque. Now, this is where does one Cadillac come in here? We hear it a lot about the drivers talking about sharing. Well, they've got a Cadillac driver who's wanting to get his championship dealt with. The number 10 crew aren't anywhere near the front of the championship. So does this where the one Cadillac radio call comes through, or are they allowed to fight clean and fair? Let's hope it's the latter for us, because we're in the entertainment business.
Okay. Quick update on McLaren Team RLL in the pit lane now with Arjuna.
It's a very leisurely stop, unfortunately, John. They've taken the front off the car. They're taking a look deep in the wells of the wiring, the electronics, and I see some coolant potentially on the hydraulic fluid potentially on the pit wall, but this is heartbreak. A team that once again continues to show us what they can do on their return into the GTD class, and with two very young drivers who continue to show their potential.
We are about 20 minutes away from the last pit stop window opening for the GTP cars, PMAC. This is very interesting. indeed. There's no one is going to have to stop at that point, but will somebody give it a go? Maybe Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel of the JDC car, as that steering issue continues to be addressed down in the pit lane for the McLaren. It had been a really good run out this weekend, and let's not forget that is the first year of this programme for Rahal Letterman Lanigan, put together at pretty late notice as they rolled into 2026. Now, BMW, let's have a word about the BMWs. Here's Arjuna again.
Obviously, John, we thought the 25 had some sort of radiator cooling issue. That has been confirmed by the team, but the 24 has a brake issue. So after going 1-2 here last year, the Evo upgrade for the BMW M Hybrid, unfortunately not going to get to show its speed at the end of the race.
Dries Vanthoor has the fastest lap of the race in the Spider-Man number 24, 152.124. Let's stay in the pit lane whilst we have the opportunity before it all explodes again. I feel like I'm pulling the pin out of a hand grenade half of this time. Ryan, how you doing? Where are you?
I'm down with AO Racing's LMP2, which just had an extended pit stop. I had somebody text me that they saw that car had an issue on track a couple of laps ago. That car was in. They changed the rear clip on that car and sent it back out, also refueled and put a new set of tires on that machine as well. But they should be good to go on one more stop from here. However, that's a big delay.
Peter Mackay and I swapping messages. Fastest in every sector for Dries Vanthoor's BMW. Massive opportunity gone begging there, I think, this weekend. And we talked about the BMW Global crest of a wave for the GTs and particularly the GTP cars, the prototype cars, Peter. This will be one that Andreas Roos and Vincent Voss and the rest of the team will think got away from them.
It will, but we didn't think that Porsche Penske Motorsport maybe had the one-lap pace. Kevin Estre said himself he wasn't sure if they had one-lap pace, but he said the race is different. Well, he's racing different. He's just gone past Jack Aitken and up into second position in that 917-30 throwback livery, and is now on the headlight flashers, cutting through traffic and putting the heat on Philippe Albuquerque. Estre versus Albuquerque on a Sunday afternoon. Oh, how do you like it?
Absolutely brilliant, Peter. That's how we like it. And Estre in traffic has been brilliant. And the sunshine is out, and the Porsche is loving it. Into the pit lane for Tower Motorsport. But they are struggling a little bit for pace. They were in 5th position, still with a chance in LMP2, no doubt. I've had to pull the sunshade down in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Is this battle for the lead is absolutely on through traffic. This is brilliant. Looks like a police chase. All we need is the flashing lights and some music, and it looks like Estre got held up there for a moment. Aitken pulls out in the wheeling car. Brilliant use of the GTD as a little screen by Estre down into Calendar Corner. That was Frederick Vervish in the Ford Racing Mustang. This is all getting interesting, and there will be, I am sure, there will be some animus between Porsche and that 31 car behind. That is already in their minds. He's already set about their team car, and they will want to beat these Cadillacs. The leader goes down the inside of the Corvette of Tommy Milner, and now comes to the cars at the front of the GTD Pro field. Thomas Pryning, Nick Tandy, James Collado, Jack Hawksworth, all there, all needing to be dealt with.
A few moments ago,
Estre seemed to get the better of the traffic when they first hit it, but now it seems to be evening out a bit, Peter.
It does, but a few moments ago, the Aston Martin Valkyrie number 23 went off the road on the entry to the carousel, went through, sideways through the gravel, and somehow, I have no idea how, that was gathered up by Roman De Angelis and was able to keep going. I was sure we were going to be going full course yellow there to pick and extract the Valkyrie from the gravel, but not such. We stay green, and Heart of Racing can take a sigh of relief. That was really, really close there.
Just a point of order as well. Lauren Heinrich is now only 6 seconds behind a podium spot and is lapping at the pace of the cars ahead of him as he comes through the traffic as well. Of course, he will have to hit that same gaggle of GT cars that were fighting amongst themselves. But it's Albuquerque by just a second now over Kevin Estre. He's got half a second on Jack Aitken, then the 6 seconds back to Lauren Heinrich. Is that going to be... Is that car still in with a chance, and that driver still in with a chance? It would be Lauren on his own because of the change of personnel through the air. Waiting for Lauren to come through. Here they come past us now. Oh, that is incredible how many cars have just gone past me at pace. You forget how quick it is, Peter, don't you, until you're this close to the track. Down through the first corner. And the number 93 of Renger van der Zande also cutting through traffic through the kink at turn 2. Now the bottom of the hill at turn 3. The red, white and black Acura sitting in 5th position. And he is 2 seconds behind Heinrich and 10 seconds ahead of Roman De Angelis after that off-road excursion for the Aston Martin Valkyrie. The flapping piece of bodywork or whatever it is to the left front hasn't seemed to get any worse for Lauren Heinrich, but it cannot be helping the aerodynamic efficiency, Peter.
No, it won't be, but JDC Miller do have a front wing ready to change. They just need to get maybe another 4 or 5 laps or so to get themselves into the fuel window where they can pit and be fueled to the end of the race. That is what they're looking at right now, and Heinrich is driving the wheels off it right now. And Porsche have at the end of this one, however this shakes out, they have a real decision to make for the end of the season. Where do they place Heinrich? Because he is really going to be the only driver left who can really put a strong challenge to Aitken in the championship. Do you put him in with JDC, or do you float him into the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew? I imagine that discussion's going on right now. A few moments ago, you mentioned the speed, John. Kevin Estre puts 2 wheels on the dusty, grassy part on the entry to turn 1. How fast is a GTP car at that point? 190 miles an hour plus.
Just a couple of minutes ago, we saw perhaps the first strategy domino in this last pit sequence in the GT ranks. Carte Blanche called their Aston Martin in and did what they hoped to be their final stop of the race. This team debuted at Watkins Glen. They were instantly on the podium. They might need a little bit of help, but they're trying to roll the dice here to get a big result today.
At the front of the field, thank you, Ryan Marine, with that driver database informed pit lane report. Philippe Albuquerque by a second. Cadillac, Porsche, Cadillac, then an 8-second gap back to Lauren Heinrich. He's charged for the moment, slightly blunted. He holds a 3-second gap to Renger van der Zande, who's got 11 seconds on Roman De Angelis. That's your top 6, separated by 25 seconds. Is there another throw of the dice? Is there some kind of dramatic change still to come here? I suspect there is. I've no clue which of the 4 categories it's going to come from, Peter, and how it's going to affect it. Let's check in on LMP2, where Paul di Resta is at the lead now, but 2.6 seconds further back is Alec Quinn chasing him down. CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing, and he's got 3 seconds on Tom Dillman, who's got 2 seconds on Felipe Nasser in the Porsche. Sorry, that's the Porsche, who's got Tom Dillman, who's 4th. Sennett Fielding, excuse me, has just pitted that car, so that will bring Mikkel Jensen, that was what I was trying to say, up to 4th position for United Autosports. Last pit stop still to come for all of the LMP2s. They can do about 40 minutes. Let's say in round terms, The GTPs can do 52, 53 minutes, but not much more than that without fuel saving. This one is by no means complete. Do not write the headlines yet unless you've got one of Peter Mackay's very clever pens that has rub-out ink. I still don't understand how they work, Peter.
Neither do I, but I don't use anything else now. Erasable pens are the way forward. Yeah, but this is why you should never ever flick the channel if your favourite car has a problem early in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Totally.
Because remember Dan Goldberg at the start of the race? It was just calamity after calamity. Some of his own making, some not. And his teammate pulled the rest. Oh, he's leading the race with an hour and 2 minutes to go. What happened there? Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's called good old Yorkshire grit, that is. United Autosports, but here based in the USA and with their satellite organisation, but very much a cooperation between the United States and Yorkshire. Yorkshire, a northern county, almost a northern county of the United Kingdom, of England at least, and they are known for their bounce back ability, and they just keep digging, and that's what they've done. Yeah, very good tea, Peter. Yes, never underestimate the restorative effects of a good cup of tea. Now let's have a look at some of the other classes and see what's going on. We haven't mentioned GTD for a while. It's still Harder Racing and Tom Gamble with Phil Ellis. Giacomo Altoia, by the way, the closer for Dragon Speed, is only 9/10 of a second back, and Robbie Foley for Turner is only 9 seconds further back from that. So this is now getting very interesting as well, as again they're still looking at the back of Daniel Serra's Racing Competizione Ferrari, which has been sitting at the back of the GT Pro train for pretty much all of the race. When it was only 6 cars in GTD Pro, there were 6. Now it's 9, and he's 9th. And Harder Racing and Winwood have been battling for the last couple of hours for the lead in GTD, and they've been having to do it whilst getting by Daniel Serra, which is what Tom Gamble has just done, and he's put that Ferrari now between himself and Philip Ellis. And I think I just saw Frederick Vervies diving for the pit lane out of 7th place, 8th place in GTD. Yes, I can see him now over the top of the brow. So there you go, Peter. There's the first strategic decision in GTD Pro. Ford Racing think they can get home from here with a full tank of VP Racing fuel.
Well,
and we have a pit reporter there. Yeah.
Slides to a stop in front of me, guys, and it's going to be a set of slightly scrubbed Michelin tires that go on. And like you say, the dominoes one by one falling. I'm going to rely on you to tell me if they've topped up the energy of the car, or if they've decided to gamble and slightly short fill with the expectation maybe for some late race cautions. Tires mostly done, no quick wipe of the radiator, so maybe indicating that it's a little less fill time. Off and away it goes.
Well, let's see it when it gets to the out of the pit lane. Gets a nice bit of clear track, and as I wait for that car to reappear on my timing screen, Frederick Vervies 99.8%. So that was full fuel fill, and I think that's reasonable, Peter Mackay, because they're going to need that to do the next 59 minutes at full fuel burn.
Yep, I think they've calculated that perfectly, and I seem to recall the Ford number 65 crew did this at Laguna Seca, where they were the first to throw the dice on fuel, and they come in and a first of our GTP callers, bold stuff from the Acura number 93 from Marshank Racing. They're going to put on new Michelin tires and full tank of fuel,
brand new,
and well, is that going to be enough for them to get home if we stay green?
Wow. It's very, very tight. By the time they come out, it's going to be about 56 minutes. And don't forget, you've got to accept the fact you might have to do one lap at the end, Peter, and it's a long lap here. That's very, very tight indeed. That again is an absolutely full fill. Let's head back down to Arjuna first, and then we'll pick up some more reports from Ryan.
There's a couple of moments of activity, I should say. I see Turner Motorsports, Manthey in the GTD class with those green number boards coming in. But our leader from GTD Pro, the FAF Temerario, looking for its first win in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship competition. A very tidy pit stop for the Canadian crew, and they send the car back out onto track.
Robbie Foley in for the Turner team, pitting out of the 4th position. Really clean pit work. It's a set of sticker Michelins to take Robbie Foley to the checkered flag, expecting the 2nd place GTD car Windward Racing in this lap.
Well, the cards are being played now, Peter Mackay, in the 2 GTD classes.
That they are, yeah, and I think that is fuel to the end for the Temerario Lamborghini for FAF Motorsport, and they will be, well, they are challenging for their first IMSA WeatherTech win, but of course they have had a win in the car's first year in competition in the DTM, the highly competitive DTM championship. But to do it here in IMSA in GTD Pro would be quite a scalp. And for Andrea Caldarelli on board that car right now, you know, he's been a Lamborghini factory driver for a long time and has put a lot of blood, sweat and tears into developing this car. Into the pits also, CrowdStrike 04, 56 minutes to go. That's a little bit awkward with a 40-minute stint length.
Absolutely right. Alex Quinn brings the car in and hits his marks also in. The number 22 of Paul de Resta came in from the lead. So Tom Dillman in the Europol competition goes into the lead of LMP2. Again, 40 minutes of green flag running is where we'd expect to be. United Autosports just done 26 laps, but there was quite a lot of yellow at the beginning of that. Into Europol are 4 laps better off. That could get them somewhere near, but I still don't think it's close enough. Back down to our driver database pit lane team. He is Ryan.
On a 2nd place, Philip Ellis pits the Windward Mercedes. Tires already on the car. He's revving that big V8 engine, just waiting on the energy replenishment. They send him away. Windward looking for back-to-back wins, having won the last time out at CTMP, and they were right on the heels of the race leaders coming into the pit lane.
Just what you need, a good start to the season, a good end to the season. They started brilliantly, their form fell away, they had some bad luck. They may only be on the fringes of the championship, but they're still in with a shout. At the front of the field, Kevin Estres dropping away just a little bit from Felipe Albuquerque, and Jack Aitken therefore is closing in as well. Still only 2 seconds between the top 3, but 1.7 of those is between first and second. And even with my rudimentary arithmetical skills, that can say if it's 1.7 between the first 2, and it's only 2 seconds between the top 3, there's only 3/10 between Estra and Jack Aitken. Then it's 16.5 seconds back to Heinrich, Lauren Heinrich. We are now, I reckon we are now in the window for the GTPs. 54 minutes into the pit lane, it'll be about 53 minutes out. It'll still be tight, but every single lap that you can do from here will help you out. In the Europol, in the pit lane, they're not out of the shout in in LMP2. They've got a couple of laps longer than everyone else, but I still think, Peter Mackay, that the LMP2s might need a splash here if we go green to the checker.
If we go green to the checker, you cannot get home in an LMP2 car, not even close, but I agree with you, the GTPs can do now. The number 93 Acura Marsank Racing Crew, they've rolled a bit of the dice. Right now, I would suspect that Renger van der Zande aboard that car will be fuel-saving hard in case we stay green all the way to the flag. But if there is some full course yellow, they will be in the driver's seat because everyone else will pit and they will cycle to the front. AO Racing, they've had a pretty perfect day between Harry King and Nick Tandy, one of the most exciting driver combinations anywhere.
right-hand side door of the number 5 has come open, and they've been asked to come in for a mechanical black flag stop and repair as part of the message on RCNS, which is the switch messaging service. But I think they've got him into the window now. They can do that while they're filling fueling. You don't have to just do that on its own. Huge sideways slide by the Manthey Porsche, by the way, coming through turn number 1 for Thomas Preining, as he was in a frantic battle with the Corvette, I think, of Tommy Milner, who'd just come out the pit lane. Yes, it was. So keeping an eye on that right-hand side door. Yes, it's popping open like an air brake, and they will have to come in this time around, but they are in the window. I saw that a couple of laps ago, and a couple of people have mentioned it to us on the socials. Just wanted to check it, but my goodness me, this has gone very well indeed. And another off for the Porsche, number 911 of Thomas Preining. Has he got a problem, or is he just pushing that hard to try and stay ahead of that Corvette? That is going to be for a major position, actually, with the 3 cars. And that's for the, I think that's for 3rd in the class, possibly. I'll wait and see. No, that could be for the lead of the class, because everybody else has just stopped ahead of them.
I think
see that as they come across the line.
Yeah, I think Caldarelli, actually, he's fueled to the end. He's 2.5 seconds up the road. They're trying to chase Caldarelli.
Oh, you're right, Peter.
And now, Tandy... Right now, Tandy and Preining are doing something that Alvin Springer, when he was at the front of Porsche Motorsport North America, would not allow. He said, you know, you race hard, but if you hit another Porsche, then here's your aeroplane ticket, go back. And for Tandy and Preining, for their, you know, for Porsche, they need to get a move on and not hold each other up. They've got to go and try and run down that Lamborghini if they want a Weissach machine to be in victory lane. Of course, they'll both want their particular Weissach machine to be in victory lane, but they're going to have to get past this amazing white and red Motul Lamborghini Temerario first. And Caldarelli, he's way further than that. He's 9.6 seconds up the road, so this is fast race to lose now.
Yeah, if we assume that he is good to go, and we think he is, good to get to the end of the race. The 2 Porsches seem to have settled down a little bit, with Tommy Milner behind him. So that was for 2nd place, Nick Tandy and Thomas Preining. Tommy Milner sitting in there, Tommy in 4th. Ford Racing, Frederick Vervish, another 2 seconds further behind. Roman De Angelis in and out. That's the last stop for the Aston Martin Heart of Racing. Now, Lauren Heinrich has not yet come into the pit lane. With a mechanical black flag, you have to do it straight away. In comes Jack Aiken. This will be the last stop for the number 31 Wheel and Action Express car. Earl Bamber and Frederick Vesti, his teammates. Will there be a new and fresh set of Michelin tyres? Our Junior Kangaparty has the answer.
And I can tell you, John, that as the wheeling car rolls down to the end of pit lane, the JDC crew are expecting that Porsche, and I think the Porsche 963s for Penske will be in too. It is going to be a set of sticker tires that go on to that number 31, but meanwhile, maybe more importantly, I'm watching the JDC car with that right door totally popped open, trundle down towards me. The left side of the car has taken a bit of damage. That's why they've also got a nose ready to be replaced. They're quickly just checking that the door is latched okay. No tape needed there. And once they get the tires replaced, they'll be able to get to work on the significant damage that Lauren Heinrich has been dealing with. Quite amazed that he's been able to keep the pace up in that car. It's going to be a lengthy pit stop as the number 6 slides into its pit stall as well. Felipe Nasr and Julian Adlauer have not had the easiest of runs. And finally now, JDC Miller get to work on changing that front nose. And I'll get out of the way for them, John, as they continue to get to work.
Down towards turn 3, Corvette going around the Porsche of Thomas Preining. Tommy Milner goes through to 3rd, and that's what Peter Mackay was talking about, all that battling between the 2 Porsches, the off-track moments. He's struggling, he's slowing, That car has got a problem, and it's Frederik Vervey. She'll be the next car to catch that Porsche, Peter.
But though, Preining was ordered by race control to give a position back on the front stretch there.
Okay.
Because he went around off the track and overtook the Corvette off the track. So then had to slow down to let the number 4 come through of Tommy Milner, the Corvette, and then that's sort of held him up a little bit, and yeah, throws him back into the clutches of the Ford as Estra comes in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car from second.
Todd calls, should the number 9 Pfaff Motorsport bring it home? Would that be the first global win for the Lamborghini Temerario? They've won in DTM, it would be the first endurance win for the GT3 Temerario. Porsche number 6 in full service. They'll go all the way to the end from here with a new set of tyres. In fact, both of the Porsches, no, Felipe Nasser's just left actually. So Kevin Estre, can he fight the Cadillacs? Lauren Heinrich, can he do it? So Kevin Estre, I'm hearing, only got left side tyres. That's the working side tyres. They were brand new. Lauren Heinrich with a new nose and the door closed is also out. What I'd like to know whether they got that nose on before they took the fuel rig out. I would think it was probably very close, but possible to do it. Meantime, Kevin Estre's come out right in front of Tom Blomqvist. Blomqvist with his Michelin tyres up to temperature and pressure has gone through, and here comes Renger van der Zande as well as Jack Aitken. So this is a real battle now. Porsche with new left side tyres, but not quite up to speed as yet.
No, not as yet, but Blomqvist. Not as yet, but Blomqvist has to pit though. He only has 28% of energy left, but Estre trying to generate the temperature and pressure in those left-hand side tyres and trying to hold off the wheel on number 31, tries to make it as difficult as possible for Jack Aitken, and a robust defence there from Estre, and onto the bumpy curb on the outside goes Aitken, and that is your battle for second position as the leader in the pits.
This will be the battle for the lead if they can get round the Whelen Cadillac moving around behind. That's fine. You can move around behind as much as you want. You can't block as they were doing earlier on, moving around. 4 tyres for Philippe Albuquerque, and off for the Wright Motorsport Porsche, the number 120. This will bring out a full course yellow with 45 minutes on the nose to go. Tom Sargent has gone off the circuit at turn 7 and rebounded from the tyre barrier, and that is a free kick for Philippe Albuquerque. He's out of the pit lane. Tom Blomqvist has got past Kevin Estre. Now, did he get past before the yellows came out? But I think they would have passed Philippe Albuquerque if they'd been up to full speed. Albuquerque's held on to the lead there because of the timing of the yellow flag. Oh my goodness. Drama piled upon drama. So did Blomqvist get past Estre before the yellow was called? Is that a position that will have to be redressed? But both of those cars, it would have been so tight with Albuquerque coming out on 4 brand new but cold Michelin tyres, with those two battling for what we expected to be the lead. Well, it's another piece of good fortune for a Cadillac this weekend, Peter Mackay. Well, let's have a look. Tom Sargent got off at turn 7, driver's side hard into the tyre barrier. That's going to take a bit of clearing up. This is going to help anybody who was short on fuel. Lauren Heinrich has dropped all the way back to 8th position, so they must have taken a little more time. So who still needs to pit at the front, Peter? I think everybody's good now, aren't they?
No, they aren't. No, Bloomquist has to pit, and so does Louis Delatraz, unless this full course yellow goes on for a significant amount of time, which it might, because that was a big hit there for Tom Sargent at turn 7. I mean, you're going through there well over 100 miles an hour when you tip in, and it's pretty fast all the way through. You don't scrub off a great deal of speed through there, and the wall's not far away. Luckily, it's a tyre wall for Tom Sargent, and that could well require some barrier repair, which takes a long time. Right now, Tom Bloomquist is 25% energy. That's only 12 or 13 minutes. I think he is going to have to pit, and Delatraz is only on 5% right now in the 40 Cadillac, so he will definitely have to pit, and we're hoping he can get round without having to take emergency service. So effectively it's going to basically restack the deck with more or less, I mean, Albuquerque, you're right, free kick for the number 10 Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing crew, but Estreb will be right behind him with loads of fuel, as will Jack Aitken in the Cadillac number 31. So it is going to be a proper shootout, and of course this means that the number 93 Marshank Acura of Renger van der Zande, they may have had some fuel worries, they don't anymore.
No, absolutely. Louis Delatraz might actually have to come in for emergency service here. He's only got 5% left, and with this being such a long lap, Peter, you can't risk running out, and I suggest it might be one more lap before the pits open for GTP. It'll depend whether they want to risk it. They're doing the pass around now. What a race. What a race of ups and downs, snakes and ladders.
And this is what that extra few hours gives you.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do a VP in-race update before the pits open and things start to move around. In GTP, Cadillac number 10 leads behind the safety car from Acura number 60. Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 6 car, is in third. That's the Sunoco coloured car. Cadillac Whelan in fourth. Fifth, Acura Meyer-Shank Racing, and the number 93 red, white and black Phillips Petroleum car. Then Cadillac Wayne Taylor number 40. Roman De Angelis in the Hartner Racing Aston Martin. Lauren Heinrich in the JDC Miller Motorsport 963 is in 8th. 9th is Marco Wittmann, but he's 2 laps off the pace, as is Felipe Nasser in the number 7 Porsche. In LMP2, it is United Autosports that leads with Mikkel Jensen in the number 2 car. Then TDS, the number 11, Matthias Besch. Paul de Resta in the 22 for United. Brian Hurd at Autosport have Harry Tinkle behind the wheel of the 52. Tom Dillman for Inter Europol is in 5th in the number 43 green and yellow car. Then Tower Motorsports, orange, black and white. The number 8 is Tristan Vautier. Alex Quinn, CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing. The 04 is in 7th. Josh Burden, JDC Miller, 79 in 8th. And they are the cars on the lead lap. Dane Cameron's 1 lap off now. Not sure how that's happened, but he's 1 lap off the lead for EO Racing, and Ferdy Habsburg is another lap further back. In GTD Pro, it's Faf and the Temerario from Lamborghini that leads the red and white Motul car. Nick Tandy for EO in the 77 green Dinosaur. Tommy Milner, Corvette Racing by Pratt & Miller, the number 4 in 4th. Then Thomas Preining for Manthey, the 911 in 4th. Sorry, Tommy Miller in 3rd in the number 4. Frederick Vervish in the 65 Ford in 5th. Jack Hawksworth in 6th for the number 14 Lexus. Triazi competition number 033 in 8th. 9th Dennis Olsen for Ford Racing and his 64 Mustang GT3. Daniel Serra, Ricci Competizione in 9th. Kenton Cook is now behind the wheel of the lead Triazi competition 023, ahead of Philip Ellis in GTD for Winwood Racing. Valentin Azenclos for Car Blanche Aston is in third. Tom Gamble for Harter Racing in fourth. Giacomo Altoe in fifth for Dragon Speed in the Corvette, and sixth Robbie Fawley for BMW M4 GT3 Evo and Turner Motorsport. They are all on the same lap, and that's your VP. We'll make that our final VP in race update.
Little strategy update for you guys in the GTD class. The first and third place cars, that's Triarci and Car Blanche, both made early pit stops. I checked in with the Triarci team and they said unless this is a really long yellow, then they do not think they could make it. The Car Blanche team, as is their wont, they really were not forthcoming with much information. They said we'll find out together, so I suppose we will if they can make it home or not. You also were wondering what happened to AO Racing's LMP2 car to drop them a lap down. They came in at one stage and replaced some rear body work, and I think that's what cost them the lap.
And that's why we have our driver database informed pit lane reporters. They've got eyes and ears where we can't always watch. The pits are open for the prototypes. Takers, yes. Tom Blomqvist has to come. Louis Delatraz has to come as well. So these guys will drop to the back. When we reschedule everything, they will drop to the back. And Arjuna is watching the stops at pit out.
There's going to be some tyres taken as well. I'm wondering if it might just be left side. Also expect John, the number 25 BMW Team WRT, the one that had the cooling issue slightly earlier on. All four tyres for Tom Blomqvist in the Acura. Still waiting for the final of the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing cars to hit its marks. Here comes the BMW as well, as mentioned, for their final trip down pit lane. But fortunately, no emergency service required for the number 40 as it hits its marks and now goes up on the jacks, and four tires going onto this car as well, John.
I'll pick up there, Arjuna. LMP2 stops are underway. This will be the final stops for the entire class. My eyes are on the 22 car. Paul DiResta behind the wheel. They'll need less fuel to get to the finish than many of the cars around them. They came in third place, and it looks like they do get the jump, leaving the pit lane.
Absolutely incredible scenes in the pits. They've all done their jobs today. Peter Mackay, we say very often that this is a team sport, and we've seen the best of that today. We're in sunshine, a little bit of white cloud, fluffy cloud above us, but the track temperature now up above 30 Celsius, 31 Celsius now. This is as warm as it's been today. Is this good news for the Acuras? They were good. The drier and the hotter it got, the Acuras were better.
It could well be, yeah, and certainly for the number 93 Acura Marshank Racing with Kurbagajanian machine, it really helps them, because I think they were right on the edge, or maybe even just slightly short on fuel. They rolled the dice expecting or hoping that there'd be a full course yellow intervention. That has come through, and now they can get in the mix and fight with the two Cadillacs at the front from Wayland and Wayne Taylor Racing, and also with the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Kevin Estre. This is going to be a thrilling finish to this 6 hours here at Road America, and this is the wonderful part about extending that race length. I mean, the old days of the Road America 500, there's some thrilling encounters, and that's been delivered in spades today.
We passed the 500-mile mark quite some time ago. That would have been lap 124. We're working lap 139 right now. Peter, have you got a read on the virtual fuel tank on number 93 Acura? Because that's the only one that I don't have a figure for on my timing screen.
Yep, they're looking at the moment 76.5%, so they're golden. The one car that does confuse me slightly is the Inter-Europol competition car, which is 20 minutes into its stint, 33 minutes on the clock. That's a total of 53. That's about 30 minutes too long for an LMP2 pit stop. However, I think it will depend very much on how this full course yellow goes on, whether Into Europol can actually get to the flag without another stop like the other cars behind them, or whether they're in trouble.
So, sorry, just to go back to that number 93, as I say, I've got a blank space where I should be looking at their virtual fuel tank. Renger van der Zande has got, what did you say, sorry, 70?
Right now he has, it's all shuffling through, 75% for Tom Bloomquist, and for the 93 it is 90%, so plenty.
All right, so they've filled it, right, yeah, okay, thank you. 5.5 hours almost completed. Gentlemen, I do have to remind you all that we're looking for our BDO nose strategy, one for the GTs and one for the prototypes. The one that I liked the most earlier on was the Porsche, it was the Porsche number 7, wasn't it, who short-filled to get the points for the Michelin Endurance Cup, which took their drivers at that point into the lead. I really like that one. GT, Permany won from about 27 cars, Peter. Who's caught your eye in terms of the strategic running? EOS kept themselves in it, FAF at the top, and also in GTD, Car Blanche, Winward, Harder Racing, they've all been in it as well there, using what they've been given with yellow flags.
I think if I could throw one in the mix for prototype, I would say the number 22 United Autosports crew, considering what they've come back from and how
very good.
Many calamities they had earlier on, and then they've had to be flawless ever since, and they have been. In GT, that's a very. I think Carte Blanche. I think clearly the new ownership of that team has given something, because they're further up the sharp end than they were, and they took a bold strategy decision there, and it may well pay off, because they're in the podium positions right now and now do have enough fuel on board to fight.
We were marveling at just how the 22 could get back into contention at LMP2. Dan Goldberg is the driver who started the car. And that first hour for you, you had a bit of a grimace on your face when I bring it up. That was not according to plan, correct?
No, that was a rough early start of the day here. All I can say is I got the best team in the business and the best co-drivers, and they've already made up for a dismal run for me this morning. So I'm really happy with these guys right now, and we're out there fighting for the win.
Well, somehow, some way, you're back into this fight here. How have you gotten in that position?
Yeah, I mean, it's all been the strategy, and I think the two cars ahead of us are going to have to struggle to make it to the end. We got full push to the end. It should be a pretty exciting end here.
We're looking forward to it. Thanks.
Well, there you go, Peter. We've backed up your nomination with an interview as well. So I am writing this down. This is BD or nose strategy.
They also know luggage. I'm very pleased with my BDO haversack that I got at Petit last year.
Yep, one of your prized possessions. Carte Blanche for GT is the was mentioned there as well, the 068. Excellent. I'm going to come back to green this time around. Arjuna, a quick shout for BDO nose strategy with still half an hour to go. One for GT, one for the prototype cars.
Ooh, I think we've covered most of the regular players. RLO McLaren, I think, is one that we probably nominate, although the end of the race hasn't gone their way. So that might be my GT pick. In prototype, you know, I think I'm going to go with Porsche Penske and the number 6 car, because their calls to short fill in the early stages of the race got the Michelin Endurance Cup points, and I don't think many people would have expected Kevin Estre and Lawrence Vantor to be fighting for the win heading into the closing stages here this weekend.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Ryan, you've got a chance to jump in quickly.
My only addition, John, would be in the GT classes. Let's see what happens here. But the 068 Car Blanche team, if that pit stop with just under an hour and 10 minutes to go is enough to get them to the finish, that certainly is worthy of consideration, but time will tell.
Yeah. We'll also have, of course, our CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award. We'll announce that on Wednesday during midweek motorsport when we get the numbers in from the algorithm. It's 8 o'clock UK time on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. That's, of course, 2 o'clock in the afternoon here in Central Time. And on that programme as well, we'll be talking to BDO about a brand new tool to help strategists, engineers and team chiefs on 2 and 4 wheels. It's called Pit Lane IQ. And I had a chat with the 2 principals of that yesterday. And I'm absolutely fascinated by it. More on that on Midweek Motorsport on RS2 on Wednesday. Go to radiolemans.com and the player, or IMSA Radio and the player. 27 minutes on the clock, and we go back to green flag. And Philippe Albuquerque has got a handy lead across the line. Half a second or thereabouts on the dark blue and yellow Porsche in second of Kevin Estre, who doesn't bother weaving left and right as he goes down towards the first corner. The wind has dropped just well, no, it's actually picked up just a little bit actually down into turn 1. So still tricky getting the cars to turn right-handed. Under half an hour to go. Under the Sargento Cheese Bridge, and here comes, oh, there's a touch again with the wheel-in Cadillac, and the number 31 of Jack Aiken powers past the Porsche like the Porsche was chained to a rock, but under braking, Estre goes back round the outside. Here comes Jack Aiken again down the inside. Aiken with an outside chance here of taking the championship and putting it to bed right here. He would do it on his own because of the changes in personnel in that team through the season. But it's not going to happen if Renger van der Zande can make anything of it, because he's right behind, and that's another one of the cars. The number 93 Acura could put a spoke, or put a spanner in the works, should I say, a stick in the spokes. Pretty decent restart, Peter Mackay, from all of the prototypes. And in LMP2, it is still Tom Dillman that leads from Alex Quinn into Europol from CrowdStrike. But there was a bit of argy-bargy in the early part of that lap.
Serious argy-bargy between the 99 AO car, the 52 PR1 Matheson and the Tower car, which all went 3 wide into turn 1, and the Tower car on the outside, driven at the moment by Tristan Vote, had nowhere to go and ended up on the gravel on the outside. So I wonder how race control will see that one. They've had a lot to contend with today, a lot to study and look over, but does Tom Dillman in that Inter Europol number 43 car, does he have enough fuel to make it to the end? I'm really not sure if he does, to be honest. He might well need some more full course yellow, which, well, given how much we've had so far, who knows. But right now in GTD, windward out front, I feel like I've said that many times, they are just relentless.
Yeah, Phil Ellis has got by Kenton Cook in the Ferrari from Triazzi Competizione. Let's go down to the pit lane. This is the time where Arjuna's truth serum really is worth its weight in gold. Into Europol, leading LMP2 with Tom Dillman. Got to be a huge question mark over their ability to go to the end, Arjuna.
Jeremy Clark and B. Joy Garg watching the screen intently, and they tell me that it's so right now. One more caution and they would be guaranteed to be good to the end. But 24 minutes, it might be a tall order. Tom Dillman having to save a little bit of fuel to get to the end.
Problem is, he's trying to save fuel while Alex Quinn is absolutely tearing it up. Paul de Rester is pushing him along, and Matthias Besch is pushing Paul along. And Dave Cameron actually right there as well. That EO Racing car getting back on the lead lap during that last caution, and that's back in the fight as well. That could be in with a shout if they can get a good result there. In with a shout for BDO knows strategy. Peter.
Well, I tell you what's remarkable as well, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, I made a mistake, thought they were coming in for a pit stop with 56 minutes to go. They were in the pits, but they were serving a drive-through penalty. Yet, here they are fighting with a win 33 minutes later. I'm not quite sure how they pulled that off, so maybe BDO knows strategy award for the best magic trick of the weekend.
Well, there's been a few of them, in all fairness. Hello to Blurfiend, been tuned in this afternoon, getting housework done with the race on. Now I'm really dialed in for the last half an hour or thereabouts, Blur. Around the outside in turn 1, the pass for the leading GTD for Philip Ellis, described as robust by a number of people who have seen it. Phil is not backwards in coming forwards, Philip Ellis. Kenton Cook, two of our very favourite people in the paddock, lovely people out of the car, and again competitive to the nth degree when in it. Keeping a look on the times, the lap times coming through. Tom Dillman, we know that car has got pace for Indy Europol, Peter. It's put the fastest lap of the PT LMP2 race in. We'll keep an eye on the track. Let's take an opportunity with 20 minutes left to speak to some of the people with an interest in what's going on over the next, 10 or 12 laps.
Sandy Mitchell watching on intently as Andrea Caldarelli fights for Pfaff Motorsports. We talked a bit about the brake upgrade coming into this weekend, but did you expect to be up front with about 20 minutes left to go?
No, it's pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, the Porsches and the Corvettes have been super quick, and we've kind of just been hanging on to the back of them throughout the race is what it feels like. But we've had a couple of absolutely amazing strategy calls from the guys at Pfaff. You know, a couple of times we managed to dive in before yellows, and yeah, we just got everything absolutely right. A little bit of luck has fallen our way as well, and we find ourselves in the lead. So yeah, I think, you know, he's under extreme pressure from behind, but it's not easy to overtake with the dirty air out there. So hopefully we can just get clean through traffic, and yeah, if we can finish where we are now, that would be incredible.
You talk about surviving through traffic, but with that little bit of an upgrade that you've had coming into the weekend, does Andrea have something to defend as well if we're fighting wheel to wheel?
Yeah, I think so. It's you know, part of the upgrade, the small upgrade package that we're looking to roll out worldwide with a new car, and yeah, this is, you know, the first time that we're using it here, and yeah, things are going well this weekend. I think, you know, we still struggle for pace at times, but our long run pace seems really good and consistent, so I think that's a real strength of the Temerario at the moment.
You've become part of this Pfaff family. What would it mean to the team to get this success?
Incredible. It's yeah, the clock feels like it's ticking down very slowly right now, and yeah, just the guys have worked so hard, guys and girls at Pfaff. It's you know, been a big effort with bringing a new car to such a competitive championship, so yeah, just praying that we can hold on now. Best of luck. Thanks very much.
Well, there's not been an endurance win for the Temerario. Meantime, at the front of the field, the battle for second place, Peter Mackay, Kevin Estrom beginning to have to fight a rearguard action again as Philippe Albuquerque is stretched to a 2.5 seconds at the front of the field. Then it's Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 from Jack Aitken in the 31 Whelen Cadillac, and you wouldn't bet against this getting feisty.
No, you would not, but this team in Wayne Taylor Racing, they've had to wait a long time to get a victory, and they'll be desperate to try and score it. It's been a long time. As Charlie Eastwood off the road in the DXGT Corvette, it's like a turn that is coming up towards the carousel actually there. No, it was turn 6, you're right, John, yes. That's unusual.
Very. But what a great, how great has it been to see Robert Wiggins back in that car. Well, you said it was unusual for Charlie Eastwood. He got some help from the first form Porsche in there. Now, was that incidental contact, or will that result in a drive-through penalty? That was the 912, I think, of Morris Schuring for Manthey first form. Yes, it was. They were battling over 7th position in GTD. Morris coming up the inside of turn 6 and making contact with the left rear of that DXDT Corvette. For the moment, at least, Kevin Estre seems to have broken the toe, but not the spirit, I'm sure, of Jack Aitken. But Philippe Albuquerque, Peter Mackay, has set sail at the front of the field.
He's gone. Yeah, he is gone. This is such an important result. That is Aitken. Massive moment for Aitken at turn 13 as he tried to make it around the outside at over 130 miles an hour, and Estre showed him a hard shoulder, and off the road goes Blomqvist. Blomqvist is off the road in the Acura, and surely this will cause a full course yellow with 17 minutes to go. Blomqvist off the road, and the front right suspension is badly damaged. And not often do we say that, John, the Blomqvist.
Oh. I was going to say he might be able to limp that back to the pits, but we've gone full course yellow. Tom Blomqvist, now, did he jump, or was he pushed? By the way, the Morris Schuring incident has attracted a penalty, and I know what is coming, and I'm already seeing it. What was the difference between that incident and the number 31 at the same part of the corner before, and the number 31 running into the back and turning around the number 7 Porsche Penske? And that's already been asked. I am only seeing what everyone else is saying at the moment, and I cannot answer that question. That's a question you need to direct to IMSA Race Control. And I said they would be under scrutiny for the rest of this race after that no call, and that is exactly what is going to happen now. So what happened to Blomqvist? Well, it's the same part of the circuit, Peter, where the old bridge used to be. There's a tunnel underneath there. There is a little bit of a bump there, but it seemed as though Blomqvist just went straight on at unabated speed.
Yeah, that part of the racetrack, you're talking 125 miles an hour plus in a GTP car. Serious corner speed through there, and it's blind over the crest. And Tom Blomqvist, you're talking about one of the best prototype racers in the world. He's proven that time and time again. You can see exactly why he's been signed for Ford Racing's hypercar program coming up. But if that's a driving error, that is a collector's item of the rarest kind.
Oh yeah. So there was more contact. So the Whelen Cadillac again on the back of the Porsche, or did the Porsche move into the Cadillac as they were coming out of Canada Corner and towards turn number 13 last time around? That is at the moment not being looked at. Charmed life for the number 31. I did watch Days of Thunder last night, actually, and I'd forgotten what an entertaining movie it was. Look, I know it's not real life, but I did laugh out loud a few times at the right places. Let's pick up some news on the fuel situation. Arjuna Competizione, Cancapati, LMP2 and GT, what do you know?
Well, we already knew that into Europol with one more caution would be good to the end. This is exactly what they wanted, but I quickly stopped off at the Triarzi competition pit area as well. They say they're good as well, so another one that gambled, and the gamble paid off.
Peter?
And also, guys, real quick, I checked in with George Kurtz and the CrowdStrike by APR guys, and it asked, hey, are you guys good to go as well? And they are indeed. So, well, if we get this race restarted, there will be no fuel concerns at the front of LMP2.
We're down inside the last 15 minutes, and the session statistics of full course yellow gives us nearly 2 hours of the 6 at the moment, with 8 interventions of the Corvette safety cars. Our longest green flag was an hour and call it 20 minutes. We've had a 42, a 41 and a 33 amongst them. By in between full course caution, full course yellow 2 and 3, we had that hour and nearly 20 minutes. 111 laps under green, 35 under full course yellow, but well over that 500-mile, 124 lap that we were looking at earlier on. Now, Peter, for people around the track, what's going on? Just reordering the cars, are we, for a moment? I think we're getting that done.
Yeah, I've just got to get the class
Who has
splits.
the advantage? Yeah, who has the advantage now, Peter? Albuquerque, Estre, Aiken, Roman De Angelis in 4th position for Aston Martin, Lauren Heinrich in 5th, and they're all going to restart together. Renger van der Zande and Louis Delatraz. Well, that's a 7-driver lineup that spells excitement as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's really a complete dogfight, a straight dogfight in GTP. The slight bogey in the mix is the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, Felipe Nasr, who has one of the Wayne Taylor cars, Louis Delatraz, behind him. Read into that what you will. But I think it's going to be more about the number 10 car.
He's not going to be helpful, is he?
Oh, no. So this means a lot to Ricky Taylor and Philippe Albuquerque. They've had a lot of near misses. It's been, by my reckoning, over 2 years since they've had a win, and they would so desperately crave to walk away with a win, but he's going to have to hold off one of the best of his era in Kevin Estre, and see above comment Jack Aitken in there as well, and Heinrich too.
Philippe Albuquerque is gone as we come through the apex of the final right-handed turn. We've got 10.5 minutes to go. That's 5 or 6 laps maybe at full speed, and off again at the restart, and it's the number 22 of United Autosport. It's Paul di Resta, and there's another hit between the Porsche and the Jack Aitken 31 car. And that has put Jack Aitken out of the race. Aitken is out of the race, the championship leader. Well, maybe all of the shenanigans have come home to roost. The Porsche's out as well. I said it would be exciting. For my money, this is avoidable. The drivers are taking this into their own hands, and this has been untidy to say the least. This is not how we wanted this race. This has been untidy to say the least. This is not how we wanted this race to end. And the car that has gone around and into the barriers, the 2 cars that were battling for 2nd and 3rd, Kevin Estre and Jack Aitken. This does mean that Roman De Angelis will be on the podium for Aston Martin Heart of Racing, and Lauren Heinrich is a beneficiary as well. We'll not get this restarted. If we do, it'll be 1 or 2 laps. Jack Aitken still with a healthy lead as they stand, but his championship lead trimmed to 148 points from Lauren Heinrich, who looked to be out of it at one stage after Detroit. Now, how is that going to be seen? Is that more incidental contact? They were battling for the same piece of road. This is more pressure for race control. Peter Mackay.
Well, you have to say, for Jack Aitken, in his position in the championship, that was an unnecessary risk. to put his car in that place.
That's a very fair point.
When you've got a championship, effectively you got 4 fingers, 5 fingers on it more, and you try to go around the outside of a driver of Kevin Estra's robustness, you're asking for it, to be honest, and a podium would have put him pretty much clear with 2 races to go. Now it's game on in the championship, and Lauren Heinrich right now is probably getting a very pleasing radio message on board his number 5, and yeah, you could make an argument that Estra moved across. There was a car's width, then there wasn't, but for Aitken, did he? Yeah, I don't know. When you look at it from behind, it looks a lot more aggressive from Estra, and Aitken's going to be thinking, well, there was a car width there and I got pushed off. So it's a really tough one. This is why race control's job is so difficult. There was also contact between the number 7 Porsche Penske car and the number 93 of Renger van der Zande in the Acura, also very untidy.
I'm not sure there was contact there. I just think that Renger wasn't making the corner. He just drove straight round. I'm not sure if there was contact there. This is going to cause more chat of the more conversation of a nature that we don't need in this championship and that we don't need in endurance racing. This is a very important championship in global terms. It is Porsche's only global championship in endurance, and they've been left with 2 of their cars today in fisticuffs with the same Cadillac.
Good.
And I just think that that's going to leave a sour taste. I really do.
It will, but what doesn't leave a sour taste, and the good thing is that both Jack Aitken and Kevin Estra have walked out of their cars, most importantly, from that. But yeah, it's an unnecessary incident. It's a shame, actually. It kind of leaves a sour taste on the whole race, doesn't it? We were ready for a dogfight there, and what it is going to mean, though, that Wayne Taylor Racing, number 10 Cadillac, a force that, particularly in the DPI era, were never off the top step of the podium. They were picking up trophies and championships for fun, and they're back after, I'm sure they've had a lot of inward looking over the last few years where they've struggled to match their pace, but they're back where they belong. I think they've really earned this victory.
And at the team that's really earned their result today, the Heart of Racing on course for their first podium since Petit Le Mans. Still under investigation by race control, but Ross, talk us through what has been a crazy weekend for you and the team.
Yeah, it's a classic IMSA race where everything is going up and down and you think it's over. But yeah, we got pretty fortunate, I think. Roma's done a brilliant job, and the team have done a great job as well, so we'll see what happens now, but yeah. All in all, hopefully we can hold into this P2 and see the end of the race.
Thanks, Ross.
Thank you.
The worst part of all of this, Peter, is it has robbed this incredible and enthusiastic and knowledgeable crowd here at the track and those tuned in around the world of what was going to be, and what was for large chunks of it, a really, really interesting and exciting to race end to the race. As you might imagine, there's an incident involving cars 23 and 93. That's the Aston and the that was the turn 1 incident with Renger van der Zande. That's under review as well. Let's go down to the pit lane as Tom Gamble has been given a drive through for the unsafe re-entry at turn number 5. That must have been a while ago. Let's go down to Ryan.
I'm standing in the Pfaff pit box, guys. They are a lap and a half away from the first IMSA win for the Temerario. They're also a lap and a half away from the first win for the team since March of 2023, 36 races ago. They're trying to keep it light on the radio. Mike Johnson, the strategist, just told Andrea Caldarelli a lap and a half to go, and he said something I can't quite repeat, but he was pretty pleased to hear that. They asked him about the cockpit temperature, and he said it's pretty hot, but he assured them he could make it last another lap and a half behind the safety car.
Massive for that team. Massive for that team. Stalwarts of this championship. They've worked their way through a number of manufacturers with their plaid livery. Let's talk about some of the goodness in this. AO Racing second, Corvette Racing third in GTD Pro. Phil Ellis takes the win for Winward Racing. They're back on form again, and that's bad news for the rest of the GTD field. Triazzi in second, and Valentin Azeclo for Carte Blanche. They massively took a chance when they came in with over an hour and 10 minutes to go. In LMP2 into Europol, they've also, well, did they have the runes out? I'm not sure, but they've read the winds of change. CrowdStrike in second, United Autosport in third, and at the top of the shop in GTP, Cadillac and Wayne Taylor Racing are back on the top step of the box. Aston Martin for the heart of racing, they will be second, and Lauren Heinrich for JDC Miller Motorsport with his two young teammates. I mean, he's not exactly a veteran either, is he? Let's be fair in terms of his age, plenty of experience, but that keeps his championship hopes alive, as Jack Aitken will drop down actually, because Felipe Nasser and Marco Wittmann will both go by him, so that number 31 car, I think, will finish down in 9th position after a day that has been marred by, once again, poor driving standards in the GTP category. I suspect that we have a race off for GTP before they're back for the sprint race at Indianapolis, and I suspect that's probably just as well. And I fear the next drivers' meeting may be even more strident than usual, or indeed strident. That is not, as I mentioned earlier on, but Barfield's way. He's very much let them race, and we heard Renger van der Zande, didn't we, say that earlier on? But there were some poor decisions made today from the drivers, and I am sure, in fact I've already seen it, that there's some frustration on the socials, but when it comes down to it, you've got to play it to the whistle, as it were. Even if you don't like the decision, you can't take it into your own hands, particularly not at 150 miles an hour. So some thoughts from you, Peter Mackay, for this final half lap here, the last couple of miles?
Well, it's more an update, a drive-through penalty for the heart of racing, number 23 Aston Martin, which will mean they will not finish on the podium. Incident responsibility with the number 93 Acura also, and quite bizarrely, number 2 United Autosport, incident responsibility with number 22 United Autosport drive-through.
Yeah.
That might take more than a cup of tea and biscuits to discuss that one, but yeah, it's not going to be a podium for the Valkyrie.
Yeah, you leave the Yorkshire tea bag in.
Yes, and it's going to mean more valuable points for Lauren Heinrich in the championship.
Yeah, that will be a second position, so that will bring it back even closer. Here is the checkered flag behind the blue Chevy safety car, which has been out 9 times today, and it brings home its stablemate. Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing take nothing away from the number 10 crew of Philippe Albuquerque and Ricky Taylor, in the mix pretty much all day. But what a drive back for JDC Miller Motorsports to second and Louis Delatraz to third. Let's go down to the winners. Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. Here is Ricky Taylor.
Their last win, 2024, on the streets of Detroit. It was Felipe Albuquerque and Ricky Taylor that got the job done, and I can tell the emotion down here is running high. Ricky, oh, what does this mean to you and the team?
It's unbelievable. It's been a long time coming. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm just so proud of the team. Felipe and I have been doubting ourselves, and the team doubts themselves, and we just stuck together, and man, nobody blamed each other and knew it was coming and believed in, you know, the team as a whole, but individually it's been really hard, and I'm just so happy for the guys. It's pretty cool.
1 and 3 for the team as well, a double podium. What does it mean to you guys now that you continue to find more momentum in this Cadillac Wayne Taylor racing program?
Yeah, it's something to build on for sure. The 40 car was so strong all day that it was a shame with the penalty. For them, they had a really good shot to fight for the win, but the team just needs this so badly. It's been 2 years since we've been like winning regularly, and it just feels so good to have something to be proud of, and I knew Felipe can do it. He didn't think he could do it, and you know, he's the best, and so really happy for the team.
I can tell what this means to you. Let's not get run over. Go and celebrate.
Thanks.
For the first time in over 3 years, it's a class win for Pfaff Motorsports. Steve Bortolotti is the team manager, and he's being inundated with celebrations, handshakes, high fives all around. Congratulations. This one's been a long time coming.
Yeah, I was counting was the problem. So no, I'm proud of everyone at Pfaff Motorsports, Lamborghini. You know, our partners at Motul, huge weekend for them. Great to have them. You know, Lithia, everyone's sticking with us. Expel, Canadian Tire. You know, everyone's stuck with us through the dark days, and here we are.
All year long, even when the car hasn't had pace, this guy next to you, Mike Johnson's helped you get some results. Today, with the upgraded brake package, the car did have some pace, and you were able to showcase not just the quality of the car, but the team and drivers too.
Absolutely. I mean, Lamborghini should be so proud of themselves. Obviously, Mike, great call and strategy. We ducked in right before the yellow, which cycled us to the front, and we knew in clean air we had a car that was easy on its tires and could fire up when it needed to. So really proud of everyone at Lamborghini. I mean, this is a brand new car. They developed it completely in-house, and I said from the start, my first time with the car in June of last year at the first rollout, it was incredible how much it ran issue-free, and it continues to. So the reliability of this car is incredible, and you know, the pace will come with time here. So really proud of everyone.
Any win is special. This one seems extra emotional. Why?
Yeah, it's been a long time. So we some news coming out here shortly, which isn't ideal, but yeah, I'm proud of everyone at Pfaff Motorsports for digging deep.
Anything that happens today could affect that news tomorrow?
That's not my call, but who knows? It's not my call.
Well, you did everything you could today, that's for sure. Congratulations. It makes me so happy to see you back in victory lane, Steve.
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it.
It's back-to-back wins for the Polish bakers for Inter-Europol competition. Jeremy Clark, you had to survive an interesting stint at the start. What was it like watching your teammates do the job then for the rest of the day?
Oh yeah, I think it was really good to good first stint, and I handed the car over to Bajoy. He did a great job. We had unfortunate luck with that yellow that came out right before we needed to pit, but we had a nice big strategy at the end to get us the win.
And Bajoy, I mean, from your perspective, the strategy at the end kind of played itself out. How marginal was it without that last safety car?
We would have been just fine, but it's very, very close. It would have been a matter of when the leader crossed the line. So in the end, it was quite good for us that the yellow came, but I think we would have made it regardless.
I've asked Jeremy this before. What makes Inter-Europol so dynamic as an operation?
I mean, the operation is just second to none, really. Like, it's such a good place to be, to work. Everyone pushes each other all the way. There's no politics. It's such a good place to be.
Go celebrate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Got to wind up and finish off the BDO No Strategy Award, notwithstanding what happened at the end there. Paul de Resta and the rest of the number 22 team, they finished in 7th in the end, but they get the prototype BDO No Strategy Award. And for that early final pit stop, Car Blanche put themselves right in it, just off the podium in the end for the 068. They'll take the GT version of the BDO No Strategy Award. I'm really interested to see the CrowdStrike ETS Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award nominees when we get the numbers back from that. Coming up next on RS2, once we've wrapped up the international TV feed, we'll have Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio on X. Some final thoughts, Peter Mackay, from you. I was about to get them from you before beforehand, but we had some more penalties to deal out, and I suspect we haven't finished with those because some of them are going to be attested to post-race.
There's a lot to rumble on for sure. I mean, I think I'm delighted for Wayne Taylor Racing. I think, as Ricky Taylor put it very well, I'm no doubt they've been able to doubt themselves, and having been so successful for so many years and then having such a dry spell, I'm really pleased for them. They've earned this victory today. Lauren Heinrich, by finishing second, and with the number 31 Whalen car down in 9th after that accident, all of a sudden this championship's alive again.
The championship really is alive, and I can't wait to see where we're going to end up next personally as well. This is only round 8 of the season, and it really has been a very dramatic one. Watching up here in the presentation booth as well, in the commentary box area, it has been nothing but dramatic. 7 cautions in total, bringing out the safety car, changing many a routine out there. Philip Albuquerque winning in the number 10 Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing as well. That, I think, all went perfect. Shame for Jack Aitken in 31 as well, a non-runner at the end. That last restart massively proving that anything can happen in sports car racing, and it usually does. IMSA once again has delivered an absolute fantastic weekend of action. Well, that's not all we've got here on JB Motorsports, because next week we've got the return of the MotoGP World Championship at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. We'll be live on Twitch for all the action, and also back with us NASCAR next weekend as well after their off week, taking a week off. It's the final few races before we go into the chase for the championship in 2026. But what a run as well. Your winners in total in the GTP class is the number 10 Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. LMP2 is the 43 Inter Europol competition. And then in GTD Pro, it's the number 9 PAF Motorsport. And then down in GTD, it's the number 57 Winward Racing. Thanks for your company here for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship 6 hours at Road America. We'll see you next week for all the action when NASCAR returns, as well as MotoGP. Thanks for your company. Take care. Bye-bye.